Paw-ful Premonition, a 9 Lives Magic mystery by Danielle Garrett. Narrated by Amanda Ronconi. Chapter 1. Judging by the volume of yard sales cropping up around town, the spring cleaning season was officially underway in Winterspell, at least everywhere but in my house. At present, my breakfast nook looked more like the aftermath of a natural disaster, and the eye of the storm was a 10-pound gray-blue cat with dazzling sapphire eyes and an addiction to chaos. "Selene, we talked about this," I groaned upon padding into the kitchen, bleary-eyed and still donning my ankle-length flannel robe. All I wanted was the biggest mug in the cabinet filled to the brim with hot coffee, and instead found my familiar standing in the middle of the breakfast table amidst a tower of books, aged parchment scrolls, potion bottles, candles, and feathers in an absurd array of colors, lengths, and varieties. Oh, and my Instant Pot, which would likely never be considered food safe again. "It looks like you disemboweled a flock of pigeons in here," I complained, gesturing at the pile of feathers on the verge of falling off the edge of the circular oak table, a thrift store find from a few months back. My husband might have been born with a silver spoon in his mouth, but I had always been, and planned on remaining, one who loved to repurpose old things and make them new. If only I could repurpose the near-ancient cat sprawled across said table. A startling thought worked its way to the surface of my early morning and decaffeinated befuddlement, and I blinked. "You didn't actually kill a flock of pigeons, did you? I know they don't always get the packages to the right houses, but Selene—"
"I didn't kill the pigeons," she snapped, flicking her tail like a whip. "Although perhaps I should have. At least the 3 bozos who lost an express package in the lake last week."
I was too tired to argue the point that perhaps she shouldn't entrust small domestic birds with packages of her enchanted goods.
"It doesn't matter," Selene carried on. "That chapter of my life is on pause, as you well know."
She glanced up at me, her ethereal eyes glowing.
"You know, Cora, I'm disappointed in your lack of enthusiasm over our new venture. After all, it will benefit you just as much as me."
With a grunt of acknowledgement, I shuffled into the kitchen and rummaged in the cabinet for the right mug. The coffee was already made, as my husband Clint set it to brew before he left to go to the gym for his customary morning workout. I appreciated his dedication, if for no other reason than it ensured there was always a hot cup waiting for me the moment I woke up. "It's 6:30 in the morning, Selene," I grumbled, as the scent of the bold roast began to tickle my brain into motion. "You could tell me I won the lottery, and I think this is about as happy, joy as I'm likely to get." Life felt very much like someone had stepped on the fast-forward button and hadn't let up for the better part of the last year. Between our wedding, a major home renovation, and the holiday season hustle and bustle, I was more than a little run down and overdue for a vacation. The renovations were temporarily on pause now that the kitchen was completed. There was still a lot of work to do in the 80s-era home, but we decided to stick a pin in it for a few months. The disruption to our daily life was too much to manage while also trying to prepare for the busy tourist season ahead. My candle shop, Wicked Wicks, was now firmly rooted in 2 communities. What with the flagship shop in Winterspell and the second location in a trendy location in Bellevue, within a small neighborhood of magic users near the college campus. And when Clint thought I wasn't looking, I occasionally caught glimpses of him eyeing properties in Oregon, and figured his proposal to open a 3rd location would be around the corner. With the holiday season in the rearview mirror and the home renovations on pause, Selene decided it was the right time for her own operation to commence. I took a sip of the rich French roast blend and let it seep into my bloodstream for a moment before turning to face Selene's ire. She hated when she thought I was ignoring her. You know my stance on all of this, I said, vaguely gesturing at the mess on the breakfast table. If it will make you happy, aka quiet, at least temporarily, I'm on board. But I'm not crazy about the idea of letting you play Frankenstein on the both of us once you reach your first testable theory.
Oh, pish-posh, Cora. It's all perfectly safe,
Selene countered, using a burst of her/my magic to levitate a book from the top of the pile. It flipped open in midair before settling neatly in front of her paws.
You've got some major trust issues. Do you know that? Perhaps something you and Clint might want to discuss with your therapist.
I rolled my eyes and took another sip of coffee. Telling Selene about our marriage counselor had been a mistake, but she'd worn us down with her endless questions every time we left for our every other week appointment and refused to let her tag along. Can you stop bringing that up? There is absolutely nothing wrong with my marriage, and I trust Clint with my life. We're seeing a counselor to keep things running smoothly. We work together, live together, and share a lot of the same social circle. It can be a lot. We want a safe place to diffuse any friction before it turns into a full-blown issue. And there's nothing wrong with that. Our therapist says our philosophy is refreshing, in fact. Selene scoffed, not looking up from her book.
Right. Well, of course, she's on board for $200 a session.
My molars ground together. At my silence, Selene darted a glance in my direction, then shifted her attention to the small, round speaker sitting in the middle of the kitchen island.
Hey, Jeannie, order a bottle of laxatives.
The cat paused, her eyes narrowing, before she added,
Make that a big bottle.
The device chirped, and a robotic female voice replied, Adding 1 large bottle of X-Lax to your cart. Selene.
What? I'm only trying to be helpful.
How is this? I waved at the electronic orb, my other hand already grabbing for my phone so I could quickly cancel the order. Helping.
You look constipated.
Scowling, I tapped the order and canceled it, then shifted the frown in my familiar's direction. I guess this explains the small avalanche of packages that have shown up this past week. I thought it was Clint ordering stuff for the shop. How did you even figure out how to use Genie? Selene flashed her teeth in a victorious grin.
I watched Clint use it to order a package of socks the other day.
Just peachy, I muttered, frantically searching for some form of parental controls to turn off the feature. The home helper was meant to make my life easier, not Selene's.
Oh, come on, Cora. Isn't this better for everyone?
Selene purred as she stretched forward, elongating her furry limbs along the counter's edge.
I get what I need, and I don't have to bother you or Clint. It's a win-win.
Tell that to my credit card. I set the phone down and shook my head, turning my back on the impromptu cat yoga session as I went to the fridge and grabbed the bottle of creamer from the door. When my coffee was properly doctored, I set about scrambling a couple of eggs in a pan, careful not to add too much salt and risk drawing more of the cat's ire. She was clearly already in a mood. All right, since you obviously want to tell me, how are things going with all this? Have you had any breakthroughs?
Oh, how sweet of you to ask,
Selene began, an annoying sing-song lilt to her tone.
I have, actually.
I perked, turning to glance over my shoulder. Really?
I think we need to keep our first attempt basic. You remember the spell we did to cement the familiar bond when I first arrived on your doorstep?
That would be hard to forget. I flicked off the gas burner, the blue flames vanishing with the satisfying click. On autopilot, I dished up the eggs onto 2 plates, making sure they were equally divided. Despite the fractional size of Selene's stomach when compared to my own, She insisted on being given the same amount. I'd surrendered that particular battle well over a year ago.
I think the best place to start will be in trying a simple reversal spell. We will go through the same steps of the original spell, only backward.
Selene continued.
I just need to figure out how much we need to change.
I put the plate on the island, as there wasn't room at the breakfast table. Selene made a magically assisted leap and landed in a poof of pink sparks right in front of her portion of the steaming eggs.
I think we'll go with sardine this morning,
she said, after giving the dish an appraising sniff. My stomach lurched. Can't you just eat them plain? I asked, knowing it was a stupid question as soon as it left my lips. Selene replied with a scathing flick of her ears. You know, I said, already trudging back to the fridge, I think I'd like to see this so-called study you read. I don't think pickled fish juice is a superfood. I yanked open the fridge and gagged at the assorted glass bottles wedged between bottles of salad dressing and other condiments. Printed labels were affixed to the small bottles of opaque liquid: tuna, sardine, anchovy, and herring. Now, I enjoyed a nice seafood dinner as much as the next witch, but Selene's obsession with fish bordered on madness. Recently, she'd insisted on garnishing every dish with a tablespoon or two of some variety of fish juice, for lack of a better term. How she'd found a company that specialized in such a niche market was beyond me. I held my nose as I sloshed her eggs with a bit of the sardine juice and hurried to jam the stopper back into the bottle and return it to the fridge, using the same energy as I would for chucking the ring of power into Mount Doom. Blech! I took my own eggs and moved as far away from the island as I could, so as not to completely ruin my own appetite. Selene dug in with her usual gusto, oblivious to my churning stomach and general revulsion. Well, no, she was likely aware, but with Selene, that didn't automatically equate to caring. Lifting my fork, I stopped short of taking my first bite. The familiar bond was a potion, though. How does one brew a potion in reverse? Selene looked up from her plate, her whiskers quivering.
If I had the answer to that, don't you think I'd have done it already?
I sighed and shoved the eggs into my mouth.
It's a work in progress, but I can feel a breakthrough coming on, she said.
All right. I swallowed and chased down the bite with some coffee. And what are you going to do if it works? If we manage to break the familiar bond, I'll no longer be held legally responsible for any messes you make, but that doesn't mean you can run amok. I think we need to put some boundaries on things before we get much further down the rabbit hole.
Boundaries?
Selene spat the word like it was a vile curse. I skewered her with a steely glare. Yes, boundaries. She swished her tail.
I blame this on that therapist of yours.
Before I could argue, for the umpteenth time, the abrupt sound of dog nails scurrying across the wood floors sounded, followed by a happy bark, signaling Clint's return from the gym. Selene swore.
Mangy mutt needs a muzzle.
I shot her another dark look before scarfing my next bite of eggs. In here, I called around the mouthful. Clint Harth, formerly Clint Bridges, appeared from the hallway into the open living area. His dark hair mussed and damp, sticking to the sheen on his fair skin. His clean-shaved cheeks were still flushed with red from both his workout and the early morning chill. He came near, the smell of his aftershave overpowering any unpleasant body odor. Morning, he said, dropping a handful of mail onto the island before tugging me against him with a playful grin. I don't want to get all sweaty, I protested, though it was entirely half-hearted. He leaned down to kiss me, closing the gap between my short frame and his taller one, but his lips went off course and landed on my cheek as I sharply turned my head, my gaze snagged by the headline printed across the top of the sheet of paper. Wriggling free of his embrace, I lunged for the paper. A moment too late.
"What in the pits of Tartarus is this?"
Selene bellowed, her claws shredding through the top of the flyer as she dragged it out of my reach. The face of a stunning woman with silver-purple hair and bright red lipstick smiled back at us from the front of the flyer, with a time and date printed along the top. An afternoon with Tabitha Hardwick.
"What is that witch doing coming back to show her face around here?"
Selene continued, her icy gaze flicking between Clint and me in time with the swishing of her slightly puffed tail. Then, reading my expression and finding a lack of outrage and shock, she narrowed her eyes.
"You knew about this? And didn't say anything?"
Merlin, save me. Chapter 2. It's a book signing, Selene, not the apocalypse, I said, with an arched eyebrow in my familiar's direction. So let's maybe dial it down a notch or two, okay? Clint caught my eye and winced. They were handing out the flyers in front of the grocery store. I figured you already knew. I took my last bite of eggs and nodded. I did. Selene's glower intensified.
"How could you keep something like this from me?"
Gee, I don't know. Maybe because I figured it would go a little something like this. I finished my coffee and added the mug to the empty dishwasher, then loaded my plate and fork. Selene still had a couple of bites on her own plate, and I didn't dare touch it. I liked my fingers just as they were, whole and intact. She'll be in town for a day or two at most, I continued, jabbing a finger at the flyer featuring Tabitha's face. She's got a new book out, so she's making the rounds through the various magical cities to sign copies and do VIP meet-and-greet events. Winterspell, as small as it feels, is one of the larger magical communities in North America, so it only makes sense her tour would bring her here. Selene scratched the flyer, adding to her initial shred marks.
"What is the book about? It better not have so much as a dot or tittle about the Golden Lotus."
I don't think so, I replied. Something about a hunt through Honduras for a jade figurine. I saw the cover at Ravensquill. Selene blinked, her eyes going even wider. I sighed, heading off her next question/demand at the pass. Why do you think I always offer you a bit of freeze-dried chicken every time we turn down Spelling Drive? Selene skewered me with a pointed look.
"I assumed it was a poor attempt at apologizing for attacking me with that weed whacker last month."
My hands smashed against either side of my head, my fingers digging into my short waves, still messy and tangled from sleep. It wasn't a weed whacker, it was an electric brush, and it was invented by a veterinarian. The box said it would feel like a massage. Selene's eyes narrowed to sapphire slits.
"Well, I can assure you it did not."
Fine, I muttered. In any case, the bits of chicken tossed into the back seat were mostly meant to keep you from looking out the window and seeing the life-size cardboard cutout of Tabitha they've got propped up in the front window, along with a tower of her new hardcovers. Clint frowned at me. Guess that explains all the crumbs I vacuumed up last weekend. I shrugged, unrepentant. Can you blame me? He glanced at Selene, who appeared to be in the midst of a mid-immortal life crisis and questioning everything, then shook his head. I don't see the issue. I mean, it seems like Tabitha has kept up her end of the bargain. She might not have always been on the right side of the whole mess with August, but doesn't she get some kind of credit for coming around in the end? I winced, bracing for impact.
"She's a fraud,"
Selene bellowed.
"And now you're telling me she's out there raking in the dough, spinning more lies for her pack of bubble-headed fans, and they eat it up, which is ironic, considering the most adventurous thing they'd dream of doing is trying a new flavor of ice cream."
I held out a hand. Okay, Selene, that's enough. You don't have to be rude.
Oh, right, I forgot. You're a fan.
She snapped her tail through the air in a wide arc. Clint started to interject, to come to my defense, but I gave him a subtle shake of my head. He pressed his lips together and rounded the island to go pour himself a second cup of coffee. Listen, I get that you're upset with Tabitha, and that's fair, but you can't expect her to be banned from an entire town. Nor will you cause trouble while she's here. Do you understand? Selene's eyes flashed.
No deal.
She started to launch herself from the island, but I caught her with a wind lasso, holding her inches over the floor. Her legs scrambled in midair, searching fruitlessly for purchase.
Hey, knock it off.
Not until you agree.
You'll regret this, Cora. I'll hack up a hairball in your favorite purse.
Selene.
Fine,
she spat, her limbs still swimming through the air.
Fine, whatever. Just put me...
I let go of the magic, and she landed on the floor with an undignified humph.
Down,
she finished, with a swish of her tail. Then she bolted from the room. Turning back to Clint, I massaged my temples. Something tells me that's far from over, he said, over the rim of his mug. You and me both. As expected, Selene was still fired up about Tabitha's impending visit to Winterspell by the time she caught up with me outside Town Hall that evening. The sky was painted a dusky indigo, with the barest of stars peeking through the clouds. A buzz of excitement swirled on the chilly breeze as a growing crowd awaited the opening of the large wooden doors along the front of the old stone building.
As the guardian in this arrangement, it's your duty to keep me in the loop,
Selene ranted, marching in a circle around the sandwich boards advertising the night's main event, Winterspell's sheriff debate.
You had to know I would hear about it sooner or later, didn't you?
It was a gamble, okay? I distracted you in the car, but yeah, a part of me did figure you'd come across it on your own before now. But honestly, you've been home more often than not lately. Even today, Lily was mentioning how long it's been since you were last at the shop.
I hope you didn't tell her what I've been working on. You know that's top secret. I don't need every Tomcat and Tabby from here to Topeka coming to ask for the secret once I've figured out how to crack the spell. Goddess forbid I have to deal with a slobbering dog.
She shuddered.
Though what self-respecting witch would take a dog as a familiar is beyond my comprehension.
I shuffled forward a few steps as the doors opened and the crowd started to ascend the handful of stone steps leading into the hall. It was more of a draw than I'd expected, but in Winterspell, there wasn't a lot to do beyond going to the local restaurants or the movie theater and bowling alley on a weekday night. Sheriff Templeton might be something of a fixture in town, but in his tenure he'd managed to create some enemies. And it was apparent we hearth witches weren't the only ones ready for a fresh face to take control of the local police force. The role of sheriff wasn't the only potential permanent shakeup in Winterspell. After Walter's misconduct over the holiday season, he'd taken a leave of absence from his role as the head of town council. In his stead, Lainey McGregor had risen to the top spot and happily wielded the gavel with an iron fist. She looked like a sweet grandma, but underneath her plump rosy cheeks and cable-knit sweaters beat the heart of a tyrant, and her hackles seemed to rise any time Selene got in close proximity. As with anything involving Selene, I found myself suddenly and quite inexplicably defensive of her when others had her zeroed in their sights, even when the same behavior would have me threatening to send her off to some kind of familiar reform school, if such a thing were possible. So, by proxy, I also found myself on Lainey's watch list. You make it sound like there are no happy familiars, I said to Selene as we entered the historic building and joined the others in the main room. Rows and rows of chairs sat out for the event, with a wide aisle spaced between them. A pair of tables stood in one corner, draped with ivory cloth and adorned with trays of sugary treats, donated from Sugar Shack, the town bakery, while the other had a trio of large silver percolators with coffee, decaf, and hot water for self-serve tea. Checkers seems pleased as punch with Aunt Lavender, I added, falling back a step as the couple in front of me paused to decide which side of the room they wanted to sit on.
Well, of course he is,
Selene replied, with the barest hint of a scoff.
Where would he be without Lavender? I'll tell you where. Stuck in that alley, chasing birds and begging tourists for scraps.
Maybe so. Look, all I'm saying is that when I first brought this up before the wedding, I only proposed altering the bond to allow you more freedom. But somewhere along the way, you decided it needs to be severed entirely, and I guess I'm having a hard time not taking that personally.
Oh, Cora,
Selene grumbled, the way one might when a small child started having a fit while waiting in line to ride the Ferris wheel at the county fair. She looked around as the seats began to fill, and the amount of friendly chatter rose in volume as more residents filtered in after us. I tugged at the collar of my coat and zeroed in on a section of vacant seats on the right side, near the front. It's fine, we don't have to talk about this now. Come on, let's go reserve those seats up there. I nudged my chin in the intended direction and began weaving through the clusters of people chatting, coffee and cookies in hand. Selene zipped ahead, her small stature and fluid feline body allowing her to easily maneuver between legs and around ankles.
Back off, Kelly,
she exclaimed, moments before bursting up from the floor to land on the middle of the row of seats. A dark-haired woman with glasses and a purse the size of a beach tote bag gave Selene a dark look, then lifted her pinched expression to sneer in my direction, before whirling around, knocking into an elderly gentleman leaning against a wooden cane in the aisleway behind her. "Excuse me," the man rasped, shaking a fist at Kelly's back. My cheeks warmed as I ducked my chin and shuffled down the row. "Do you go anywhere without causing absolute chaos?" I muttered to Selene as I dropped into the seat beside her. I shrugged out of my coat and spread it out to reserve the seats to my right. Mom and Clint were already on their way, according to their text messages. "Should we save a couple for Aunt Lavender and Checkers?" I asked Selene, already sliding my purse from my shoulder in case I needed to use it to block another pair of seats.
Oh, who knows,
Selene replied. And despite her attempt to casually groom her face, I caught the quiver to her whiskers and the irritated twitch in the tip of her sleek tail.
I've stopped going over there. All she wants to do is blabber on about her trip. She hasn't once asked for my opinion on the fish market's price hike or the placement of the new benches at the community garden. Neither one of them is straight. It looks like the council hired a team of drunk chimpanzees to pour the cement.
Unfortunately, with Aunt Lavender and Selene on the outs, at least so far as Selene was concerned, I had to hear all the rants she would normally save to discuss with my aunt. I'd even been dragged to the community garden with a level and a square to prove Selene's point. She was already planning to raise a formal complaint on the topic at the next town meeting. Aunt Lavender was an adventurer to her bones, and the more outlandish the hunt, the more intoxicated she became. She'd always been this way. But after solving the mystery of the Golden Lotus and traveling to the wondrous Fountain of Youth, her thirst for impossible quests was near unquenchable, and she'd had her sights on the lost city of Atlantis for the better part of the past year. I'd largely written it off as a hopeless dream, but there was a part of me that wondered if perhaps she was onto something real. After all, if anyone was going to solve the centuries-old mystery, it seemed to follow that it might just be Aunt Lavender. Mom and Clint arrived with a few minutes to spare and took their seats beside me. At the front of the hall, a trio of people climbed onto the slightly raised platform that served as a stage. Lainey McGregor took her place at the podium, her hand already reaching for the wooden gavel, while the other two flanked her, one on either side. Sheriff Templeton stood with his arms in front of him, one meaty hand encircling the opposite wrist. He wore a pair of slightly rumpled tan trousers, white button-up shirt, bolo tie, and a cream cowboy hat, despite us being nowhere near a cattle ranch. He styled himself like a classic Texas Ranger, even adopting the twang of a southern drawl. But so far as I knew, he'd lived in Winterspell for the majority, if not the entirety, of his life, as he'd taken the position of sheriff when his own father retired from the role. On the other side of Laney stood Sadie Bowman, the challenger in the first contested election in some time. Sadie was in her 40s, a single mother of a teenage son who played on the Academy's soccer team and had a 4.0 GPA, according to my inside source, aka Liana. By all accounts, she was a no-nonsense type of woman who wore sensible shoes, minimal makeup, and kept her reddish-brown hair styled in a low-maintenance, shoulder-length cut. A witch after my own heart, really. "I really hope she pulls this out," Mom whispered, leaning past Clint to catch my eye. I nodded. Me too. The bang of a gavel drew the room to attention, and the chatter dulled to whispers and mutters. Selene flashed her teeth in a wild grin.
"Quick, Cora, it's time for the popcorn. They're about to start."
"I didn't bring any." A flash of pink sparks interrupted my protest, and my purse started to vibrate. "Selene, what did you—" "Pop, pop, 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 pop."
"Don't worry,"
she said, her grin growing more wicked as kernels of popcorn flew out of my purse until it overflowed onto the seat between us.
"I planned ahead."
Clint and I exchanged a look. Then he raised his brows and offered a half-hearted shrug as he reached over and grabbed a handful, happily munching away on the buttery treat as the two candidates took to the stage. Oh boy, how was I going to explain this one to the dry cleaners? There wasn't much time to worry about it, as the debate opened with a preamble from Laney. Her delivery was less polished than Walter's undoubtedly would have been, and for a moment I glanced around the packed hall, looking to see if Walter might be watching from the sidelines. "You have 5 minutes to give your opening statements," Laney declared into the microphone. Then, looking to Sheriff Templeton, she gave a slight nod. "We'll begin with our incumbent." Tension crackled through the hall as murmurs and long, meaningful glances were exchanged. Beside me, Selene loudly noshed on her smuggled snack. Sheriff Templeton smiled and tipped his hat in Laney's direction as she stepped aside and let him take the podium. "Thank you, ma'am." Sadie offered a placid smile and joined in the polite smattering of applause. "Evening, folks," he started, his voice booming across the room. "I've had the honor of serving as your sheriff for the better part of the last 2 decades. In that time, we've seen our share of challenges, as this little town of ours has grown and expanded in ways many of us old-timers didn't see coming." He paused to let a ripple of laughter rumble through the room. "Tourists and visitors come and go, but those of us who call this place home have always pulled together and worked hard to maintain Winterspell as a beacon of safety and community. Crime rates have remained low, our streets are safe at night, and our children can play without fear. That's not by accident, mind you. No, sir. It's by hard work, dedication, and a deep understanding of what makes our town tick. My record speaks for itself, a record of stability, experience, and unwavering commitment to each and every one of you." He let his gaze rove for a moment, meeting the eyes of those in the nearest rows before removing his hat, his shock of white hair barely hanging on. He placed the hat over his heart and added, "Many of you here today also knew my father, a man who served in this very role.
And he always did like the saying, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Laughter rumbled through the crowd, and my heart sank as I looked around and saw so many smiling faces. Satisfied, Templeton placed his hat back on his head and took a step backward, offering Sadie a gracious, sweeping gesture, inviting her to speak, along with a come-and-get-it grin.
How are people actually buying this aw shucks routine?
Selene muttered, glowering at anyone who looked even remotely impressed.
The man is a fraud. We'd be safer with Mr. Magoo in charge of the police force.
Selene, I hissed, as Lainey McGregor snapped her head in our direction. If you get us thrown out, we won't be able to see how it ends. Good evening, Sadie said, taking her turn at the podium. She offered a smile to the crowd, the authenticity behind it warming her dark brown skin and creasing the corners of her dark hazel eyes. Thank you for having me. I thought I would begin tonight by telling you a bit about my story. She used a couple of minutes to describe her youth spent in Southern California, her struggles as a young single mom, and her eventual move north to Seattle, where she served on the non-magic police force before trading in the city life for the small town. I agree with Sheriff Templeton on at least one thing, she continued, segueing into her main speech. You, the residents of Winterspell, have built something truly special here. Something that deserves preservation, even as things shift and change. I've spent the past 8 months volunteering and going door to door in preparation for this campaign, this moment. And one thing I heard time and time again was how the old guard— She flashed a smile at Templeton. His mustache twitched, and a twinge of red dusted his pale cheeks. Has been slow to adapt and evolve to the surge in both permanent residents and also the growing tourist boom. Crime rates have risen, slowly, but steadily enough that there is warranted concern. I'm proposing a more robust force with more boots on the ground. Under my leadership, the police force would more adeptly utilize our hardworking sentries and bring them into the fold rather than keep them at arm's length. The mages who protect our community's border have valuable skills and a wealth of experience just waiting to be tapped into. My eyebrows lifted as she presented a line of argument I'd not heard before. It seemed to resonate with those around us as well, with many nods and whispers of agreement. Additionally, I pledge more community outreach and engagement. And I don't mean waving at pedestrians from behind the wheel of the sheriff's car. This last bit was directed at Templeton, with a tight smile that danced between friendly and frosty. A murmur ran through the crowd, some chuckles floating above the whispers. Templeton's face tightened, the hint of a scowl briefly breaking through his practiced stoicism. He retorted, albeit a bit flustered. Engagement is more than being on foot, Miss Bowman. It's about knowing the community, something you can't achieve overnight. Sadie's smile was razor sharp as she leaned into the microphone. I agree. That's why I've been volunteering every weekend, serving on the many charitable organizations in town and listening to their concerns. In fact, I've called your office to invite you to join me. But it seems my calls were inexplicably forwarded to the bait and tackle shop. Though I suppose that might explain why you catch more fish than criminals, Samuel. Laughter erupted, and even Lainey struggled to maintain her composure. Templeton, now visibly rattled, huffed, his attempt at a composed response dissolving into defensive stammers. Crime rates have not risen that sharply, he managed, his voice lacking conviction. We're doing all we can with the resources we have. Sadie's gaze swept across the audience, her voice a mix of resolve and empathy. It's not just about resources. It's about how you use them. It's about innovation, adaptation, and actually being where the crime is happening, not just reading about it the next day. Templeton's rebuttals grew weaker, his arguments circling back to the same points of tradition and experience. It was clear to me, and likely everyone else, that Sadie Bowman had not only outmaneuvered the sheriff, but had also captured the crowd's attention. Her words resonated, not as criticisms for the sake of opposition, but as a genuine call for change. Eventually, Laney stepped in and called the debate to an end. And to my pleasant surprise, the final applause was more robust for Sadie. And as the crowd began to disperse, the buzz of conversation was overwhelmingly in her favor. For once, it seemed the winds of change were shifting in the right direction. And if we got lucky, they just might blow away Templeton's threats of exile. Chapter 3.
Seems like there are more fish being caught than criminals.
Selene was still in stitches over the debate the following morning as we rode together to Wicked Wicks.
Lavender is going to be upset she missed out.
Sadie did really well, I replied, smiling along with the memory. I think she really has a shot at... My jaw dropped mid-sentence as I turned at the four-way intersection and nearly rammed into the back bumper of a small pickup truck. Selene squawked and jostled in the passenger seat, then lunged forward, both front paws on the dash.
What in Merlin's beard is going on here?
Downtown Winterspell looked like it did during the height of the summer tourist season. The sidewalks overrun with pedestrians, the road clogged with cars, and nary a parking spot to be found on either side of the main drag through town. As if on cue, my phone rang, the caller ID showing Lily. "Hey, Lily," I said, tracking a cluster of pedestrians as they darted between my front bumper and the truck ahead of me.
Lay on the horn,
Selene demanded, swiping at the steering wheel. I batted her paw away and turned off the turn signal to keep it from clicking. I'd only planned to stop in at the shop long enough to drop off a batch of candles, but clearly, my usual parking space in front wasn't going to be available. "Are you at the shop?" I asked Lily, frowning when yet another barrage of pedestrians made their way in front of me. "That's why I was calling," Lily said. "I don't know what's going on, but downtown is a madhouse." Glancing around at the pedestrians, I started to connect the dots. A pair of witches in matching purple hats posed for a selfie in front of Dragon's Gold Coffee Company, the most popular coffee house in Winterspell. Then I noticed Tabitha's owl logo printed in even darker purple ink. Another younger witch wandered down the street hand in hand with her small daughter, whose opposite hand clutched the string of a helium balloon that also bore Tabitha's podcast's logo. Another child rounded the corner and let out a stunned squeak as a balloon version of Tabitha bobbed down the sidewalk, complete with painted-on silvery blonde hair, winged eyeliner, and signature red lipstick. Granted, when stretched across a round balloon, the whole thing looked more than a little unsettling.
"Oh my goddess,"
Selene exclaimed, no longer interested in the horn, but instead pressing her furry face against the passenger window, watching with horror as the Tabitha-shaped balloon caught in the wind. "I think this has to do with Tabitha Hardwick's book signing," I told Lily. "Oh, that makes sense," Lily replied, her usual chirpy tone returning. "I think I saw something about a meet-and-greet VIP event when I was at Merlin's Well last night for Ladies' Night." I winced, suddenly remembering I had forgotten to text Liana back. She had invited me to meet her at the popular watering hole for the weekly Ladies' Night, and I'd forgotten to message her back and tell her I'd be at the town hall for the debate instead. We'd already been to Merlin's Well earlier in the week for a Monday night happy hour, and I'd been surprised she wanted to go back again so soon. All this for a book signing, though? Lily continued, sounding a little befuddled. I guess so. Listen, I'll be there as soon as I can find a place to park. It just might take a minute or two.
Or 30,
Selene groused. My head dropped back against the seat while I kept one foot pinned to the brake pedal. Don't worry about me, I can hold down the fort. Although we could definitely use a batch of bath candles if you have them. Cece and I officially sold the last ones just before closing last night. I've got them here in the back of the car. Nice work on moving those, by the way.
You've got it. See you in a minute, boss.
Lily finished the conversation with a giggle, knowing how I felt about the term boss. Yes, it was fitting, but still both Lily and my newest employee, Cece, felt more like friends than employees. Soon our dynamic would need to shift yet again, as we'd hire at least 2 additional part-time employees to help us stay afloat through the impending tidal wave of tourists. Eventually, I found a parking space in one of the surrounding neighborhoods, and thanks to Selene's quick thinking, conjured a sweeping wind to function like a makeshift levitation spell on the crate of new stock, making the trek back to the shop less backbreaking. Wicked Wicks wasn't open for business yet, and I found Lily standing in the darkened retail space, staring out the front display window at the passers-by. She turned at the sound of my entrance and shook her head. I know Tabitha's podcast is popular, but this seems a little much, don't you think? It's like spring break at Disneyland out there. She gave an involuntary shudder at the comparison. Somehow my sister talked me into taking my 2 nephews last year. Never again. I laughed and hooked one thumb over my shoulder. I've got the new candles in the back. On it, Lily said, already heading across the shop. Her bright, sunny smile intact as her sheet of willowy, pale blonde hair floated out behind her. I took her place at the window and stared at the traffic on the sidewalk. It's a lot more people than I expected, that's for sure.
Don't these people have jobs?
Selene asked, launching herself up into the display window. She stepped carefully past an arrangement of tall, slender candles, managing to slither past without knocking any of them to the floor. Well, I don't know about any of them, but I certainly do, I told the cat. I looked around the shop, wincing slightly at the various displays and realizing how empty some of the selections were. Some of the most popular candles had only 2 or 3 of each variety in stock. And, judging by my quick pass through the storeroom, it wasn't a matter of Lily and Cece falling down on their restocking duties. I exhaled and started making a mental to-do list. No, it wasn't my employees falling behind. It was me.
It's too bad we don't have time to come up with a signature Tabitha Hardwick candle, Lily said with a twinkling laugh as she reemerged in the front of the shop, her arms laden with bundles of wrapped candles. She gently placed them on the front counter and began unwrapping the protective paper from each candle. The small, circular discs would only burn for 45 minutes and were designed to float in bath water or sit perfectly on a tub's ledge. Though small, the wafers were imbued with enough magic to transform any bathroom into an ephemeral sanctuary during a luxurious bath, preventing one from lingering too long. I can't decide which one is my favorite, Lily said, smiling as she began unwrapping a bundle of the silver-flecked variety, which conjured a majestic castle tower, complete with velvet drapes and a rain-kissed stained glass window, set against an evergreen forest under a starlit indigo sky. The golden variety unveiled a Grecian bathhouse ambiance, marked by intricate mosaics and warm sunlight caressing marble floors. For children, a rainbow-hued candle would cast prisms of colorful light over the bathwater and turn the room around it into a vibrant aquatic wonderland, alive with whimsical animal friends. Another option offered the serenity of a rainforest waterfall.
A solid black option created a soundproof bubble while enveloping the bather in a void of darkness. I'd come up with that one after using a gift card from my brother and sister-in-law to a spa in Seattle for a soak session in a sensory deprivation tank. The bathtub candles flew off the shelves at both Wicked Wicks locations, making them among the most sought-after items in our enchanted candle collection. I'm working on a new one now, I told Lily. A mermaid garden. Lily's eyes went wide, and I smiled. If you need a tester, let me know, she exclaimed, bobbing her head enthusiastically.
Hey, there's Lavender,
Selene exclaimed.
I should go.
She stopped short, her tail going ramrod straight.
What's she doing here?
I craned around, following the direction of her ire, and found my aunt speaking with a woman on the corner. The woman appeared to be in the same age range as my aunt, but she didn't look familiar to me. Who is that? Selene's ears pinned back flat against her head.
Charlene Winslow, Lavender's sworn enemy.
Across the street, the two women embraced. I cocked an eyebrow. You sure about that?
Definitely. Lavender is probably just playing it cool. You watch. She'll hex her right into a toad any second now.
The two pulled apart, and Aunt Lavender threw her head back and laughed, presumably at something the other woman said. When was your last eye exam? I asked Selene. Is that even a thing for cats? Lily mused from her place at the counter. I mean, how would they know? It's not like they could ask most cats to read back from one of those little letter charts, huh?
I swear one of these days the two of you are going to regret vexing me,
Selene declared, then slammed the door with a burst of magic, hard enough to flip the lock and send the glass door swinging open on its hinges as she streaked out into the fray of pedestrians. I turned to look at Lily. She shrugged and held up a blue-gray marbled candle. What's this one? Oh, that's another new one. I only made 5 to see how they do. It's a Caribbean-inspired illusion. Lily's eyes went wide as she sniffed the subtly coconut-scented candle. Ooh. With Selene's opening of the shop's door, it didn't take long for passers-by to assume we were open for business. And while it was a bit early, I didn't feel like fighting back the rush of foot traffic. Lily scrambled to put out the new inventory while I handled customer questions and got started on the register. In the sudden rush of customers, it took me a moment to pick a familiar voice from the crowd, and I peered around to find Aunt Lavender and her friend standing near the window display, considering an intricate brass candle holder. Selene stood watch at my aunt's ankle, still menacing as she stared up at the pair with a pinched expression. Lily had control of the register, so I finished wrapping a customer's order and handed it off before stepping away from the counter to greet my aunt. Morning, Aunt Lavender. Beaming, she turned, her gray and white hair wild and free around her shoulders, her small, round spectacles barely clinging to the tip of her nose. Oh, there you are. There's quite a commotion in here this morning. Yes, it's been a bit of a hectic start to the morning. Cora, this is a longtime friend of mine. Selene made her hairball hacking noise, her eyes wide. Aunt Lavender dropped a concerned look down at her former familiar. Don't go ruining Cora's flooring, she scolded. Take that outside to the bushes. My lips pressed together to hold back a peal of laughter at the indignant look on Selene's face. Anyway, this is Charlene Winslow, Aunt Lavender continued, not missing a beat. We went to academy together for a time. The two women were of the same age, but in appearance were quite different. Aunt Lavender's pale complexion, untamed hair, and bare face stood in odds with Charlene's polished look. Her black hair was tied back in an orderly twist, held in place by a yellow gold clasp. Her makeup was subtle but polished, highlighting wide-set dark eyes and cheekbones, her olive skin smooth with only the barest signs of aging, where Aunt Lavender wholeheartedly embraced her laugh lines and crow's feet, if she noticed them at all. Charlene offered me her hand, and I shook it. "Nice to meet you. Are you in town for the book signing?" It was a bit of a rhetorical question, considering the woman was wearing one of Tabitha's branded sweatshirts, and a copy of Tabitha's latest book peeked over the edge of her handbag. "That's right," she replied with a vigorous nod, before dropping a glance to her delicate gold wristwatch. "Speaking of," Charlene said, looking up at my aunt, "we should probably get going if we want to get seats. It's first come, first serve." Selene's jaw unhinged.
"You're going to the signing?"
This was clearly directed at my aunt. "Of course," Aunt Lavender replied, her brow furrowing as she peered down at Selene. "Why shouldn't I?"
"Oh, well, only for half a dozen reasons."
Aunt Lavender flapped a hand, then lifted her chin and smiled at me. "Anyway, I just wanted to stop in and show off my successful niece." A hint of heat brushed my cheeks. "I wouldn't—" Aunt Lavender lifted a finger. No, I won't hear a word of protest, Cora." Charlene offered a kindly smile. "It's a beautiful shop. You should be proud. I'll stop in before I leave town and stock up." "Oh, you don't have to do that." Aunt Lavender patted my shoulder. "We'll see you later, dear. Unless you want to come with us." I expected Selene to laugh in her face, only to be taken aback when the cat agreed.
"I think we should."
"You do?" "Marvelous." Aunt Lavender beamed. "We'll save you a seat." Chapter 4. "Okay, so do you want to fill me in on what just happened back there? Charlene seems perfectly lovely. Why were you glaring at her the whole time like she had snakes growing out of her head?"
You know, Cora, considering the amount of people we've witnessed being turned to stone, that joke might be considered in poor taste."
Selene sniffed. I rolled my eyes, only barely holding back an audible groan. "Really? You're giving me a lecture about things being in poor taste?"
"To answer your question,"
Selene continued, glossing over my protest,
"Charlene and Lavender went to academy together and were sworn enemies by the time they graduated. I've never heard Lavender so much as speak the woman's name without a hefty dose of disgust, so why she's playing nice now is beyond me. But I plan to get to the bottom of it. Don't you worry."
"I'm sorry, but is that supposed to be comforting?" Selene scowled in my direction before scampering ahead of me on the sidewalk, effectively ending the conversation as she hurried to catch up with Aunt Lavender and Charlene. I stood rooted in place for a moment, caught by indecision. Cece would be at the shop soon enough, and with the signing about to begin, the surge in foot traffic should ebb. But I didn't feel good leaving Lily alone in the interim. As I debated, Selene was swallowed by the crowd, and her antenna-like tail slipped out of sight. I lost track of her altogether. I knew my Aunt Lavender could handle her on her own when it came to the pint-sized demon, but all the same, I was Selene's guardian now, and occasionally I could talk some sense into her. Very occasionally. With a huff, I started after them, my hand already reaching into my pocket to find my phone. I tapped out a text to Lily as I fell into step behind a trio of folks in Tabitha merchandise, letting her know I'd circle back to the shop at the end of the signing to help out. Lily quickly responded with a thumbs-up emoji, and I stashed my phone away, skirted past the slow-moving crowd, and hustled to catch up to my aunt. Raven's Quill Bookshop was entirely too small to hold such a popular event. At least one would think so from looking at the exterior of the quaint shop. It was styled like the exterior of an old English pub, with wood casing and ornate details. A carved wooden sign hung from an iron post mounted above the glass door. The name etched alongside a pot of ink and a steely-eyed raven with eyes that almost seemed to follow passers-by. However, as was the case for several buildings in Winterspell, things weren't always as they appeared. On any given day, one could wander into Ravensquill and find themselves lost in the stacks. Quite literally. Some people in town posited it was easier to find one's way out of an IKEA than out of Ravensquill, and I had to agree. But in preparation for the signing, the shop had transformed into a gathering space with rows and rows of chairs. Where one would normally find half a dozen tables containing neat stacks of the latest bestsellers, both by magical authors and those one would find in any non-magical bookshop in the so-called human world, only 2 remained, both nearly overflowing with copies of Tabitha's latest hardcover release and some of her older books. People were already filling the room, stopping to pose and take selfies with the life-size cardboard cutout of the famed adventurer, positioned beside one of the tables. At the far end of the room, a long table stood draped in a black tablecloth. An enchanted banner bearing Tabitha's name hanging across the front, glittering in the soft lighting overhead. An unoccupied, Merlot-colored leather chair was positioned on the other side of the table, almost like a royal throne. I spotted Charlene and Aunt Lavender near the front, seemingly discussing where to sit, while Selene followed in their wake. For all of my aunt's prowess in the world of magical adventures and treasure hunting, there were moments when she was truly oblivious, and I wondered if she'd even noticed Selene following them all the way to the bookstore, as she seemed engrossed in her conversation with her former classmate. At my approach, Aunt Lavender turned and smiled. "Oh, there you are, Cora. What do you think about this row here?" she asked, gesturing at a bank of upholstered folding chairs. I shrugged. "Works for me." Charlene looked at my empty hands. "Do you want to purchase a copy of the book for Tabitha to sign? It looks like the cashiers are over there." She pointed across the room as even more people filtered in through the main entrance. "Oh, I'm not sure I need an autograph," I replied, craning around to look at the stacks of hardcovers.
"I, for one, am not shelling out $35 for one of those tomes,"
Selene mused, shooting me an irritated look as she jumped up into the chair beside me. "Oh, I assure you, it's more than worth it," Charlene interjected, oblivious to our history with the famed adventurer. "We had to order 6 more copies for the library in Charmvale. The wait list is still a mile long." I smiled politely at the woman. "So you're a librarian?" Charlene grinned proudly, her eyes nearly squinting closed. "That's right. The best job on earth, if you ask me." I still wasn't sure of the history between the witch and my aunt, but it seemed they shared a deep love for books, which might have been the foundation for their former, and perhaps current, friendship. "It's the most raw she's ever been in any book," Charlene continued. "Tabitha's books are normally all business, you know, the details of her travel itinerary, with details about the various sites and excursions along the way, but she's never really talked about her personal life very much. Until this book. I found it so fascinating. Of course, she doesn't name names, but she recently went through a devastating breakup and took this trip as something of a healing retreat for herself." The woman continued to gush. Lavender, Selene, and I exchanged a meaningful look. Of course, without speaking with Tabitha, it was impossible to say whether we reached the correct conclusion, but when we'd all parted ways in the aftermath of finding the Fountain of Youth, Tabitha had left with Arthur Nell, the brother of August Nell, the man behind Lavender's kidnapping, and a murderer. Tabitha and Arthur had a tragic past, and one that seemed likely to become even more so in light of Arthur's terminal illness. August had started his quest for the Fountain of Youth as a way to help save his brother's life, which on its own would be considered noble, maybe even brave. But somewhere along the way, August let the potential for money and power cloud his judgment, and ultimately what started out honorably turned dark. Tabitha and Arthur had left together with the name of a famed magical healer, thanks to Aunt Lavender, and in the 2 years since, whenever Tabitha was brought up, I somehow imagined her and Arthur together. I suppose that was the hopeless romantic in me. I blamed Clint. Before him, I had been far more pragmatic when it came to matters of the heart. I nodded politely at Charlene's review of Tabitha's latest work, murmuring something about adding it to my to-be-read list.
Well, this seems to be a day for seeing old familiar faces,
Selene said, glancing across the room toward a cluster of people near one of the well-stocked tables of books. A lanky man with dark brown skin and a gregarious smile stood holding court, speaking excitedly with half a dozen other fans. He was drawing the eye of other guests, though it was hard not to stare with his rather piratey getup, complete with thick eyeliner, billowing shirt, and strands of small bones threaded through his braided hair. "Who is that?" I asked, glancing between my aunt and Selene as they exchanged a look. "He looks familiar to me," Aunt Lavender replied, glancing in the young man's direction. "But I can't place him." "He looks like he fell off a Pirates of the Caribbean party boat," I muttered. "All he's missing is the gold tooth and doubloons."
"He used to hang around Sal's library," Selene supplied. "Leroy something. He was always skulking around, peering over people's shoulders and asking too many questions. I asked Sal once what his deal was, and Sal said he was some kind of gravedigger. Or was it grave robber?"
My brows lifted. That seems like quite a big distinction.
"You can't expect me to remember everything,"
Selene sniffed, her ears pinning back.
"It was something like that. And in any case, it was a long time ago."
"Wait, are you admitting you forgot something?" I teased. Lavender snorted.
"I don't know why I bother talking to any of you,"
Selene huffed. She hopped down from the chair and set about stalking the perimeter of the event. "That's quite a cat you have there," Charlene told me. "Seems like you could write a book of your own someday." "That's putting it mildly," I muttered, although knowing Selene, there's no way she'd let me take credit for any of it. Lavender laughed softly, nodding in agreement. "She's one of a kind, that's for sure." "And we can all thank the goddess for that," I added. It wasn't long before Honey Bogg, the proprietor of Ravensquill, made her way to the front of the room and stood in front of the table. She used a subtle but effective magic spell to flash the lights once, before raising her hands and drawing everyone's attention. Those not yet seated lurched into motion, like an unofficial round of musical chairs, as they hurried to snag a seat as close to the front as possible. Even then, some were forced to stand as the last seats were filled. The proprietor blinked, seemingly surprised by the turnout, even after she had expanded the room and set out dozens and dozens of chairs. As a small business owner myself, I had to imagine at least part of her brain was doing some very excited mental calculations for the day's sales reports, too. "Thank you all for coming," she began. "Welcome to Ravensquill Bookshop and also to Winterspell, to those of you who are joining us from out of town. We hope your stay here in our humble little community will be well met and filled with good books." A smattering of polite applause rumbled through the room. "We won't keep you long. I know we are all anxious to see Tabitha, but before we bring her out, her assistant River has a few ground rules to lay out for the event." Honey stepped aside, gesturing to a slight woman to the left of the crowd. River was a petite woman, likely no taller than myself, and I was a proud card-carrying member of the Lollipop Guild. She appeared more waifish in frame, though it was somewhat hard to tell. Her dark-washed jeans looked at least a size too big, and her ill-fitting blazer looked ready to swallow her whole. Her dark brown hair was pulled back into a severe twist at the base of her skull, and a pair of clean wire frames sat perched on the end of a slightly upturned nose. She clutched a tablet wrapped in a plain black leather folio to her chest, like it was an inflatable flotation device, as she surveyed the crowd, her teeth running over her bottom lip before she cleared her throat and addressed the gathering. "Hello, everyone. Thank you, honey, for the warm welcome. Tabitha and I would both like to thank you for taking the time to come here today. It's so lovely to see your faces and also all of these beautiful balloons and sweatshirts." A few laughs sounded, and River seemed to grow more comfortable, her shoulders rolling back and down as she lowered the tablet, her fingers not gripping its edges quite as tightly. "As many of you know, this is the main event of the day. But later tonight, Tabitha will be at Merlin's Well, a local establishment for a private meet-and-greet event." She paused for a thunder of applause and excitement to ripple through the crowd. "Those tickets sold out in record time, and I know many of you have expressed disappointment in the limited slots available. Tabitha and I talked about it and decided that in order to thank you for your enduring support, we would host a second night at the same venue. So if you were unable to get tickets for tonight's VIP event, there will be a second wave available for sale as soon as the signing concludes. And you'll have a chance to join Tabitha tomorrow night, same time, same place." A round of raucous whoops and hollers rumbled through the room. "Thank you," River squeaked, raising one slender hand. "Now let's get through these rules, and then I'll bring out Tabitha," she hurried to add, forcing an awkward smile. "Right," she said, when the room quieted. "As with all of our signings, there is a strict 2-book limit, and due to the amount of people attending, please try to keep personal inscription requests to 3 lines or less. We don't want Tabitha's hand to fall off, after all." River's second attempt at a joke was met with a few more laughs, and she visibly relaxed a second time. "As for photographs, as promised, we have an exclusive portrait of Tabitha available in 2 sizes, a postcard size or an 8x10 version. You are welcome to one of your choosing. These will be unsigned but have been stamped with Tabitha's official signature. Please try to make your selection about which size you would prefer before getting to the table to further expedite the process. Thank you." River glanced behind her at the tufted leather wingback chair and then turned back to the crowd. "And now, without further ado, here's Tabitha Hardwick." In a reveal that had to have been choreographed, River stepped to the side at the same moment that Tabitha suddenly appeared in a puff of silver smoke, sitting in the chair, her hands behind her head, her feet propped up on the table. Clad in a pair of sleek leather boots with a heel so slender it looked like a shiny chopstick. The crowd went absolutely wild at the magically assisted reveal, immediately rocketing to their feet and cheering loudly, as Tabitha grinned that almost feline smile I've seen on more than a few occasions. She looked much the same as she had when I last saw her. Her silvery purple hair was pulled back in a sleek ponytail that hung midway down her back. Her silver hoop earrings dangled around her sharp cheekbones as she turned her head and waved, addressing each section of the gathered crowd. I looked for Selene, making sure she wasn't up to no good, but couldn't spot her in the chaotic activity of the crowd. "Thank you so much for the warm welcome," Tabitha called, getting to her feet to take a slight bow as the chorus of cheering continued. She beamed, waiting for the room to go a little quieter before continuing. "This is by far the best stop on my tour thus far, so thank you. You sure know how to make a girl feel special." The noise abated, and I remained in my chair, waiting for the preamble to end. Charlene stood, bouncing on the toes of her sensible heels, clapping and cheering with the rest. Beside her, my aunt also stood, though her applause seemed more restrained in comparison to those around us. Eventually, Tabitha got control of the crowd, and when the applause finally died down and mostly everyone returned to their seats, she read a short passage from the beginning of the book, spinning a tale about a quest to find the jade ring of a rumored Mayan goddess in Honduras. It was interesting enough, as most of Tabitha's tales were, but it was hard for me to separate the past from the present. I was clearly in the minority, though, as the others around me hung on her every word, despite most, if not all of them, having already read the story for themselves. When the reading was over, another round of applause burst out, and it took some time for Tabitha and River to wrangle everyone into formation to begin the signing portion of the event. As I did not have a book to sign or any interest in purchasing a copy, I stayed on the outskirts, watching it all unfold with a distant curiosity. Eventually, Selene found her way back to my side and plopped down beside my ankles.
Can you believe this? What a racket.
A few people toward the end of the line cast harsh glances in our direction. Maybe not the best time? I muttered to Selene. She pretended not to hear me.
I mean, really. Just think about how much money she's making from this one little afternoon visit. Yet for all her talk of doing the right thing, she just turned back into the same old Tabitha, didn't she?
A few more people joined in the glowering, and I feared we were minutes away from being rounded up by angry fans. Come on, let's go before you get us tarred and feathered. Continuing to mutter, Selene reluctantly followed me out of the bookshop. Nobody forced you to come here, I reminded the cat as we stepped out onto the sidewalk.
I wanted to see what all the fuss was about. Same as you.
I only came because I was looking for you. I figured you'd find your way into trouble and wanted to be there when I needed to do some damage control. You'll notice I didn't say if, I added. Selene threw her head back and offered a false peal of laughter.
Oh, ha ha ha, Cora. You're so witty.
I frowned and crossed my arms over my chest. All right, I've had enough. I'm heading back to Wicked Wicks. If nothing else, at least some of Tabitha's halo effect can spill over onto my own daily sales. Now either come with me or go do something else. I don't want to hear about you going back in and causing a ruckus. Got it? Selene twisted away from me, her tail shooting straight up into the air as she marched toward the opposite intersection.
Fine, but you should be expecting a call from Whimsies, since they no longer let me rack things up on a tab anymore. I'm in the mood for a tuna melt.
I rolled my eyes and grabbed my phone, prepared to call Whimsy's Deli before the cat could reach it. I'd pay for the sandwich and dole out a warning to brace themselves for the impact of the small furry hurricane headed their way. Chapter 5. As expected, the afternoon flew by in a flurry of sales at Wicked Wicks. Cece, Lily, and I worked together like a well-oiled machine, having just braved the winter tourist spike and holiday rush. Clint chipped in too, bringing us a much-needed pick-me-up from Dragon's Gold around 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Granted, my favorite cookies were long gone by the time he made his way to the front counter at the popular eatery. The batch of candles I'd brought that morning were nearly wiped out by the time we closed the shop. I was grateful for the sales, but knew I'd have a long night or two ahead of me if I had any hope of restocking for the following week. Okay, I'm just gonna say it, Cece said, when I finally turned the deadbolt into place on the glass front door. Things work much better around here when Selene is MIA. Lily snorted. Are you just figuring that out? A hint of a smile graced my own lips as I turned around and joined the other two at the counter. With a shrug, Cece retrieved her Dragon's Gold coffee cup from the cubby underneath the counter and tossed back the cold remains of her lavender oat milk latte. I know, she's a lot, I said with a sigh. I think she just gets bored. It's like kids who are intellectually a year or two ahead of their classmates in school. Sometimes they act out because they have all this energy and boredom and nowhere to channel it. Lily gave a sage nod. I agree. And honestly, sometimes I miss her snarky commentary when dealing with particularly hard-headed customers. Last week, I had a woman come in and try to return an order of candles, and there wasn't a single one of them she hadn't burned. Some of them were down to little nubs, not even worth lighting, and she claimed all of them were faulty. Obviously, it was BS, we could all tell, but I was trying to handle it with grace. Then Selene launched herself onto the front counter and chewed her out for trying to steal from her guardian. My eyes bulged, as it was the first time I'd heard of the story. Lily giggled. I won't say the lady's coming back, but I think we can all agree that's probably for the best. You don't want customers like that. I smoothed my thumb and forefinger over my eyebrows. I just hope no one else was in the store while all this was going down. Just Magdalena, and she was rolling her eyes so loudly I could hear them across the store. You know she'd take your side in any fight. I smiled at the mention of one of my most dedicated customers. I'd been making custom dream candles for the woman for the better part of the last 5 years, after she'd been to half a dozen healers looking for a cure for her insomnia. All of the medications and herbal remedies left her foggy, but eventually, we found a candle that soothed her mind enough to help her rest. I'm just saying, it was nice to kind of shrug my shoulders and apologize for Selene's rudeness, while silently cheering her on from the sidelines, Lily concluded. She finished the rest of her own coffee, then pitched the empty cup into the large garbage can in the back room. Once upon a time, the storeroom had been bursting with overstock and supplies, but it was leaner these days, as I had a house with ample storage for overstock and made all of my candles off-site. Gone were the days of trying to ring up customers with one hand while pouring candles with the other and praying the phone didn't ring in the middle of a delicate incantation spell. Well, thanks for all of your help today, ladies, I said with a smile. I can tell you I'm going to need to soak my feet in some Epsom salts when I get home tonight. Lily snorted. No problem, boss. Think we'll have a repeat tomorrow? Cece asked. I overheard several of our customers mention another Tabitha-related event tomorrow. Oh, right. I think it's just a mixer at Merlin's Well. So there might be some people who opt to stay an additional night in town, but I think it will be far less hectic than today. At least I hope so. I can already tell I have a long night ahead of me if I want to get another batch of candles ready by opening. Lily offered a sympathetic frown. Want me to come over and help? I know I still can't do the incantations, but I can help with other things. I shook my head. Both Lily and Cece had already put in more than 10 hours. I couldn't expect Lily to come over and burn the midnight oil, literally and figuratively, with me, and still wake up tomorrow in time for her shift. She would do it if I asked, but that was precisely the reason I wouldn't. Thank you for offering, but I'll be all right. I'll have Clint order a pizza, and I might be able to convince Selene to give me a hand. She's pretty good with the new curing spells we've created. And Clint is handy with a knife, so he can handle a lot of the prep work. Cece's gaze shifted past my shoulder, and she shook her head softly. I swear, it's like people can't read the closed sign. Plastering on a false smile, she waved, "We're closed," to whoever was standing outside the shop. Turning, I found our belated visitor, and my eyes widened. Oh, that's Tabitha Hardwick, Lily exclaimed, already scrambling around the edge of the counter. She flipped open the lock and held the door, ushering Tabitha in with a wide smile. It's so good to see you again, Tabitha, Lily exclaimed. Did you come by to do a little shopping? Cece looked mildly impressed at our unexpected guest, but waved goodbye and headed out, thanking me again for the coffee. Hello, Tabitha said, her voice smooth velvet. I actually came by to see you, Cora. Lily nodded, still excited and potentially a little hopped up on caffeine. Of course! I know you two are friends, which is so cool! I swallowed down the urge to correct her. Lily glanced between the two of us, her smile faltering a bit. Then she took a step back toward the counter. Well, I was just heading out anyway, so I'll leave you to catch up. Thank you, Tabitha said. It was good to see you again. Lily twinkled her fingers, then ducked behind the counter long enough to grab her purse and light rain jacket. See you tomorrow, Cora. I locked the front door again, then slowly turned to face Tabitha, as the sound of the back door clanged shut. Sure that Lily was out of earshot, I folded my arms over my chest and met Tabitha's eyes. Okay, what are you really doing here? Aren't you supposed to be at Merlin's well? If Tabitha was offended by my acerbic tone, it didn't show on her face. Her expression remained neutral as she shifted a quick glance around. I suppose so, she finally said, dragging her attention back to me. With an exhale, she pushed her long ponytail over the shoulder of her leather jacket. I saw you at the book signing. I figured you were there to make sure I didn't say anything about the Golden Lotus. I see. I nodded, though my eyes remained slightly narrowed. Maybe Selene was rubbing off on me more than I thought. At the realization, I softened my expression and dropped my arms to my sides. I was only there because Aunt Lavender's friend invited us, and Selene insisted on going. I was mainly there to keep her out of trouble. Aha. A small smile pulled at the corners of Tabitha's bright red painted lips. Glad to know some things never change, I guess. Yeah, old dogs can learn new tricks, but old cats refuse to change. I shrugged. It seemed like you had a good turnout, though. You must be pleased with the book tour. Tabitha shrugged, her eyes once more roving about my shop. It pays the bills. The comment struck me as odd, but I couldn't quite put my finger on why long enough to find a proper follow-up question. Tabitha didn't leave room for one before continuing. To tell you the truth, I was hoping the book might turn the page onto a new chapter for me. It was kind of a test to see if my readers would stick around, even if I didn't have some splashy headline expedition. I thought back to what Charlene had said at the signing, about the book being more full of Tabitha's personal thoughts versus the itinerary of a heart-stopping adventure through dense jungles and ancient ruins. It seems to have worked, judging by the size of the crowd at the bookstore. Tabitha breathed a wry laugh. Well, it seems my publishers have a differing opinion. They rejected my proposal for my next book, so unless something changes, this might be more of an unofficial goodbye tour. At least, as far as the books go. The podcast will likely carry on, as I can have other adventurers come in and scratch that particular itch. Wait, are you saying you're done with adventuring? Tabitha stared into space for a moment, her attention fixed on a silver candelabra behind the glass of a display case near the register. It was very Tabitha-esque, I thought, turning to look at it. I don't know. I think I just need a break. Things with Arthur ended badly. Her eyes squeezed shut for a moment, tiny lines forming at the corners of her mouth. He is okay, then? Her eyes slowly reopened as she nodded. Lavender's healer worked, if that's what you mean. But in the end, I think the whole excursion proved to be something of a kiss of death to our relationship. I tried to make it work, more than I ever have for anything, if I'm being honest. Her heavy dark lashes fell nearly closed again as she looked at the polished wooden floorboards between us. Sorry, I don't know why I'm saying any of this. She looked at me, her smile back in place, though her eyes remained hollow and lost. And as you said, I have a party to get ready for.
It was good to see you again, Cora. Tell your aunt hello for me.
She started for the door before I could come up with something appropriate to say. She twirled her magic at the deadbolt, the lock twisting with a soft click amid a flurry of silver sparks. She glanced over her shoulder at me, offering another sad smile before slipping away into the night. Ruminations about Tabitha and nagging theories as to Selene's whereabouts followed me home, eating up the short drive in a swirl of anxiety. A blast of angry voices greeted me the moment I opened the front door, and I stopped short in the threshold.
You've been playing mad scientist long enough, Selene,
Clint said, and though his tone of voice wasn't raised into a full-throated shout, tension sizzled in the words.
Cora isn't a lab rat for you to play with.
Hey, I asked for rats to play with and you said no,
Selene fired back.
You threatened to call PETA on me, though I'd like to see them try me.
Silently, I stepped inside and closed the door behind me, keeping one ear cocked.
And what happens if your spells backfire or cause permanent damage? Do you even care about what happens to Cora?
How dare you?
A tug of magic pulled from me, hard enough to drag an audible gasp from my lungs as one hand went to my chest. Whatever Selene was planning to do, it wasn't going to be pretty. A smashing of glass sounded, followed by a bellow from Clint. "Hey!" I shouted, sprinting down the hall and into the kitchen. I found Selene on the table, hackles raised as she arched over her collection of spell books and experiments. Clint stood on the other side of the island, his feet planted wide, his dark eye snapping toward me as I entered the room, hands outstretched. A vase lay shattered across the marble counter, stems of roses and irises amidst the beads and sparkling shards of broken glass. At the back door, Pippin barked and pawed at the glass, desperate to get inside. Whoa! Let's call a timeout here. What in the world is going on? I gestured at the glass. Selene, did you do this?
It was the vase or him,
she snarled in Clint's direction. This is unacceptable, Selene. You know better than this. I shot my familiar a dark look and marched to get cleaning supplies and protective gloves. Pippin whined and pawed the door. I turned and held up a finger, though of course the frantic dog couldn't understand why he couldn't come inside. My familiar flicked her tail.
He started it.
She's trying to convince me that you've agreed to try some kind of experimental spell, Clint said, grabbing a roll of paper towels. I bit down into my bottom lip. Clint's expression shifted, his pinched brows releasing into a wide-eyed look of surprise.
Cora, she can't. I mean, you know this is dangerous.
I do, but it's the only way. He shook his head and started clearing the broken glass and ruined flowers.
I don't think this is a good idea, for either of you.
Then it's a good thing no one asked you,
Selene interjected. I rounded on her. You? Out! Now! Chapter 6.
I'm just saying, hypothetically speaking, what would you really stand to lose? Sure, he's got that whole trust fund baby thing going for him. But you're doing okay for yourself here, aren't you? And I suppose if push came to shove, I could revive my charms business.
I rolled my eyes at the series of questions and taped closed the last of the shipping boxes, then used my slipper-clad foot to push it nearer to the door of my in-home work studio. For the last time, Selene, I'm not divorcing Clint because the two of you had an argument.
Hey, you're the one who was up with him until 1 a.m, going round and round in circles,
she retorted. Which, regrettably, was not an exaggeration.
The man has rage issues, Cora.
Says the cat who shattered my favorite vase to make her point. I replied, my tone brittle.
I already said I was sorry about the vase,
Selene said, chasing after me as I left the studio.
But you heard him. He was antagonizing me.
With the help of a wind spell, the boxes levitated and followed in my wake, maneuvering themselves down the stairs to the landing below. Once they were settled, I veered to the right and went to the kitchen in search of my third cup of coffee. Perhaps not the healthiest of coping mechanisms, but then I figured I could always do a lot worse. And he doesn't have a rage issue, he has a Selene issue, I told the cat over my shoulder. I crossed the kitchen, only to find the coffee pot nearly empty. With a growl of frustration, I flung open a cabinet and dug around for the bag of beans, though upon shaking it, realized there was less than a quarter cup's worth rattling around inside the foil-lined bag. Perhaps separate kitchens wouldn't be the worst idea, I muttered, shoving the bag back into the cabinet before closing the door with a little more force than intended. Selene snickered. Exhaling through my nose, slow and steady, I leaned forward against the counter, my hands flat atop the cool surface of stone.
Should I ask Jeannie to order some more laxatives? You're getting that constipated look again.
The only thing you should be asking Jeannie for is a change of address form and some moving boxes, I exclaimed, rounding on the cat. I don't have time for this today, Selene. What do you want from me?
Excuse me, but let's rewind here, Cora. You woke me up bright and early asking for help doing the last of the candle work, and I haven't said anything about it yet, but you forgot to give me my breakfast.
I did not. You had a full serving less than 2 hours ago. If I recall, you said you couldn't possibly finish the job until you'd had some breakfast. So we stopped everything and came down here to get you a bowl of mush.
See? Right there's the problem. A bowl of mush isn't breakfast. I require something fresh and preferably drizzled in lobster oil.
My fingers dug through my short waves, curling around the ends and tugging just enough to make me wince. Do you know what I require? I gave her a pointed look. A vacation. A really, really long one.
Well, you could ask Lavender and see if she needs a first mate for her little Atlantean cruise.
Ignoring the cat, I swept past the island and left the kitchen. I didn't stop until I reached the front entryway, pausing just long enough to grab my coat, purse, and car keys. I opened the front door and sent the boxes of candles out one after another, levitating down the front steps and out to the driveway where I'd left the SUV the night before. We'd intended to use the garage for parking, but it had quickly turned into extra storage for the crates of candles marked for our second location in Bellevue, as a way to keep them from accidentally being sent to the shop in Winterspell. A mistake that may have happened 2 or 3 times before we decided to repurpose the garage. Selene followed me out into the drizzly morning, muttering and complaining as she stopped to shake off her paws every few steps. With a burst of magic, she flung open the passenger door and leaped inside, closing it with another flash of borrowed magic, the effect of the pink sparks almost appearing like a boomerang. I climbed in behind the wheel and started the ignition.
The fish market isn't open yet, but I suppose I could settle for a scoop of tuna from the grocery store. They should have the deli open by this hour. That is, unless it's that pimply kid opening. He always hangs out in the parking lot smoking one of those vape things and—
New rule. No talking in the car, I snapped, before throwing the vehicle into reverse and peeling out of the driveway. Hunched over the wheel, I ground my teeth and pointed my internal GPS toward Dragon's Gold, silently praying to whichever goddess might be listening that the tourists had moved on and weren't standing between me and my next cup of Java. For Selene's sake, if nothing else. Unfortunately, it appeared there were more than a few lingering podcast devotees still in town ahead of Tabitha's second meet and greet. Eventually, it was my turn to step up to the front counter, and I placed my usual order. When Kelly, the barista, gave it to me, she flashed a smile and handed me a pastry bag with a wink. Inside was one of their signature cookies, dubbed the Dragon's Hoard for its many mix-ins. I blinked in surprise, having seen an empty tray where they used to be in the case. "Fresh out of the oven," Kelly said. "You looked like you could use one." Selene's whiskers twitched.
Hey, what about me? Have you taken my suggestion to serve caviar or lox?
Kelly opened her mouth, hesitating a moment before replying with a non-committal, "I'll see what I can do." I tossed an extra $10 bill in the tip jar and scurried out, heading back to Wicked Wicks.
Okay, we're officially out of the car now. And you've had coffee, so to pick up where we left off,
Selene rambled as we walked in through the back door of the candle shop.
if you're worried about dating again, I'd say you have a pretty good shot at finding a new man. You're not too wrinkly, though you might consider adding an anti-aging cream to your routine just in case. And you know what they say, the third time's the charm. I just wouldn't go around leading with the whole twice divorced thing.
I rolled my eyes for the umpteenth time that morning and sank my teeth into the cookie to avoid hexing the cat. For all I knew, there was some sort of magic Teflon baked into our familiar bond, and any hex I attempted against her would only bounce off or ricochet. It seemed like a Selene-esque clause to put into the arrangement. "Who's twice divorced?" Lily asked, only catching the last part of Selene's running commentary as we emerged from the storeroom and found her unwrapping stacks of candles near the register.
I'm telling Cora what to put on her dating profile.
Dating profile? Lily's pale blonde brows lifted. But you just got married. Selene vaulted onto the counter and gave my second-in-command a forlorn look.
Listen, between you and me, Lily, it's not long for this world.
Selene. Lily's mouth opened as she turned to look at me. "Oh, I'm sorry, Cora. Was he cheating on you?" "What?" I blinked. "No! Clint is not cheating on me." Selene snickered and peered over the edge of the cardboard box. Her tail twitched as she leaned over and peered at the contents. "Oh, I'm sorry. When couples get divorced so soon after the wedding, it kind of makes you think." Something in my face brought her to a sudden stop, and she let the rest of her statement trail off. Her pale cheeks burned red. "Selene and Clint got into an argument yesterday, so she's petitioning that I divorce him as a way to throw my support behind her side of the argument," I explained. The headache I felt brewing the night before was making its way back to the surface. It's preposterous. Lily cast a scandalized look in Selene's direction. "I don't know how you've gotten so lucky to have found someone as patient as Cora."
Who says she's the patient one?
"Literally everyone?" Lily retorted, then tucked away the last bit of tissue paper with a flourish.
Well, people are idiots.
It didn't take long for Selene to grow weary of the day-to-day work of running Wicked Wicks, especially when she realized her nagging wasn't working, and there wouldn't be a trip to the fish market in her immediate future. Eventually, she took a short nap in the cubby behind the register, her self-designated place, only to announce her departure when she woke up, and finally left through the back door of the shop. "Little chaos goblin," I muttered as she scurried out of sight. Lily snorted. I quickly forgot about Selene's unwarranted dating advice and lost myself in the bustling activity of the shop. Around midday, I left Cece and Lily in charge and returned home to resume production. Clint was downstairs in his office when I arrived home, and a peek through the glass double doors revealed him sitting at the computer, his headset on, engaged in what appeared to be a virtual conference call. I wasn't sure who he was meeting with or why, but figured it must be something related to business, so I left him to it and led Pippin upstairs to my second-floor workshop. Our real estate agent had called the space a media room, likely intended to house a large flat-screen TV and a huge sectional sofa. Or, in another life, perhaps it would have served as a large playroom for children to keep all of their toys out of the more formal living areas on the first floor of the house. In any case, the room was the perfect size for my workshop needs, and even offered a view of Winterspell Lake, visible through the trees and rooftops of the houses farther down the hill from ours. With the boom in business and the opening of a second storefront, I hadn't been able to spend as much time out in my kayak. But with spring officially underway, I hoped to make more time for my favorite hobby. I cracked open the window to let in the spring air and let my mind wander as I worked. Future hikes around the lake, long afternoons under the sun, and perhaps even a trip to a new body of water when the weather warmed up a bit more. A soft knocking sound pulled me from my reverie, and I turned to find Clint standing in the doorway, leaning against the frame. He slid his hands into the pockets of his heather gray slacks and offered a small smile. "Okay if I interrupt?" "Of course." I pushed aside my current mold, each cup filled with soft wax and a mixing of the secondary ingredients, silver flakes, lavender, and white sand from a Grecian beach. These ones are ready to cure anyway, so it's the perfect time. Clint pushed off the doorframe and came into the room, glancing around. "She's out," I said, answering his silent question. Nodding, he came to stand opposite me, the large custom work table between us. Behind him, the sun was sinking in the sky, painting the lake in brilliant golds and oranges. Clint braced his hands on the already well-loved surface and met my eyes. "I wanted to say I'm sorry for my part in the argument last night. I'll make my apologies to Selene, too, next time I see her." I smiled and brushed my hands over the front of my apron. "It's okay. I get it. It's not like I can claim to having never lost my cool with her. She's a lot." Clint huffed a wry laugh. "But she does care about me, Clint. The way she shows it can be a bit subtle, but deep down she does. She's not going to put me in danger." He considered me for a long moment. "I still don't like the idea. There has to be another way, another compromise. She can't just steamroll over you." "She's not," I said, then quickly added, "At least not in this case. It was actually my idea, to find a way to stretch the familiar bond." Clint's brows lifted. "I know she plays it off like she's tough and doesn't have feelings, but she does. And not being included in Aunt Lavender's adventures is getting to her. For all her faults, my aunt was probably one of the best matches for Selene's energy and attention span. Selene had a job, and she felt important. I do my best to keep her entertained, but we both know I prefer routine and stability over adventure." Clint heaved a sigh, his chin dropping in a reluctant nod. "I get it, but that doesn't mean I like it." A smile tugged at the corners of my mouth. "I know, but I promise I won't let her talk me into anything that doesn't seem safe. You also have to consider it's in her vested interest to keep me alive. If I die, she has to go live with either Ruby or Emmy and be their familiar." That drew a laugh, and Clint's eyes sparkled, the shadow of worry fading. "I can just imagine her presiding over them playing with their Barbies and getting carted around the playground." I laughed. "Imagine the show and tell presentation she could do, though." Clint chuckled as he came around the work table and kissed me. He lingered, holding me in his arms, and I relaxed into the warm embrace. "I just don't know what I would do with myself if something happened to you," he finally said, his tone solemn once more. I tilted my head up, propping my chin on his chest.
I'm not going anywhere. Promise. He swept his thumb over my cheekbone, then bent and kissed me once more. Good. From downstairs, Pippin's frantic barks cut through the tender moment. Guess that's my cue, Clint said, as he pulled back. I swear that dog can tell time. Want me to pick up something for dinner after I get back? Sure, if you don't mind. We batted around our options for a moment before Clint headed off to take Pippin for his evening walk. The two had an established tradition and would be gone for a good 45 minutes. There would be enough time to wrap up my work and eat dinner and enjoy a show or two, cuddled up on the couch. Like clockwork, Selene showed up as dinner was being pulled from a brown paper bag bearing the logo for Elephant's Palace, the local Indian restaurant. Out of habit, I'd ordered a side of plain grilled shrimp, a request the eatery was used to by now.
Is that shrimp I smell? Somewhere in that haze of entirely unnecessary spices and sauces?
I rolled my eyes as I cracked the lid on my serving of butter chicken. Some of us have a more sophisticated palate, Selene, but yes, I got your shrimp, although I'm not certain you deserve it after your little tantrum this afternoon. Pippin was on standby, his tail wagging, on the off chance I might offer him the shrimp instead. Clint snorted and tossed the dog a corner of naan.
I don't have anything to apologize for,
Selene declared, casually hopping onto one of the tall stools positioned along the edge of the island. Clint shook his head and turned to get a couple of forks from the drawer. I quickly decided it wasn't worth getting into a full-blown debate. My stomach was rumbling at the smell of the food, and after being on my feet all day, I wanted nothing more than to sink into the couch and relax before going back upstairs to squeeze in one more batch of candles before bedtime. Tell you what, you can have your shrimp if you agree to help me cure a batch of candles before bed. You have a better handle on the spell than I do, I said, regretting the implied compliment the moment it left my lips, as the cat puffed out her chest and lifted her chin.
Of course I do.
Sighing, I popped the lid on the waxed cardboard box and deposited it before her, then snagged my own plate and went to join Clint in the living room. True to her word, Selene did accompany me upstairs after dinner, and she didn't even complain when I started chopping sprigs of dried lavender, ironically one of her least favorite scents. We worked in amiable silence for most of the night, only speaking when the task at hand, or Paw, required it. Hours passed with the crescent moon sliding higher into the sky, its pale white glow reflecting off the lake's mirror-like surface. It was approaching 9 o'clock by the time the batch was cured properly, the process lengthy even when aided by magic. But a rush of satisfaction rolled over me as I stepped back from the work table and stretched my arms over my head. That was twice as many as I expected we could do tonight. Thank you, Selene. You were a big help. When no half-sarcastic reply came, I turned and found Selene perched at the edge of the work table, eyes wide and unblinking, the hairs on the back of her neck raised on end. Selene? Are you? My phone buzzed against the table, and a jolt of panic at the sudden noise sent me jumping backward. Selene, maintaining her composure, glanced over with a bored expression. Then her eyes flashed.
It's Lavender.
I grabbed the phone and answered. Cora? A small, almost squeaky voice called over the line. In the background, the sounds of thumps and crashes were followed by a furious bellow. Checkers? I asked. What's going on? Are you okay? Is that Lavender? It's me, the cat replied, his voice wavering. You need to come help. Someone broke in and took everything. Took what? Another wail reverberated through the background of the call, interrupting before Checkers could reply. Selene's premonition echoed in my ears.
and my stomach cinched into a knot. "We're on our way, Checkers." I hung up and spun on my heel.
"It happened, didn't it?"
Selene asked. I dropped my chin in a single, grave nod. Selene turned and bolted for the door.
"Let's go!"
Chapter 7.
"Whatever you do, just keep your Pollyanna thoughts to yourself, all right, Cora?"
Selene said from her dedicated place in the passenger seat. I completed the turn onto my aunt's street, then shot her a frown. "What do you mean? What Pollyanna thoughts?"
"You know how you get, all sunshine and kittens. It won't work on your aunt, not with something like this."
I shifted my attention back to the road and hit the windshield wipers, smearing the tiny droplets across the glass. "You know, having a positive outlook is generally seen as a good thing, Selene. And besides that, I'm not really an optimist, more of a realist."
"Look, all I'm saying is you have to let Lavender process in her own way. You can't expect to swoop in and say a few soothing platitudes and snap her out of it."
Selene planted her paws on the dashboard as I slowed and pulled alongside the curb in front of my aunt's black bungalow. The neighborhood was quiet this time of night, draped in shadows, and with the misty rain, things felt even quieter as we stepped out of the car and headed up the short walkway to the porch. "You know, technically speaking, I've known Aunt Lavender longer than you have," I reminded the cat. "So maybe give me a little more credit here?" Selene ignored me and sent a blast of pink sparks toward the front door. The ball of magic was likely intended to slam into the wood in lieu of a proper knock. But before the magic hit, the door opened, and the pink sparks hit my aunt right in the chest. "Oof! Selene!" I barked. Aunt Lavender pulled her hand away, the sparks dissipating, then frowned down at her former familiar. "It was unlocked. You could have come right inside." "Are you all right?" I asked. "Right as rain, my dear." For a moment, I questioned my own memory, wondering if I'd somehow hallucinated the panicked phone call. My aunt looked ready for a night on the town, in an ankle-length black dress with a gold necklace and matching earrings. She wasn't one to wear makeup, save for a handful of times throughout the year, but it looked like she'd applied a dash of mascara and a mauve lipstick. The dress wasn't fancy, a plain cotton fabric that resembled one of the prairie-style dresses that went in and out of fashion. "Checkers really shouldn't have bothered you with this," she added, before noticing the rain falling behind us. Then, with a flick of her wrist, she beckoned us inside.
"Checkers, if this was some kind of prank, I'll hex you into a cockroach,"
Selene snapped as we followed her inside. I turned to close the front door, but stopped as a pair of headlights swept across the back of my SUV. The silver sedan was immediately recognizable, and I hesitated, holding the door long enough for my mom to exit her vehicle and run up the walkway, using a scarf as a makeshift covering from the smattering of rain. "Cora?" she breathed. "What are you doing here?" "The same thing as you, I imagine."
"Someone better start talking,"
Selene growled. We hurried inside together, though with the mess on either side of the entryway, we had to walk in a single-file line. My aunt had something of a hoarder streak. She was clean, other than the inevitable bits of dust and cat hair, but had trouble letting things go, always holding out the suspicion they might come in handy at some later date. Back when Selene and I were investigating her disappearance, we'd organized and cleaned the place, going so far as to get rid of a small mountain's worth of junk. Aunt Lavender still carried a bit of a grudge over our purge, but considering we'd literally saved her life, she couldn't harp on it too much. In the years since, she'd managed to turn the bungalow back into a pack rat's dream hoard. Stacks of banker boxes lined the aisle cut through the entryway, likely containing trinkets, books, bits and bobs, some magical, most not. The living room had a couch and easy chair, but the sitting area looked cramped with the hulking piles of books, magazines, and old shopping bags filled with goddess knows what looming around it. More bankers' boxes sat under the window casings, each labeled with black Sharpie. Crystals, geodes, jewelry, keys, records. On and on and on it went. To be fair, at least she'd made the switch to the more orderly system and labeled boxes. When Selene and I had cleared it out, her treasures were primarily stored in empty plastic margarine tubs, taped together cereal boxes, and old egg cartons. The state of the place was enough to trigger my own claustrophobia, but it seemed to work for my aunt, and was at least slightly less of an eyesore. At least, usually. Tonight, the contents of the boxes were spread across the floor, overturned and dumped out, until the wood floor was no longer visible. Checkers wrapped around Aunt Lavender's ankles and peered up at her, his black and white fur quivering and slightly on end.
"What did you do? Hit her with some kind of happy spell?"
Selene asked her successor, still keeping a wary eye on her former guardian. "She did have a pot of chamomile tea," Checkers said, his voice warbling. "I'm fine. I just had a scare, that's all," Aunt Lavender interjected, flapping her hand. My eyebrow cocked as I swept the room with another appraising glance. It looked like a cyclone had torn through the room, overturning every box in its wake. Just a scare? "Someone broke in and stole all of our Atlantis research," Checkers squeaked. Aunt Lavender gave a distracted nod, one hand fidgeting with the braided silver chain around her neck. Selene's tail shot into an antenna as she looked up at me.
"Now do you believe me?"
"Selene says she had a premonition," I began. Selene cut me off.
"I saw the whole thing."
Aunt Lavender scoffed. "Oh yes, one of your premonitions. I remember how that turned out last time. I lost my purse to a mugger." Selene flinched. "Is that true?" I asked. "Of course it is. I was there, wasn't I?" Aunt Lavender replied, her tone sharp.
"This was different," Selene protested. "It was clear as day. I saw Tabitha leaving your house through a broken window with a bundle clutched to her chest."
Aunt Lavender waved off her former familiar's words. Mom held up a hand. "I'm sorry, but when you say Tabitha, you don't mean—"
"Yes, that Tabitha,"
Selene interjected. Mom blinked. "How would she even manage that?" I frowned. "She's here in Winterspell for a book signing. We saw her yesterday afternoon." "And what would Tabitha want with my research?" Aunt Lavender asked. Selene's mouth dropped open as though she couldn't fully comprehend the words she was hearing. My aunt's lips pursed. "You know what I mean, Cat. Yes, Tabitha is a fellow adventurer, and something like the Lost City would be quite a boon."
"Quite a boon? That's putting it mildly,"
Selene replied. "You did find the Fountain of Youth, Lavender," Mom chimed in. "And Tabitha is one of the 5 people who know that?" I nodded. "She has to figure you know what you're talking about."
"I wouldn't go that far," Selene muttered. "She had some help, after all."
"I realize that, of course," Aunt Lavender replied with a soft huff of indignity. "I only meant it doesn't seem like she needs some splashy adventure to get butts into seats at her signings. You saw the crowd." "She stopped by my shop last night," I said, already wincing as I felt Selene's stare cut to me.
"She what?"
my familiar hissed. "It seems like her book sales aren't what her publishers were expecting. She sounded really defeated about the whole thing."
And when were you going to tell me about this little tete-a-tete?
I sighed. Oh, I don't know. Right about the time I thought you could process the information rationally.
I can't believe you talked to that traitor,
Selene muttered. The creases at the corners of Mom's eyes pinched. You didn't tell her about your research, did you, Lavender?
Oh, come now, Lilac. She's practically been marching around Winterspell with a bullhorn, announcing her plans to every Tom, Dick, and Harry who will listen.
I pinched the bridge of my nose. Not the time, Selene. Selene leaped to the back of the couch to better survey the room.
I'd say it's the perfect time. In fact, I've been saying it for months now. If you want this little trip of yours to go off without a hitch, it's better to keep your game plan to yourself. But you just can't help yourself, can you?
Selene's eyes narrowed into icy slits.
You even told Charlene.
Mom frowned. Charlene? As in?
Yep, the very one,
Selene crowed. She was in town for the book signing, I supplied. Mom's brows furrowed, and she sucked her teeth. Yikes! How long has it been since you've seen her? It has to be at least 40. Her face fell, and she shook her head. When will I learn to stop doing math like that? It just makes me feel old. Not to interrupt, but it seems we're getting a bit off track, Checkers interjected.
The fuzzball is right, Selene replied. I already know what happened, so let's skip to the fun part. What we're going to do about it. Personally, I think we should threaten to dump her in the lake. Is that sea serpent still hanging around these days? You said you saw a broken window, I said, slowly turning to give the room another look. But these ones all look intact. How did the thief— Tabitha,
Selene corrected, her tone a sharp crack. Fine, I huffed. How did Tabitha get in here to steal the files? Aunt Lavender's lips worked themselves into a thin pinch, her eyes darting to her former familiar with a shadow of hesitation. Selene was too busy to notice, already stalking through the mess of overturned boxes and their spilled contents to reach the largest bank of windows. She sniffed at the air, then sneezed, before whipping around to square off with my aunt.
You know I'm right. You repaired this window with that goddess-awful repair spell, the one that smells like burned tires.
She didn't wait for confirmation before slinging a paw's worth of magic at the windows. The center one gleamed, and the pink sparks settled along a web of cracks in the glass that were now visible to the naked eye. Along the casing were a series of silver smudges, which could have been spell residue from whatever had been used to break past my aunt's wards. Aunt Lavender sniffed. Okay, fine. So you were right about the broken window. That doesn't mean you're right about the rest of it. Lavender, why would you seal this up? Mom exclaimed, going closer to see for herself. This is evidence. That drew a snort of derision from my aunt. Oh, really, Lilac? And who are we going to call to help us investigate? Shall we call Samuel? All 5 of us flinched at the suggestion of calling Sheriff Templeton for help, even Checkers, and he liked everyone. All right, fine. Mom turned away from the window. Besides, it was letting in an awful draft, and I'm not made of money.
Yeah, and whose fault is that?
Selene muttered darkly. I'm still trying to figure out how you even know what's been taken in all this mess, Mom said, the bridge of her nose scrunching slightly. Honestly, Lavender, you were doing so much better. My aunt's brows jumped. Of course I know what was taken. Despite what you 3 might think, I have a system in place, and a mind like a steel trap. She tapped her left temple. Selene snorted so loudly she tumbled from her perch on the back of the couch. Naturally, she landed gracefully on all 4 paws and continued guffawing.
A steel trap?
she gasped between bursts of unhinged laughter.
More like a bog filled with marshmallows and peanut butter. Now I'm making myself hungry. Cora, did you bring any snacks?
I threw my hands into the air, but headed for the kitchen. Despite not wanting to be Selene's personal lackey, there were times when getting her a snack was the path of least resistance. My aunt's voice followed me. "Oh, who invited you anyway?"
Talk to your fluffy butler.
"Hey!" Checkers exclaimed. I rummaged around in the cabinets until I found a tin of Checkers' cat food. I cracked the lid and turned to find both cats standing on the opposite counter, staring at me with enormous eyes. "You'll like this one, Selene," Checker said excitedly, his tail and ears alert. Selene took a tentative sniff at the air as I approached.
What is that? Duck?
Checkers nodded and licked his whiskers. Selene took another sniff, sneezed, and jumped down.
Nice try, Cora. Lavender, where have you been buying Checkers' food? That smells like the kind of swill they try and pass off as cat food at the dollar store.
Not all cats are as picky as you, Selene,
Aunt Lavender replied dismissively.
Saves me a bundle.
Checkers dug in the moment I put the food on a small plate before him.
Troglodyte,
Selene muttered. I rummaged through the counter cabinets again and found a can of plain tuna. With a sigh, I cracked it open and put it on a separate plate beside Checkers' food. This, of course, was deemed unacceptable to Selene, who promptly made me move it to the opposite side of the counter so she didn't have to smell Checkers' gruel. With both cats happily noshing, I returned to Mom and Aunt Lavender. Listen, I know she's a royal pain in the rear, but when it comes to magic stuff, she's usually more right than she is wrong. If the premonition is correct, it might be worth talking to Tabitha. After all, she knows where you live, and she does have at least some kind of motive. Aunt Lavender shifted a dubious look toward the archway leading to her kitchen.
And just when did this premonition occur? I imagine only after Selene learned Tabitha was in town.
Well, yes, that's true.
I'm sorry this happened, Lavender, Mom said, placing a hand atop her sister's. I know how hard you've worked on all of this research. How far do you think this will set you back? To my surprise, Aunt Lavender smiled. Then, lifting the gold chain from around her neck, she clasped a hand around the small, hammered silver pendant in the shape of a circle. When she opened her hand again, a silver coin appeared in its place. I was only upset because I thought the thief might have found this, but it was still safe and sound in its hiding place, and whoever took my notes won't get very far without this. Leaning forward, I studied the ancient-looking coin. It featured an outline of a dolphin, its edges battered and dented. What is that? Aunt Lavender closed her hand again, and when she opened it, the coin vanished and the plain pendant reappeared. This is the key to Atlantis. Chapter 8. My alarm clock blasted me from sleep well before I was prepared to rise and tackle the day. Selene, on the other hand, was fired up and raring to go. Once she had her breakfast, anyway.
I can't wait to see the look on Tabitha's face when we tell her we know what she did,
she crowed, as we got into the car and headed down the hill, leaving behind our sleepy neighborhood as most of its residents prepared to go off to work and school. Before leaving Aunt Lavender's house, we'd agreed to meet in the morning. As it turned out, she and Tabitha had pre-existing plans to meet for coffee, which, once revealed, had Selene seething and cursing her former guardian 6 ways to Sunday. And with recent events being as they were, Aunt Lavender thought it might be a good idea if we joined them.
Although I couldn't imagine Tabitha would stay for long once she realized she was in for an interrogation. Or, if Selene got her way, a full-blown inquisition. We have to be careful how we play this, I warned the overeager beaver in the passenger seat. She stood with her front paws on the dashboard, ignoring all my safety lectures about the firepower packed into the airbags and their sensitivity levels in case of even minor fender benders, her tail aloft, eyes aglow. We didn't find any conclusive evidence last night, besides the broken window. She can deny it and walk away, and there won't be a thing we can do to link her to it.
What about those silver smudges?
Selene argued, cutting me with a sidelong glare.
You were the one who said Tabitha's magic is silver.
I chewed the corner of my lip. Before leaving, I'd pointed out that when Tabitha left my shop, she'd used a blast of silver sparks to unlock the deadbolt, a color that matched the smudges found along the casing under the window the thief used as a point of entry. It could be a coincidence, and the smudges didn't have fingerprints.
Okay, so she was wearing gloves.
Maybe, but how would we prove that?
Why are you always such a wet blanket, Cora?
I sighed and hit my turn signal, letting the steady click, click, click fill the stretch of silence. We arrived and found a parking spot less than a block away from Dragon's Gold Coffee Company. It appeared the influx of out-of-town visitors had ebbed, returning the main strip through town more or less to its normal, early spring state. Let's let Aunt Lavender do most of the talking, I said, as I slid the SUV into park and unlatched my seatbelt. Selene scoffed in reply, but blasted out the passenger side door before I could gear up a firmer version of the suggestion. To our mutual surprise, Tabitha and Aunt Lavender were already seated at a foretop in the corner. The scent of the rich espresso and sweet pastries beckoned me to follow my nose straight to the register, but I swerved to the right as Selene bypassed the calorie-dense delights and made a beeline for the empty chair beside my aunt. Tabitha jolted as the blue-gray cat leaped up and placed her front paws on the edge of the table. "Ah, Selene," she said, directing a smile in my familiar's direction, though the edges of her lips seemed tinged with frost. "It's good to see you again."
"Oh, bite me,"
Selene retorted. Tabitha frowned as she reached for her ceramic mug, filled to the brim with a cinnamon-dusted cloud of foam. Begrudgingly, I took the final seat at the table. Tabitha, realizing she was boxed in, glanced at my aunt, who shrugged it off and said, "Cora and Selene wanted to see you before you left town."
"Yeah, that was it,"
Selene muttered before her fangs flashed in a menacing grin.
"Enough of the niceties. It's time we get down to business."
I exhaled slowly through my nose before muttering, "Looks like my car pep talk really made a difference." Tabitha's aquamarine eyes narrowed slightly, the cat-eye application of her black eyeliner all the more pronounced. Selene barreled onward.
"We know you stole it, so hand it over and we won't go to the authorities. And as you well know, we are on a first-name basis with the warden."
"Oh, Selene, hush," Aunt Lavender exclaimed, needling an elbow in the cat's direction. Selene expertly dodged the thrown elbow. She'd had a lot of experience in such a scenario, and flicked her tail in a wide arc.
"Oh, I'm sorry. Did you want to finish your latte first?"
The patrons at the nearest tables began to turn and peer in our direction, their expressions a range of confusion and irritation, while a woman my mother's age took a sneaky picture of Tabitha before rapidly texting something on her phone. Tabitha folded her arms. "Lavender, what's this about?" "My home was burgled last night," Aunt Lavender said bluntly. She lifted her ceramic mug, the shape of a tulip poured into the dense foam. Tabitha's artfully sculpted brows lifted. "You don't think I had anything to do with it, do you?"
"Winner, winner, chicken dinner,"
Selene called. More people turned to gawk. "Selene, hush," I hissed. "Why do you always do this?"
Do what? I'm just spitting facts, as the kids say.
My eyes squeezed shut as I mentally counted to 5. "Listen, we'll cut to the chase," Aunt Lavender interjected. "All of my Atlantis research was stolen, and it seems you have the proper motive to swipe it. On top of that—"
"And on top of that," Selene interrupted, "I had a premonition, and I saw you take it. Plain as day, easily the clearest premonition I've ever had. And that's saying something considering my lifespan."
Tabitha looked at me. "Cora, come on. You can't be serious. I mean, She stopped and waved a vague gesture in Selene's direction. "Well, you know better than anyone, don't you?"
"Wait, what am I?" Selene demanded. "I'd like to hear the specifics."
Tabitha stared at her, then straightened in her seat and shook her head, her mauve silver ponytail swaying slightly where it hung over the back rungs of her chair. "Never mind." She shifted her attention to my aunt. "Lavender, I didn't break into your house, and I didn't steal your Atlantis research. To tell you the truth, I think the days of my grand quests and adventures are in the rearview mirror. I wish you the best with it, of course, but it's not for me. Not anymore." "Well, that's preposterous." Aunt Lavender looked more alarmed than she had when we'd arrived at her bungalow in the aftermath of the burglary. "Of course those days aren't behind you, Tabitha. Honestly, what nonsense." Selene sighed.
"We aren't here for a career coaching session, Lavender."
Aunt Lavender held out a hand, and Selene fell silent, though ire burned bright in her eyes as they shifted across the table to glare at Tabitha. My aunt lowered her hand and spoke softly, but with a firm, unyielding look in her eyes. "You're a once-in-a-lifetime talent, Tabitha. You can't give up now." Selene scoffed.
"A once-in-a-lifetime conwoman, maybe."
I flinched at the harsh statement, though I had to admit I somewhat agreed with the sentiment. Tabitha had confessed to us her rise to international stardom had been cooked up in a boardroom. Her first credited find was not hers at all, and the money and backing that vaulted her to superstardom in the magic world was largely the result of a carefully crafted and executed marketing plan. Sure, in the decade that followed, she'd flourished on her own and cemented her reputation. And while I wouldn't take those victories from her, it was hard to separate the real Tabitha from the shiny, curated version that served as the engine of a slick marketing device, its wires and strings concealed behind her pretty smile and magnetic personality. "You've made mistakes, Tabitha," Aunt Lavender continued. "We all have. You don't throw away a whole batch of muffins because of one dud, do you?" Selene and I blinked at her.
"Actually, that's exactly what you would do,"
Selene replied, her tone tart. Aunt Lavender glanced at her, then hitched one shoulder and sipped her latte. "Well, you know what I mean."
"I don't know how you're even falling for this," Selene continued. "She's clearly throwing out this boo-hoo sob story in an effort to throw us off her trail."
Tabitha threw her hands up. "This is ridiculous." Her chair screeched against the floor as she jumped up from the table. "I was at Merlin's Well last night with an entire bar full of some of my most dedicated fans. I'm pretty sure they would have noticed if I went missing for a large chunk of the night. If you don't believe me, go see for yourself. Ask them. Ask the bartender." Selene's ears pinned back flat against her head.
"Oh, sure, what a solid alibi. A pack of rabid groupies."
Tabitha huffed a sharp exhale and turned on the spiked heel of her black leather boots, only to jump back, nearly falling against the chair she'd vacated. "River!" I twisted in my own seat and found the waifish woman from the book signing event, staring in horror at the front of her pale pink sweater, which was now doused with spilled coffee. Tabitha also had a fair amount of coffee sloshed down her Merlot-hued bomber jacket. "I'm so sorry, Tabitha. River squeaked, already digging into the large bag hanging from the crook of her elbow. She retrieved a fistful of napkins and thrust them toward Tabitha. One of the baristas raced across the busy dining room to help clean up the mess, while another called above the squeal of a milk steamer to let River know they were working on brewing a replacement drink. "I'll run back to the cabin and get you a new outfit," River told Tabitha, as she dabbed at her own ruined sweater. "It's fine. I was headed back that way anyway," Tabitha replied, glaring at us. "At least it wasn't tea." A barista came over and handed River a fresh drink. "Did you bring my laptop?" Tabitha asked, mopping away the last droplets before scanning her black skinny jeans for any signs of spillage. "Yes." River nodded and hoisted her arm up a little higher to display the tote. "I'm going to use the ladies' room. Would you mind setting it up at a different table? I have a few more emails to send before I can head back. The Wi-Fi at the cabin is spotty at best." "Of course." With that, River scurried away, scanning the room for an empty booth. Tabitha sighed and deposited the wad of used napkins onto the center of the table. "It's been a treat, ladies. Have a nice day." She didn't bother waiting for a reply, stalking away in the direction of the hallway on the other side of the coffeehouse. I pushed the pile of soggy napkins aside. "Nice work, Selene. Maybe you should enter the sheriff race. With those detective skills of yours, how could anyone else possibly win?"
"Hey, I don't see you making any progress either,"
Selene retorted. Aunt Lavender sipped her latte. I considered her for a beat. "What do you think?" "Something's not right here," she said, still watching Tabitha. "And I think we should get to the bottom of it." Chapter 9. Merlin's Well served as Winterspell's after-hours watering hole. Its proprietor, a Scottish man named Jerry, tended to his patrons with a level of unmatched hospitality. Out-of-towners might enter as strangers, but the burly, golden-hearted man ensured every patron left as a friend. It wasn't uncommon to find tourists wandering around town in T-shirts bearing the tavern's name, or taking group photos out on its front walk. The establishment was treasured even more by residents, and so, in a way, it wasn't a surprise to find Liana sitting at one of the high tables in the middle of the room. Until I glanced at my watch and realized it was barely 11 o'clock in the morning. On a Sunday. A tall glass filled with amber liquid sat at Liana's elbow as she glanced down, studying the contents of a spiral notebook. The bar's soft yellow lights bounced off her warm umber skin, lending her high cheekbones an otherworldly glow. Her long braids were pulled back into a ponytail that fell nearly to the bar stool, and gold hoop earrings shone as she glanced up and smiled. Though it wasn't in my direction. The side door on the opposite side of the room opened, throwing the mid-morning light across the makeshift dance floor in front of a battered old jukebox. I expected to see the burly frame of Jerry, with his auburn beard and smiling eyes, only to be surprised by a tall man, his arms wrapped around a wooden crate. I'd never seen him before, but as he stepped into the light and the door fell closed, I understood Liana's motivation to suddenly become a midday barfly. He was gorgeous, like a living sculpture, with shoulder-length, brown-blonde waves, square jaw, and biceps thicker than the etched metal tankards lining the far end of the bar. And as he tossed a grin in Liana's direction, a dimple appeared in his right cheek. "Oh boy, she's a goner," I said under my breath. Selene poked her head past my left ankle.
"What are you talking about?"
The door at my back opened and my aunt came in, shaking her head and tutting under her breath about the broken plastic fork pinched between her thumb and forefinger. "Honestly, what has happened to this town? People used to take care, and take a little pride in the place."
She marched up to the bar, extended her hand, tearing the man's attention away from Liana.
"Excuse me, but could I trouble you for the bin?"
"The bin?" Suddenly she's British, Selene muttered.
"Lavender? Cora?" At her voice, I met Liana's eyes, and she twinkled her fingers, a pen woven between them. "What are you doing here?" "Funny, I was just about to ask you the same thing," I replied, hiking my purse a bit higher on my shoulder as I strode across the well-worn wooden floors to join her. "Did Jerry start serving brunch?" As I neared, I glanced at the glossy magazine open on the table before her and realized it was a catalog for junior sports equipment. "No," Liana replied with a light, tinkling laugh. "I'm just ordering soccer uniforms for the school while I drink my lunch."
"This shouldn't be a surprise,"
Selene added, making the tall leap into the vacant, high-backed chair. She planted her paws on the table's edge and sniffed in the direction of the frosty glass at Liana's elbow.
"She's always been a bit of a lush."
Liana's full lips twisted to one side, her brows knitting together as she swiveled a sour look in the cat's direction.
"Calm down, Selene. It's iced tea and lemonade."
I smiled as the wind vanished from Selene's sails, and she sat back on her haunches and began grooming her face. "Soccer uniforms, huh? And you're doing that at Merlin's Well because—" I slid a subtle glance over my shoulder, my smile widening. Liana grabbed my wrist.
"Be cool, Cora,"
she hissed. The strapping man with the sandy blonde hair was plenty occupied as Aunt Lavender launched into a pitch for the bar to offer patrons a half-price drink in exchange for a bag of sidewalk trash. To his credit, the man was listening intently and nodding along.
"Who is he?"
I asked, my voice barely above a whisper as I turned my face away from the bar.
"Callum. He's Jerry's nephew, and his Scottish accent is thick as honey."
She fanned herself, giggling as her eyes rolled back in sheer delight. "So this is why you've been begging me to go out every night this week?" I laughed and shook my head. "We both know you don't need a wingman, and judging by the way he was smiling at you when we first walked in here, I'd say you're already well on your way to getting asked out."
"I hope you're right."
Liana's eyes flashed as she dared a glance past my shoulder.
"I mean, look at his arms. His biceps are like cantaloupes."
Selene paused her grooming long enough to shoot Liana a disgusted look.
"Did you really just say that?"
"A way to bring the town together and get some butts on these stools. It's a veritable ghost town in here,"
Aunt Lavender was saying, spinning to look around the bar.
"Well, ma'am, with all due respect, 'tis a bit early to expect many patrons,"
the man replied.
"Nonsense. You're paying the lease now, aren't you?"
The man looked flustered, his large hands reaching for a stack of clean glasses.
No, not technically anyway. This is my uncle's place, though I suppose I should be asking whether I can get you something." "You can put that down,"
she replied, waving at the glass in his hand.
"I'm not here for a drink. I need information."
I groaned and looked at Selene.
"One of us should go save the poor guy." "I vote you, Cora,"
Liana quickly interjected. Then, with another dubious look towards Selene, she added,
"No offense, but you rarely simplify things."
Selene's paw hesitated, just under her furry chin. Then she continued cleaning her whiskers.
"I'll allow it. Looks like you're on lavender duty, Cora."
"Lucky me," I groaned, already turning away from the table.
"Let's start with the basics. Were you here last night for Tabitha Hardwick's little soiree?"
Aunt Lavender demanded.
"Aye,"
he replied with a nod.
"I worked the bar."
The side door opened once more, throwing a swath of bright morning light across the dark bar, only to be quickly blocked by Jerry's large frame. His proportions were similar to that of his nephew, with a broad set of shoulders, large arms, and a wide torso,
But Jerry had a few inches on his protege, a bit taller and a bit wider in the chest. If Callum's biceps were on par with cantaloupes, then Jerry's were more like watermelons. He also had a solid 20 years on the young man, though he wore the decades well, with laugh lines and a full beard only starting to show signs of graying. Jerry was a Winterspell treasure, as far as I was concerned, and that wasn't solely due to his generous pour when it came time for him to whip up one of his signature drinks. He was the kind of man who always had a kind word, a smile, and a joke. If asked, he'd give someone the flannel shirt off his back without thinking twice. And he was the kind of guy who gave back to the community in a deeply meaningful way, but did so on the margins, not requiring public praise or even acknowledgement for his deeds. In short, he was good people. And if his nephew was even half as good, he'd easily earn my stamp of best friend approval should he and Liana become an item.
Lavender,
Jerry boomed with a hearty laugh as he strode toward the bar.
I see you've met my nephew Callum.
Yes. Now I just need him to answer my questions. Jerry arched a thick auburn brow. That's my cue, I said, stepping fully into the rings of light thrown from the pendant lights hanging above the bar. Hey, Jerry.
Well, Cora, 2 hearth witches in one afternoon. I am fortunate indeed.
Selene vaulted onto the bar, her grooming session apparently over. Jerry chuckled.
I should have known. How are you, Selene? You know, I should ask you to go and see about my mouse problem.
Liana choked on her drink.
Mice? Oh, not here,
Jerry quickly amended.
At my new cottage on the lake. I don't want to kill the poor things, if I can help it, but I'd like them to stop using the laundry room cabinets as their own personal condominium.
Liana breathed a sigh of relief and took a sip.
Do I look like an exterminator to you?
Selene asked, her eyes narrowed. Jerry looked between me and Aunt Lavender. We both gave subtle shakes of our heads. Jerry smiled wide and chuckled.
Oh, you know I was only teasing, Selene.
Mm-hmm.
She twitched her tail.
Call me when you have a fish infestation, and we can talk.
Jerry's gregarious smile faltered.
Right. Of course.
Listen, we haven't got all day, Aunt Lavender interjected. We're trying to get information about Tabitha Hardwick's event last night. What times was she here at the bar? Jerry gestured for his nephew. Callum nodded. Most of the event, I'd say. Doors opened at 7:30 and they called it a night just after 11. She stepped out a time or two. I figured she was a smoker or just needed some air. The energy was pretty intense. How long was she gone, would you say? Aunt Lavender pressed. Callum paused and rubbed a hand over the back of his neck. Maybe 15-20 minutes. Once around 9. And then again not too long before her assistant came in to shut it down. Before Aunt Lavender could land on her next question, the main entrance door flung open, and a cluster of people stepped inside, a bawdy roar of laughter preceding them. At the head of the throng stood a man in a cowboy hat and a shiny belt buckle that all but glittered under the soft lights as he strode up to the bar, belly first. Oh, great, I muttered. Selene's hackles rose. The smile fell from Sheriff Templeton's red face as he raised a sausage-like finger in my familiar's direction.
You.
Jerry glanced around nervously before clearing his throat.
Morning, Sheriff. Lads,
he added, gesturing his bearded chin toward the others at the sheriff's back. The group appeared to be mostly composed of deputies and other staff from the police station. Thanks to Selene, I'd become far more familiar with the Winterspell PD's personnel than I preferred.
What have you been doing with my signs?
Templeton demanded, still glaring in Selene's direction.
We've been getting reports of them vanishing all over town.
Aw, gee, that's terrible,
Selene said, wholly unconvincingly. I know you have something to do with it, Cat. Selene yawned.
Yeah. Then go ahead and arrest me.
Templeton's mustache twitched. After this election is over, I'll do you one better than that, he spat. Samuel, Aunt Lavender warned. Templeton cut a sharp glower at her, but clamped his thin lips together and stalked away, snapping his thick fingers to get Jerry's attention before leading his posse away from the bar. Templeton marched to his usual table in the glow of the jukebox, and Jerry hurried over with a pitcher of beer and enough glasses for the party as they settled in. I think we'd probably best be going, I said, feeling the heat of Templeton's scowl even after turning my back on him. You coming with? I asked Liana. She smiled and fluttered her lashes. Her attention once more shifted to the man behind the bar. I think I have a bit more work to do first. I laughed. All right. Well, enjoy the scenery. Oh, believe me, I will. Shaking my head, I chuckled and followed Selene and Aunt Lavender outside. Chapter 10.
I was technically telling the truth,
Selene insisted.
I haven't touched Sheriff Templeton's campaign signs.
She flashed a wicked grin.
I don't have to.
Oh, goddess, I groaned. What did you do?
I invented a little spell that makes the signs animate and march themselves into the lake using those little wire legs.
She snickered, clearly impressed with her own evil genius. My eyes went wide. Selene! Aunt Lavender guffawed, and I shot her a frown in turn. This isn't funny. Oh, come now, Cora. It's at least a little funny, my aunt replied, tears shining in her eyes as she struggled to contain her laughter. Can't you just picture them, sprouting little legs and marching into the water? Yeah, well, might I remind the pair of you? He has every chance of winning his re-election. And then he'll have plenty of time and security to make his push to have all of us hexiled from Winterspell. Selene swished her tail and strutted ahead of me.
Meh.
Meh? That's all you have to say about the potential of being banished from our home under pain of hexing? Like it's no more serious than a child dropping an ice cream cone on the sidewalk. I threw my hands in the air. You're impossible. My familiar glanced back at me, still beaming.
Thank you.
We made it to the end of the sidewalk alongside the Merlin's Well parking lot before a police cruiser caught up with us. Oh, goody. Looks like Templeton made a little phone call to one of his friends, I muttered, as the officer rolled forward, his tires creeping along the curb, slowly enough to keep pace with us. Great work, Selene, I added to the cat as she lowered her front half down into a pouncing posture.
What I wouldn't give to have the nails of a saber-tooth right about now,
she replied, swiping one paw through the air in the direction of the cruiser's front tire.
Then he wouldn't mess with me.
I glanced through the windshield. I couldn't recall the officer's name, but I'd seen him at Town Hall before. He was new to Winterspell, which put him at Templeton's mercy as the man tried to make a place for himself. Yeah, that wouldn't get us into trouble, surely. Aunt Lavender huffed. I have half a mind to bring up my recent misfortune at the next debate. What does it say about this town that when somebody's home is burgled, we can't even trust the local sheriff to do his job?
You'd have to start by reporting it, Lavender,
Selene replied. The very fact that I didn't should speak volumes, my aunt replied, scoffing as she picked up her pace. I'm going back home to ask around the neighborhood and see if anyone saw something. Do either of you know what kind of car Tabitha rented while in town? From what the bartender said, she had a window of time where she could have made it to my place and back again if she had a set of wheels. My mouth curved to one side, holding back the doubt that flickered in my mind. Even if everything went perfectly, it was hard to imagine Tabitha leaving Merlin's well, racing to Aunt Lavender's house, breaking in, managing to have enough time to maneuver through the veritable obstacle course to nab up armloads and armloads of research, and getting back again within 15 minutes. Even if she had 30, it would be a stretch, simply due to the sheer volume of papers, books, parchments, and notebooks my aunt reported missing. We should probably split up. He can't follow us all.
He's upset with me,
Selene said in a moment of stunning self-awareness.
So I'll get the fuzz off your tail.
Cora, do you want to come help me ask around? Aunt Lavender asked, leaving me to choose between the two. In truth, neither option appealed to me much. Aunt Lavender's neighbors all shared similar feelings about the witch, whose often unkempt yard and black-painted house brought down the average home values in the neighborhood. Of course, her propensity for doing spell work in her backyard, in various states of undress, also didn't help matters. I'd never personally witnessed it, thank the goddess for that, but Selene had shared more than a few colorful tales over the years since coming to live with me, as a way to express her appreciation for my aversion to dancing naked under a full moon. On the flip side, going with Selene to lead the police officer on a wild goose chase, one that would undoubtedly involve streaking down alleys and making a general ruckus, didn't hold much appeal. Actually, I think I'll go my own way, I replied, nudging my chin ahead. I need to stop in at the shop and see how things are going. Selene, if you get arrested, just know that I'm not bailing you out. I'll make you wait until tomorrow just to get it through your thick little skull. You're playing with fire, so act accordingly. Aunt Lavender gave the cat between us a dubious look. Neither one of us were under any illusion that Selene would behave herself. Call me if you find anything, will you? I said to my aunt. She nodded, then darted out in front of the cruiser's bumper and ran across the crosswalk, shooting the officer a dark scowl as she went. The officer laid on the horn, and Selene took another swipe at the front tire. A few passers-by looked startled, and the officer grimaced, realizing he was under a bit of a microscope. Most people in Winterspell recognized Selene, which usually led to them crossing the street or ducking into whichever storefront they first came upon to get out of her path. But even with her reputation, a man in a police cruiser honking at a barely 10-pound cat seemed a bit much. Come on, Selene, he'll follow us to Wicked Wicks and then get bored. By then, Lavender will be back home, safe to harass her neighbors in peace. Selene muttered something I couldn't quite hear over the sound of a passing truck rumbling by. When I started walking, she fell into step beside me, luring the cruiser away from Aunt Lavender, who was nearly a block and a half away in the opposite direction. As expected, he followed us to Wicked Wicks, then idled out front for a few moments after we went through the front door, only to continue on down the road, speaking into his car radio as he went.
Well, that was less thrilling than it could have been. But I suppose mission accomplished,
Selene said, as we watched the rear bumper disappear. If Templeton wins this election, we're going to have to really buckle up for a wild ride. I don't want to wind up hexed, Selene. Hexed? Lily said, stepping from the shadows of the back, summoned by the sound of the twinkling bell on the front door. Who's getting hexed? I plastered on a bright smile. Lily knew we weren't fans of the local sheriff, though she wasn't privy to every detail as to why. Oh, we were just talking about a TV show. Lily smiled and nodded. Oh, you're watching Crone's Hollow too, are you? I snapped my fingers. That's the one, I lied, having no idea, only the barest hint of recollection at the name. Wasn't this week's episode wild? Lily happily started babbling on about the latest storyline in what sounded like a very soapy paranormal television show, while I poked around, making mental notes as to the priority of items for the next restock.
How do you manage to watch all of that nonsense without your brain liquefying and leaking out of your ears?
Selene asked Lily, launching herself onto the front counter to peer up at the young witch. She laughed, her sunny smile dispelling Selene's grumpiness with ease. You'd think for someone as old as you claim to be, you'd have developed more of a sense of humor over the years, she told the cat, before delivering 2 abrupt pats to Selene's head. TV is supposed to be for silly fun. Selene huffed. Lily smiled and went to the cash register. Oh, I did have something to tell you, though, Selene, she added. Selene's ears perked.
Did those numbskulls at the fish market try to drop off my weekly delivery here again? How many times do I have to give them the right address? That insulated cereal box Cora calls a mini fridge is woefully insufficient for my weekly order.
No, Lily said with an eye roll. Actually, it's one of your customers, Mrs. Hidalgo. She came in hoping to see you, asking if you were open for business again. I told her you were still on hiatus, but she asked me to ask you about the potential for an exception. Apparently, she's going halfway mad without your dog fur repellent charms. Selene scoffed.
She doesn't need a charm. She needs to get rid of those mangy mutts. She has 4 of the foul beasts. Can you even imagine?
Selene's face twisted with true horror as a full-body shudder ran down her spine.
That advice goes for you as well, Cora,
she added, with a sharp look in my direction. We're not getting rid of Pippin, I said, almost on autopilot.
Well, in any case, I'm not reopening the charm business, she told Lily. Cora and I are still working on our secret project. Speaking of, shouldn't we be getting back home?
I was on my knees between 2 display shelves, ticking off numbers on my fingers before typing them into a blank note file on my phone. It wasn't the most efficient of systems, and I could almost hear Clint's voice in the back of my head, reminding me for the umpteenth time that I could do the same calculations with the push of a button, thanks to the fancy inventory management software he'd installed ages ago. But old habits die hard. My brain far preferred my old tried-and-true methods of prioritizing what work needed to be done next. She's busy, Selene, Lily said. I heard Selene hit the ground before she appeared, craning around the end cap display to glare at me.
It's your day off, need I remind you?
I know, I said, pausing my counting, but that surge of visitors for the book signing really wiped us out. The tip of her tail flipped back and forth as her eyes narrowed into sapphire slits.
Cora, you promised.
I groaned and pushed back to my feet. I typed a final note into my phone, turned off the screen, and shoved the device into the back pocket of my jeans. Okay, fine, but let's try to make this quick. Selene canted her head to the right.
You really think rushing a spell like this is a good idea?
Point taken. We can go. Selene moved to the front window, jumping up with an effortless leap, then pressed her face against the glass, scanning the street out front. Selene! Lily groaned. I just got done cleaning those windows. Sorry, Lily. Unfortunately, I think it's a bit too late to try and leash train her. I grimaced as the witch pulled her fine blonde hair into a more secure ponytail, then retrieved the bottle of glass cleaner and a clean rag from below the counter.
Hey, just be grateful I let you keep a few of those fur repellent charms for yourself, young lady, Selene retorted. Or you'd have to do a lot more dusting, too.
Lily started spraying the glass before the cat fully backed away, sending her scrambling away from the glass as tiny particles of the cleaning spray scattered through the air. You saw me coming, didn't you? Do you need anything before I go, Lily? I interjected with a chuckle. I think I'm good. Cece will be here soon, and I'll take my lunch break. All right, then I'll get this fur ball out of your hair, I said, giving Selene a sardonic smile. She flashed her teeth in reply. See ya, fur ball, Lily teased, polishing the window back to its original gleaming shine. Selene complained all the way back to where we had parked the car that morning.
Fur ball? I think you should dock her pay. Teach her a real lesson.
Meanwhile, I shook my head and got behind the wheel. With a blast of pink sparks, Selene flung open the passenger door and climbed in, while a few pedestrians stopped short, blinking at the sight. Must be out-of-towners. Despite the amount of restocking yet left to do, I pushed it to the bottom of my to-do list and let Selene take the reins once we arrived home. After the dust had settled between her and Clint, I'd promised to let her try the first of her experimental ideas for loosening the familiar bond. It wasn't ideal timing, considering Lavender's dilemma, but with Selene, going back on a promise wasn't an option. Clint padded out from the hall as we stepped inside, dressed in a pair of slacks and a button-up shirt, though he was sans tie, which for Clint was about as casual as it got. Even after all these years together, I still did a double take at the sight of him in a pair of jeans when he occasionally accompanied me on a weekend hike. "There you are," he said, coming over to greet me with a kiss. Selene made a hacking sound of disgust and started down the hall, yowling as Pippin came barreling down the stairs and around the corner. "You could learn a thing or two from Pippin, you know," I called after Selene, as I grabbed the golden retriever's face between my hands and scratched his ears. "He knows how to make me feel loved and appreciated." I caught Clint up on the events of the morning as we wandered back into the main living space. Selene maintained her stash of spell books and potion ingredients in the breakfast nook. She sat impatiently waiting as we ambled in.
Can we get this show on the road already or what?
Clint frowned, his grip around my waist tightening a little as he pulled me protectively closer to his side. "What's going on?" I held up a hand. "Don't freak out. But today is the day. We're going to try our first experiment." Clint folded his arms across his chest and cut a glance towards Selene.
"Don't start with me,"
she snapped, swishing around to give him a butt view.
"This is between me and Cora."
"It's fine," I said, placing a hand on his arm. "We have to trust that she knows what she's doing." Selene shot a glower over her shoulder, aimed for Clint.
"I would explain it to you, but it's clear it would go so far over your head you wouldn't be able to see it even if you had a ladder."
"Selene." Clint looked at me, his expression a mix of frustration and concern. "And what happens if it goes wrong? You know I don't use magic. I wouldn't know the first thing about what to do to help. Is there any kind of, magical hazmat team we could call to supervise?"
"Now there's a business idea,"
Selene said, her eyes aglow.
"Write that down somewhere, will you, Sparky?"
Clint looked at me and mouthed the word, "Sparky?" with a very obvious question mark in his eyes. I shrugged. "Just go with it, okay? I promise it will be fine. I won't let her do anything I'm not comfortable with."
"You're making me sound like some kind of mad scientist,"
Selene huffed indignantly. "Well, if the shoe fits," Clint muttered, turning to step a little farther away into the kitchen. Pippin remained by his side, wagging his tail without a care in the world or, according to Selene, a single solitary thought in his pretty little head. "Okay, Selene, let's get this show on the road." Selene flashed her teeth in a wide smile.
"I thought you'd never ask."
Some 2 hours later, the fruit of our labor sat in a bowl on the kitchen island, a murky potion that looked entirely the wrong color. As a potion couldn't technically be brewed in reverse, we'd attempted to brew the familiar bond potion in reverse order, taking the instructions and doing the entire thing backwards. For every counterclock stir, we went clockwise. Every incantation was spoken in reverse, making it sound even more like gibberish than the first time. The hypothesis felt like even more of a long shot,
But I was prepared to slug down the swill if it meant getting Selene off my case for a few weeks. Or hey, even months if I got really lucky, while she regrouped and came up with her next idea.
All right,
Selene said, her tone focused and solemn.
this is the last bit.
She looked up at me.
Ready?
I gave a single nod, not daring a look at Clint. I could feel his apprehension at full blast, even as he maintained his silence from across the kitchen. We spoke the final words in unison. And when the first word was spoken aloud, a shiver ran up my spine. Then, nothing. I opened my mouth, about to proclaim the experiment a failure, the way a medic might proclaim the time of death, when suddenly the shiver ricocheted, running up my spine with twice as much jolt. My eyes widened. Selene? What's happening? Across the table from me, the cat stood, her hair on end, her eyes wide. Clint already had his phone out. "Who do I call?" he asked. "Templeton?" He grimaced. "No. The warden?" I couldn't answer him. My mouth and my muscles no longer seemed to work. As the spell gripped me and twisted, a burst of pink sparks flooded the kitchen. When the fog cleared, I found myself in the middle of an out-of-body experience, staring at myself from across the table, where Selene had been sitting moments ago.
Cora?
Selene's voice came from my body. The voice was Selene's, but the mouth that moved was my own. My blood ran cold as my jumbled and panicked thoughts solidified into a single, horrifying realization. I looked down and found gray-blue paws, then twisted around and flicked a gray-blue tail.
Oh my goddess, I'm a genius!
Selene, the little body snatcher that she was, got wobbly to her/my feet and held out her/my hands, flexing each finger before bursting into a maniacal cackle.
At last! I have opposable thumbs. Oh, the power. It's intoxicating.
"Cora!" Clint exclaimed, getting to his feet, the phone still clenched in one hand. "This can't be happening."
This truly wasn't what I intended to happen,
Selene said, still marveling at my hands, wiggling each finger. She looked up, and I realized her brilliant blue eyes were now glowing in place of my own hazel ones.
This is so much better.
With that, she ambled around the table, a little unsteady on my two legs, and headed for the hallway.
Later, losers.
Chapter 11. "Whatever you do, don't let her get in the car," I bellowed, leaping off the table and landing in a not-so-elegant heap on the wood floor. My paws scrambled out from underneath me in my hurry to get back up. Luckily, Clint was faster. He bolted after Selene. "On it." "Call my mom," I exclaimed as he disappeared, his footsteps frantic down the hallway. I had no idea how he would even begin to explain the predicament to my mother, but it was one of those times where I reverted back to young Cora, desperately wanting my mom. The front door slammed, and Pippin barked, confused by the explosion of activity and commotion. His ears perked as he looked between me and the direction Clint had gone, doggy confusion etched into his furry face. "It's okay, boy," I told him. He backed up, unsure what to do. I thundered after Clint and Selene, my paws still foreign, and my gait awkward as I tried to adjust to a brand new musculature. I found the front door closed, and Clint nowhere in sight. "Arg!" I groaned, staring up at the door handle. Even if I could manage such a leap, There was no way my paws would be able to work the lever. Then it hit me. All the memories of watching Selene open various doors via borrowed pinches of my magic for the past several years flooded back. How hard could it be? In short, very. Despite my best efforts, I couldn't manage so much as a single spark of magic. In my normal state, using magic came as easily as taking a deep breath. It was automatic. I'd reach for it, and it rose up to greet me from the internal well residing within me. But trapped in Selene's body, the same reach came up bare, instead of plunging into a deep well of magic. I found my metaphorical hand scrabbling at dust and gravel. I tried again and again, each effort more frantic and rushed, spurred on by the hummingbird flutter of my heart. Clint! Clint, I can't open the door! I raced into the living room, managing a semi-impressive leap onto the couch cushions, then scrambled up the back of the couch to peer through the window at the street. Clint had successfully kept Selene from getting behind the wheel of our SUV. But his foot pursuit was going less than spectacularly, as every time he took a dive in an attempt to tackle her to the ground, she blasted him with a peal of wind magic, sending him tumbling backward or pitching over in somebody's yard. I stared, with wide-eyed horror, as I realized a few neighbors stood frozen in their daily activities, also watching as Selene blasted Clint with wind spells, all the while giggling like a harebrained villain from a cartoon. Something told me we wouldn't be receiving an invite to the next neighborhood block party. As Selene sniped Clint with another wind spell and put even more distance between them, I had no doubt Sheriff Templeton was going to be getting a call, regardless of my feelings about it. I had to get out of the house. Without access to magic, and no way to use the doors, I cursed the lack of a cat flap. Back when Selene first came to be my familiar, I'd let her talk me into putting one on the kitchen door of my old house, allowing her to come and go without needing magic, as she needed time to harness my magic via our familiar bond. When we'd moved into this house, I didn't bother installing one. There was no need, as Selene had no qualms about using my magic to go wherever she wanted. And for whatever reason, the idea of a cat flap stirred some irrational fear of mine that an angry alley cat or mischievous raccoon would attempt to follow Selene inside, unleashing a whole other level of chaos. This time of year, I didn't even keep windows open to allow in a breeze the way I would in the summer. What to do? What to do? I muttered, pacing more methodically around the first level of the house, looking for any possible way of escape, before moving to the second floor. Pippin followed me, whining intermittently as I muttered and cursed under my breath. The fact that Selene's body was now speaking using my voice seemed to confuse the poor thing to no end. He got close, sniffing at me, only to back off again, wary of a swipe of claws. "It's all right, Pip," I told him as I passed the bathroom nearest the landing of the stairs on the second floor. "I'm not going to hurt you. But this is temporary, and when Selene's back where she belongs, the old rules will apply." That was assuming I found a way to switch us back. Selene was certainly going to be less than helpful. It was hard to know how much time had passed, as my thoughts and pace grew more frantic. Neither Clint nor Selene returned. But eventually a noise startled Pippin, and he bounded off down the stairs toward the front door. I cocked an ear, trying to pick up on whatever he'd noticed, then followed after him, reaching the bottom as the front door opened and my mother stepped inside. Bless the goddess for thinking to give her one of our spare keys when we first moved in. "Mom!" I yelped, sitting at the bottom of the stairs. Slowly, Mom shut the door behind her, one hand on her chest as she peered at me, all the while ignoring Pippin's desperate attempt to get her attention. Cora? Is that really you?" She moved closer, and she gasped. It is you. Your eyes aren't blue. What happened? Clint called me, but he was almost incoherent, and the only thing I could really pick up was that he needed me to come and get you from the house. What happened? In a word, Selene. I frowned at a strange sensation, then realized my newfound whiskers were quivering. Interesting. Where is he, did he say? Mom shook her head, finally petting Pippin, though her eyes never left mine. He didn't say. He just said you and Selene had switched places, which made no sense at the time. Not that it fully makes sense now. This is... She rolled her hand through the air, failing to find the right word. It's horrible, I finished on her behalf. Clint was right. I never should have let her talk me into this. What if I'm stuck like this forever? My voice pitched toward hysteric heights, sending Pippin into a whining fit. Mom shook her head slowly, still staring at me as if I were some three-headed monster straight from Mars. Which, all things considered, wasn't too far off from reality, I supposed. At least as far as how high the situation would rank on the bizarro meter. What do we do now? Mom asked. This kind of magic. She shook her head, considering the potion and spell books scattered across the breakfast table. This isn't my forte. I don't think I can reverse this, even if I had time, and it doesn't seem like we have much of that. No, we don't. We need to neutralize Selene ASAP before she wreaks havoc on the entirety of Winterspell. I shuddered to think what she might be up to at the moment. Even after the years spent together, I couldn't fully predict her next move. Granted, I'd never considered she could temporarily take over my body and use it for whatever purposes she wanted. For all I knew, she was at the pet shelter, signing papers to put Pippin up for adoption. Or perhaps she was at the library, berating the librarians for refusing to give her her own library card. She could be at the fish market, clearing out their entire supply and demanding samples of as much yellowfin as she could stuff into my mouth. Whatever she was doing it with my face. And I needed to get my body back before permanent damage was done, physically or otherwise. I'll take you to Lavender, Mom declared, while my mind still spun with possibilities. She'll know what to do. It just doesn't make sense. How can Selene use my magic, but I can't? I don't know, but let's get going. Mom leaned over and scooped me up. Easy with the claws, Cora. This is cashmere, she chided. Sorry. We managed to get past the distressed Pippin, and I jostled in Mom's arms as she locked up and walked back down the driveway, where she'd left her car along the sidewalk, the driver's side door flung open wide into the street. It appeared that while Aunt Lavender still had control of her own corporeal form, she wasn't having much more luck than me. By the time we pulled up to her house, she was coming down the sidewalk toward us, muttering and wringing out the front of her dress, leaving a trail of water splotches in her wake. As she got closer, it became apparent she was soaked, head to toe. Lavender, what happened? Mom exclaimed, racing toward her sister. My aunt shook her head, still muttering under her breath before looking up and finding her younger sister racing toward her. Lilac, what are you doing here? She looked past Mom and saw me on the sidewalk. And why are you with Selene? Where is Cora? It is me, Aunt Lavender, I said, my voice an almost pitiful squeak. Aunt Lavender dropped the hem of her dress, the soaked fabric smacking her in the leg with a squelching sound. Wait, you're telling me Cora is Selene? I blinked my eyes a few times, hoping to draw her attention to the color change. We tried to alter the familiar bond. It backfired. And now we're having a whole Freaky Friday moment. Clint is chasing Selene down, but last I saw him, he wasn't having much luck. Aunt Lavender blinked a few times, her mouth opening and closing as she struggled to find something to say. "We need to get inside," she finally managed. "Why are you all wet, Lavender?" Mom demanded, as she followed her older sister, clearly more than a little put out by the idea of a second catastrophe in one afternoon. "It's those darn Tompkin boys," Aunt Lavender muttered, pausing on the corner of her porch to turn and shake a fist at the street. "I was going around the neighborhood, asking if anyone had seen a strange witch here last night. And those nasty little brats rode by on their bicycles, with no helmets on, mind you. And when I asked them, they told me their parents said I'm the weird witch around the neighborhood. Can you imagine that?" Mom and I shared a quick glance. "And then they proceeded to shoot me with water guns, trying to chase me away. They were lucky I didn't turn their scrawny little hides into slimy toads." "Oh, Lavender, that's awful." "Oh, don't you worry. I'll have my revenge." "You won't really turn them into toads, will you?" I asked, never quite sure when it came to my aunt. "No. On second thought, that would be too good for them. I'll think of something better." "They're just kids, Aunt Lavender. I think you could get into some pretty serious trouble if you turn this into some sort of prank war against a couple of minors." Mom looked around as we stepped inside. "Where is Checkers?" "Oh, probably off taking a nap. He spent all morning cleaning up the mess. It's for the best anyway. He doesn't like the dogs around here. Listen, I think we need to find Selene and neutralize her before we can try to reverse the spell. Mom, can you text Clint and have him tell us where they are?" A part of me wasn't really sure I wanted to know. She nodded and deposited me gently on the back of my aunt's couch. "Of course." Within minutes, the three of us were barreling through downtown. Mom's call to Clint had come in garbled and choppy, but he managed to get across the words town and square. It was easy to spot them once we arrived, as they sat on a bench near the fountain, under the watchful eye of a young, uniformed police officer. As we neared, I realized Clint's wrists were encircled by enchanted handcuffs. "This cannot be happening," I groaned. "You know who is going to make a field day out of this." Aunt Lavender barreled forward, her sopping wet dress still slapping at her legs. "Yoo-hoo! Officer! What are the charges here?" The officer stepped into our path, one hand outstretched. "This doesn't concern you, ma'am. Please." "Like hell it doesn't," Aunt Lavender boomed. "That's my niece." She pointed at Selene/me. "At least it's mostly her." The officer scratched his head. "Why is he in handcuffs?" I asked. "Selene, what did you do?" "Well, I'd say for starters, we're looking at public intoxication," the officer interjected. "Judging by the way these two were behaving, there's no way they're not on something. And it seems he's been stalking her for several blocks. The station got over a dozen calls in the last 15 minutes. The dispatcher said it's some kind of record." Selene snorted.
"Hey, I'm just high on life. That's what the kids say."
I raised a hand paw to smack myself in the face, only to wind up poking myself in the eye with an extended claw. "Literally no one says that," I muttered, winking one eye. Selene frowned, wearing my face.
"Are you trying to flirt your way out of a ticket? You do remember you look like me right now, don't you?"
"Enough, Selene," Clint barked. Selene held up my hands.
"You're harshing my vibe."
"Why are you making me sound like a 70s-era frat bro?" I snapped. "I don't talk like that." Selene got to her feet with a bit of a wobble.
"Man, your center of gravity is way out of whack."
She brushed the back of one hand over her cheek, seeming to forget the lack of whiskers there.
"I'm off to the fish market. Cora, can I get you anything?"
She reached into my back pocket and produced a slim wallet.
Oh, and what's the limit on this credit card?
You're not going anywhere, Ms. Harth, the officer interjected, stuttering a bit as he read from the driver's license in his hand. She's not Ms. Harth, Clint said. That's Selene wearing Cora's body. Selene shrugged, still thumbing through the contents of my wallet.
I would have gone with meat suit.
Jenny, please, let me explain, Mom interjected, honeying up her voice as she moved closer to the officer. This is all just a terrible mistake. A spell gone wrong. A legal spell? The officer asked, though judging by the arch in his eyebrow, he'd reached his own conclusion. Of course, Mom said, adding a touch of indignity to her voice, just enough to sell it and get the officer on his back foot. Denny blanched. He looked young, maybe in his mid-20s. The kind of rookie Templeton would put on foot patrol until said rookie found a way to ingratiate themselves to him and earn a squad car. I just hoped he didn't realize how much of a boon it would be to march the two of us into the station for booking. Templeton would probably trip over his own feet to give the deputy a medal. I promise I'm taking them to a healer right now, Mom continued, pressing her advantage. You can even go with us if you'd like. I still need to give you that oatmeal cookie recipe, if I remember correctly.
He's a little young for you, isn't he, Lilac?
Selene quipped. Denny's face colored, the tawny skin flushing as he adjusted the brim of his shiny black hat. All right, but I'll have to take him in. He gestured at Clint. Stalking is a serious crime.
He wasn't stalking me, Selene scoffed. Besides, anyone with eyes could see I am more than capable of fending him off, though he did get in one solid tackle. Her eyes flashed as she looked at me, the color unnerving and foreign among my own features. You'll probably be picking splinters out of your hands for the next week. You're sure you've got it, Ms. Harth? Denny asked. Mom smiled all the wider and wrapped an arm around Selene's shoulders. Absolutely. See you at gardening club next week? The young officer gave a wary look at each of us in turn, then looked back at my mom and smiled. See you then. And I'll hold you to that cookie recipe. I want to try my hand at them before I go visit my Nana next month. Mom twinkled her fingers as the officer tipped his cap and walked away, calling something into his hand radio as he went. Then, without missing a beat, Mom's face went hard as granite, and her grip tightened on Selene's arm. Try anything, and I'll turn you into a hat once we get you back in your body, she growled, before frog-marching Selene along the sidewalk back to the car. Chapter 12. I really wish you hadn't closed the front door on me. Clint grimaced. I'm sorry. It was a habit, meant to keep Pip in from barging out. And I guess I figured you could just, magic your way out. I cut a steely glance into the back seat. Mom and Aunt Lavender sat on either side of a pouty-looking Selene. My frown deepened at the way the expression tugged my features and pinched little lines at the corners of my mouth and between my brows. This funhouse mirror experiment needed to end now. Believe me, I tried, I said, swiveling back around. Clint was driving my mom's car back to our house, although I had no idea what we were going to do when we got there. Do I even want to know what happened? Clint exhaled as he rolled to a stop at an intersection, then hit the windshield wipers instead of the turn signal and fumbled, cursing as he corrected the mistake. My arm extended, muscle memory trying to put a reassuring hand on his leg, only to realize a moment later I no longer had hands. I chased her, but she kept hitting me with wind spells. Clint glowered at the rearview mirror. For starters, though, you'll probably want to call Lily and tell her she's not fired.
You fired Lily? To my surprise, my claws seemed to automatically engage at the fluctuation of anger surging through my now pint-sized body. Selene snickered, and I flinched, hoping my laugh didn't truly sound that annoying on a daily basis.
Oh, I knew it wouldn't stick, but I wanted to give her a little scare. It serves her right for calling me furball.
We'll also need to call animal control, Clint continued, his face looking more exhausted as he went on. She told them Pippin has rabies. My newfound claws dug into the fabric seats, thankful Mom hadn't sprung for a pricey leather interior. I also think I overheard her on the phone with the fish market, but it was hard to make out the details, seeing as I got pushed into a newspaper dispenser and nearly hit my head on a lamppost.
Hey, just be glad we didn't make it all the way into the square before the fuzz caught up with us. My next idea was to send you into the fountain.
Selene paused, looking at her former guardian.
Though it looks like Lavender went for a little swim of her own. Why are you all wet?
Don't change the subject, I snapped. Selene, you've done a lot of terrible things since coming to live with me, but this takes the cake. By far. I'm so mad at you I can't even see straight right now.
That's preposterous. Surely you can see how superior my vision is when compared to your own. You honestly might want to get an eye exam.
Selene added, blinking a few times, her blue eyes still looking so foreign on my face.
It's alarming.
If I find out you did this on purpose, I'm done. Done with all of it. Spell or no spell. Okay, Cora, that's not helping, Mom interjected, her tone even-keeled and calm. I believe I know someone who can help, Aunt Lavender declared, taking a moment to glance at her silver wristwatch. In fact, I'm supposed to meet with her in an hour. So if you two can get yourselves together, you can come with me. But I'll have no shenanigans. She directed this last part toward me, but I decided that was only because I was still appearing as Selene, and not because she thought I was the true source of the trouble.
You're going to have to tell us who it is,
Selene demanded, narrowing her eyes. Must you always be so difficult? Aunt Lavender asked, shaking her head. She didn't wait for an answer before continuing, likely already knowing what Selene would say. It's Charlene, if you must know. We decided to get together for a late lunch before she heads out of town tomorrow, for old time's sake. Selene shook her head.
Okay, Lavender, cough it up. What's your angle with her? In the past, anytime you brought her up, you swore like a surly pirate on the verge of scurvy.
That was colorful, I mumbled. My tail twitched, seemingly of its own accord. I've simply reconsidered my position, Aunt Lavender sniffed. I'm entitled to that, aren't I, Selene?
I'm just saying, it seems fishy to me.
Aunt Lavender scoffed, tossing one hand through the air in Selene's direction. Oh, with you, it's always fish, she quipped, picking at her damp dress. Clearly, I need to go home and freshen up. Meet us at Dragon's Gold in an hour. Or don't. It's your decision. No one spoke for the remainder of the short drive to Aunt Lavender's bungalow, and she didn't wait for us to make up our minds before getting out of the back seat and dashing toward her front door, the soggy fabric slapping against her calves as she went. Mom watched her go, shaking her head slowly. I always knew I'd have to have her move in with me one day. I kind of thought we'd get a duplex or something. She could live on one side and I could live on the other. But I enjoy having a nice relationship with my neighbors. She gave a wistful sigh of resignation.
Good luck getting that old bird to ever move, Selene replied. I think she'll be buried in the backyard, just to make it easier for her to haunt the place when she's gone.
Selene, get serious. You know ghosts aren't real. Selene shot me a glance.
After all the weird stuff we've seen these past years, you think ghosts are a bit too far? What about those shadow beasts terrorizing the town? What would you call those?
I stared at her, wishing for a witty retort to come leaping off the tip of my sandpaper tongue. When nothing came, I flicked my whiskers. I forgot I'm not speaking to you, I said over my shoulder.
Oh, come now, Cora. This was an honest mistake, Selene said. But perhaps it's not all bad. This could be a nice compromise for us. We find a way to reverse the spell at will, then we just switch on and off.
Clint made an involuntary shudder and pulled out of my aunt's short driveway. Absolutely not. You can't possibly expect me to agree to something like that. That's crazy, even for you, Selene.
Even for me. What's that supposed to mean?
You know exactly what it means. Don't play dumb.
If I'm playing dumb, it's only because now I have access to your brain.
With a yowl, I started to launch myself into the back seat, but Mom thrust her hands forward, keeping me from shredding Selene to bits. It's your own face you'll be damaging, Mom exclaimed. It would be worth it. Selene mostly behaved herself for the stretch between arriving home and then leaving again to go to Dragon's Gold. Despite her feline aversion to water, she decided she wanted to try out the massager jets Clint and I always raved about, and went to the main bathroom to shower off the sweat of running around town like a maniac. On the plus side, it gave me a moment to think. But the downside came when the shower ended, and she decided to pick out an outfit to wear to the coffee shop. I lost the battle. And an hour later, she made her debut at Dragon's Gold, wearing the champagne gold floor-length sequined gown I'd worn as part of a Roaring Twenties Halloween costume a few years back, complete with formal gloves, jeweled headpiece, and a diamond necklace. This naturally drew more than a few eyeballs in our direction, and it was all I could do to keep from dying of secondhand embarrassment. And then she started to princess wave.
Look, Cora, all of these people are staring at me.
She beamed, cupping her hand and waving to the crowd like she was on parade in front of Buckingham Palace.
They think I look fabulous. Finally, some proper recognition in this town.
Yeah, that's exactly what's happening here, Clint muttered. All those people on their phones are just texting their friends about how wonderful you look. Surely they're not calling the men with the butterfly nets to come and collect you. You do realize we're going to have to move after this, don't you? I said to him. Way ahead of you. I was browsing Zillow listings while she was still in the shower. I groaned and scanned the busy coffee shop. Aunt Lavender and Charlene were seated at a corner table, both wearing perplexed expressions as Selene made her way through the dining area. Come on, Your Grace, I said, swiping at the back of Selene's sequined gown. She kicked her leg out.
Stop that, Cora. You'll snag the sequins.
Not until you stop all that waving. You're making me look absolutely ridiculous. I seethed. Selene groaned, but at least she stopped waving to the crowd. We joined Lavender and Charlene, and though I could feel the press of stares at the back of my head, I slunk down in the vinyl booth, safely out of sight. That was quite the entrance, Aunt Lavender said casually, blowing a bit of steam from her latte. Please, can we just all scrub that from our brains before I die of embarrassment? Where is Lilac? She took Pippin for a walk. He's more than a little freaked out by the events of the day, though it would be tough to say which one of us is more traumatized by all this. I caught another dark look at the light bouncing off Selene's wildly inappropriate getup. You know, Cora, you could always fight fire with fire, Aunt Lavender said over the rim of her still-steaming latte. You have access to Selene's mind, don't you? You could run around town telling everybody her most embarrassing secrets. Beside me, Selene hissed. an effect that was less than frightening given her lack of pointy canines. I wasn't even sure if what Aunt Lavender said was accurate. My mind felt like my own, and thank the goddess for that. But perhaps, given enough time, her memories would start to leak through. I shuddered at the thought. All I want to do is get back to my normal self. I glanced up at the witch beside my aunt. Oh, and hello, Charlene. It's good to see you again. The witch smiled kindly, her thumb hooked through the handle of a steaming mug of tea on the table in front of her. Your aunt filled me in. It's my understanding you were trying to break your familiar bond? May I ask why? Clint choked. Selene shot him a glower.
In short, Cora is a stick in the mud, and I would like to have a life.
Oh, really? And is this what you would do if you were free? Run around town looking like a buffoon? Selene's blue eyes swiveled toward me.
Might I remind you, I got this get-up from your closet.
My sharp teeth gnashed together. It was a Halloween costume. They want different things out of life, Clint interjected, keeping his voice low to avoid drawing further attention. Selene wants freedom and adventure, and when she feels stifled, things like this happen. Cora and I want a quiet, stable life. Perhaps a family someday. Aunt Lavender made a happy little gulping sound at that, beaming despite the seriousness of the moment. I nodded my agreement. My life is here in Winterspell, and today aside, I never even thought about leaving. Although if Selene remains in my body much longer, I imagine I'll be begging to find a new zip code, I muttered, giving Selene a dark look. We only thought there might be a way to extend the tether between us, so that Selene could go farther distances from me without suffering the loss of magic and the unpleasantness that comes with it. Selene gave a nod of agreement, though from her expression, it was clear she preferred her way of explaining things. I looked to my aunt in time to catch a flicker of a shadow pass behind her eyes before they dropped to study her latte foam.
In my research, it seems severing the bond would be easier than trying to alter it so specifically,
Selene added. Charlene nodded. I see. Well, in that case, I suppose it made sense to try the original spell in reverse. Selene flashed a victorious smile at having her instincts confirmed. But it won't last. You need a true reversal spell, which are notoriously hard to make, if not impossible for the average witch.
Good thing I'm no average witch, then,
Selene interjected. Charlene continued as though Selene hadn't interrupted. Reversal spells are generally time-sensitive, and a reversal spell for a familiar bond, which in and of itself is very potent magic, would need to be done hastily. I'd say within the first 72 hours or so of the bond being set. How long have the two of you been together now? Selene and I exchanged a glance. Charlene gave a knowing cluck of her tongue, adding a small nod. Aha. In that case, the good news is this hodgepodge attempt at a reversal spell won't last either, Charlene replied. Selene bristled.
Hodgepodge? Excuse me, madam.
I shushed her. Are you saying it will fade on its own? The new spell is trying to do as requested, but the tether of your bond is too strong, and the magic won't be able to get its claws in deep enough to change it. I imagine, within the next day or two, this backward spell will dissolve completely, returning both of you to your original forms. So we don't have to do anything? I asked, blinking widely. Charlene shook her head. No, it's not permanent. It can't be. The bond in place is the permanent part. She paused and dug into her handbag and brought out a large Merlot-colored bag, scaled with alligator. Whether real or fake, I couldn't tell. When she straightened in her seat, she handed a small bottle to Selene, who took it, still somewhat marveling over her new opposable thumbs and dexterous fingers. I didn't brew this myself, but I can vouch for its efficacy, Charlene continued. I call it my little bottle of witchy whiteout. It helps erase small spelling mistakes. If you brew it with some oolong tea and a bit of honey, it goes down quite nicely. It should knock a few hours off the remaining effects of the spell gone wrong. Other than that, it's just a waiting game. You got lucky. Lucky? I looked around the restaurant, noticing several people still looking and pointing in Selene's direction, and shook my head. The only lucky one would be Selene, if I managed to cool off enough to keep from throttling her scrawny little neck the moment the spell broke. Chapter 13. Cora, is that really you in there? Across my aunt's kitchen, Selene scoffed.
For the third time, Checkers, yes.
The black and white cat flinched and sidled up next to me, determining I was a safe ally against the surly familiar still wearing my skin. This is awful, Cora, Checkers opined. I didn't even know such a thing was possible.
What would you do if you had the reins of the old bat here?
Selene asked, tossing a wicked smile in Aunt Lavender's direction. Aunt Lavender soured and paused her tea-making. Do you want this or not? She asked, indicating one of the steaming mugs before her. After coffee, we'd headed to Aunt Lavender's bungalow to brew up the tea and wait out the spell reversal. Charlene had tagged along at Aunt Lavender's invitation, curious to see Aunt Lavender's impressive home library. It seemed no matter where a librarian traveled, books were bound to be the most interesting part of the journey. Fortunately for Charlene, Aunt Lavender's collection was quite impressive, though I doubted my aunt would dare to trot out the most prized piece, Oban Amarath's tome of treasure hunts. After all, to do so would raise questions as to Aunt Lavender's method of acquisition, which in this case amounted to grand larceny. Thus far, the quest for the Golden Lotus and our impromptu trip to the legendary Fountain of Youth was still a secret, kept from both the world at large and even those closer to us. I still wasn't even sure Cheyenne knew about the quest, and she was my sister-in-law. We definitely want the tea, I replied, creeping closer to the counter. Charlene stood in the eating nook off the bungalow's small kitchen. Days ago, the kitchen table had been the command center for all things pertaining to the quest for Atlantis, to the point where I'd all but forgotten the color of the wood, as I hadn't seen it for the better part of the last year. Now, it stood stark and bare, nothing of note but a few shallow scratches and a water stain. As though drawn to it, Charlene ran a finger down the scarred and slightly sun-bleached wood, considering the pattern in the veins. There was something about her face that seemed far away, like she was only half listening to what anyone else in the room was saying. You know, she began, looking up from the tabletop. While we wait for that to steep, I'd love to hear more about your quest for Atlantis, Lavender. Will you be taking anyone with you? Aunt Lavender poured water into a second mug, nodding as she stirred the contents. Well, naturally, Checkers will accompany me, she said, giving a fond smile to her familiar, who still stood beside me.
Naturally,
Selene said, in an almost mocking tone. Aunt Lavender caught it outright, shooting her former familiar a look. Otherwise, I imagine we will need a local guide to help mark out the specifics. I believe I have the proper latitude and longitude, if I've done my homework correctly, which, Charlene, you know from past experience I almost always do. Charlene smiled, but the corners of her mouth seemed stiff, leading me to wonder what caused the original rift between the former classmates. "Now can I make you a tea? I have the water, after all," Aunt Lavender continued. "Sure," Charlene replied. "Peppermint would be my preference if you have it." Checkers sneezed. "Oh, for Merlin's sake, Cat, you're not allergic to the word." Aunt Lavender rummaged through the cupboard. "I'm afraid Checkers is allergic to peppermint, so I keep it out of the house. Would citrus blend work instead?" Checkers dipped his little chin, his whiskers drooping. "Sorry." Charlene waved a hand. "Oh, of course. Think nothing of it. Citrus sounds lovely." "Clint, dear, any for you?" my aunt asked over her other shoulder, looking to where my husband stood by the window. I told him to stop hovering over me. "No, thank you," he replied. Aunt Lavender bustled with the tea, dishing out a bit of honey into the 2 cups of magically infused tea, before setting one in front of Selene and one in front of me. Then, realizing it would be hard for me to consume the tea in a ceramic mug, she opted to ladle a bit into a shallow bowl instead. As she set about making an additional pair of mugs for her and Charlene, I flicked the tip of my sandpapery tongue out into the contents of the bowl, immediately recoiling at the black licorice taste. Charlene frowned. "It is something of an acquired taste, I'm afraid." Aunt Lavender chuckled softly as she brought Charlene her cup. "You use it that often, do you?" Charlene blanched, then nodded. "Afraid so. I like tinkering with small magic, but even simple spells can go awry."
"Tell me about it,"
Selene muttered, lifting the mug to the steam curling up from the surface of the tea.
"Why do you think I did such big business with my charm shop? People often bungle small magic, and they prefer leaving it to the professionals."
She lifted her chin and sniffed the tea before sliding a glance toward Charlene.
"I'd offer you my card, but I am currently taking a hiatus from the biz."
Charlene's brow knit together as she glanced at me and then back to Selene. "You ran a business as a cat?"
"A booming business,"
Selene corrected.
"I was on track to outpace Cora here in the sales department."
"You were not," I argued. "Not by a long shot," Clint chimed in.
"Oh, what would you know about it?" she fired back. "I didn't let the 2 of you paw through my books."
Clint and I exchanged a look, and though my furry face was likely far less emotive than usual, he gave a nod of silent understanding, and we dropped the argument. Selene shrugged, then took her first drink. I watched her carefully, looking for any signs of an adverse reaction. But she must have found the taste tolerable enough, as she drank deeply. Leave it to Selene to like a flavor as foul as black licorice. But then, I supposed it matched her little black heart.
"You know, Checkers, you never did answer the question. What would you do if you took over Lavender's body for a day or 2?
Selene asked, and I saw her finding her Cheshire grin, which looked even more uncanny when spread across my own face. I hurried to drink more of the tea, if only to keep myself from having to look at myself in Selene's visage. "I don't know. I'm happy being a cat," Checkers announced proudly. Selene rolled her eyes, wholly unimpressed.
"Of course you'd say that."
Checkers deflated again, his whiskers drooping down toward the table. After a moment, his chin shot up and his eyes brightened. "I know. I'd go to the grocery store, put a quarter in one of those candy machines, and get a whole jawbreaker. I've licked one before, but I couldn't eat it because of my teeth. I want to see what it's like to have the whole thing." Aunt Lavender beamed at her familiar, as though he had just won some sort of national prize. Selene, on the other hand, looked ready to fall off her stool.
That's what you'd do. You have the power of the whole world at your fingertips and you'd eat some candy?
Checkers looked to me for confirmation. Is there something wrong with candy, Cora? I wished for my fingers, if only to run my hand over his silky fur and pat him on the head between his soft little ears. Nothing at all. Don't listen to her. It's a good thing to delight in the small pleasures in life. It's something Selene could learn a thing or two about.
I like the small pleasures in life, Selene argued. For example, there are few things I like more than a properly prepared piece of fish. Ooh, of course, it's always fun to jump on Cora's chest and scare her half to death first thing in the morning. You have to time it just right, you know. You want that perfect moment right before the alarm clock is set to go off, when her mind is starting to wake up, but she's not quite there yet, and then BAM!
Selene cackled wildly.
It gets me every time.
Charlene blinked, her mug of tea stilled halfway to her lips. You know, I once wished that one of my brood could talk to me, be a true familiar in that sense, but I think I'm reconsidering. Aunt Lavender laughed. You always were a smart witch, Charlene. Charlene's prediction came true around 3 o'clock in the afternoon. It started with a twitchy, tickly feeling in the soft pads along the bottom of my borrowed paws, then spread out to the tip of my nose and tail. At first, it was a rather unpleasant sensation, like the pins and needles after effect of sitting in an uncomfortable position for too long. Then, a heat began to spread, blossoming through my chest, and in the blink of an eye, my vantage point completely shifted, and I found myself staring at a hunched ball of blue-gray fur. Selene recognized the transformation at the same time, though she looked less happy about it.
Nuts. Well, it was fun while it lasted.
Cora? Clint said, rushing to my side. It's really you? I smiled, then stared down at my hands, then went cold as I realized my rings were missing from my left hand. My eyes narrowed and quickly found their target. If you pawned my rings to buy tuna tartare, I'll petition to have Warden Quinton hexile you myself, Cat. Clint grabbed my hand. Not to come to Selene's defense, he began, but she left them at the house. I saw them in the bathroom. Selene glowered at me, flicking just the tip of her tail.
I'm not a complete monster, whatever you think of me, Cora.
I don't know about that, I muttered, suddenly remembering I still hadn't called Lily to apologize and reassure her that she was in no way fired.
The rings didn't go with the dress.
I frowned. They're diamond, platinum, and sapphire. Besides, what do you know of human fashion?
A good deal more than you.
Right, that's why you chose this outfit for the coffee shop, I snapped, gesturing at the full-length gown. Oh, good. The tea seems to have worked, Charlene said, coming into the living room from down the hall. She'd passed the time perusing the bedroom my aunt used as her study, thumbing through the vast collection of tomes and parchments. I should probably be going soon, she added, bending slightly to peer out through the window, below the roller shades that were halfway drawn. It's my last night in town. Any recommendations for dinner? The curry at Elephant's Palace is excellent, Aunt Lavender replied. Thank you for all of your help, I said. Charlene offered me a pleasant smile. Of course. And Lavender, thank you again for letting me snoop around your collection. If you're ever in Charmvale, look me up. I'd love to hear more about your excursion to Atlantis, should you make it there. Aunt Lavender walked Charlene out, and Clint wrapped me up in an embrace the moment the two left. Easy on the ribs, I wheezed as he crushed me in his arms. Oops, sorry, he said, relaxing his hold a bit. I was so worried I'd never see you as, well, you again.
So dramatic,
Selene said, with a flourish of her tail as she disappeared down the hall.
I'm going to go see if Charlene ran off with any of Lavender's books.
Clint shot her backside a dirty look. Now who is being dramatic? He mumbled. Why can't she be more like him? I followed the direction of his gaze and found Checkers curled up in a wicker basket lined with colorful squares of fleece and sherpa, his paws kicking every now and then as he dreamed peacefully under a beam of late afternoon sunlight. Well, I guess all's well that ends well, Aunt Lavender said as she swept back inside and closed the door. I don't know if I agree, I said under my breath, as I got to my feet and started to clear away the wrappers from Whimsy's Deli that lay scattered across the kitchen table. We'd ordered a pile of junk food to eat while waiting for the spell to reverse. Sometimes life really sucked, but French fries generally helped. Well, we can get back to our investigation in any case, she added. I groaned. I spent the last bunch of hours as a cat. I think I've earned a break. Besides, you said it yourself. Without the key thing, she won't get far. Assuming it was Tabitha. One of the balled-up wrappers skittered across the table and fell onto the floor. When I stooped over to collect it, a small scrap of parchment caught my eye. It lay under the table, and when brought to light appeared to be the color of milky coffee. Whether intentionally dyed or simply very old, I couldn't be sure. Straightening, I unrolled it carefully, revealing a series of runes drawn in what appeared to be a faint charcoal. What is this? I asked, extending it toward my aunt. She turned and frowned at the parchment pinched between my fingers. What is this, dear? I don't know, I just found it on the floor under the table. Aunt Lavender took the parchment, her unkempt brows furrowing together as she studied the markings. This looks like it might be some kind of cineromancy, she said, then glanced up and caught the confusion on my face. Ash magic, she clarified. But I don't recognize the runes. So it doesn't belong to you? She placed the scrap of parchment on the clean table and stared at it a moment longer. No, most definitely not. Selene sauntered in, her tail aloft.
What are we looking at?
I held up the parchment. I think we've found a clue.
Well, it's about time you got one of those, Cora.
Don't start with me, Kat. You've done enough damage today. Then, with a flinch, I smacked myself in the forehead and swore. Lily! Selene launched onto the table to inspect the runes, while I grabbed my phone and stepped into the front room to call Lily and plead for forgiveness. Chapter 14. The following morning, Selene greeted me from her usual perch on the breakfast table, wearing her best cat-who-ate-the-canary grin. I could only hope it wasn't literal. Why are you so happy? I asked, crossing the kitchen on a mission locked onto the coffee pot. And if the answer is because you cooked up some new scheme to alter the bond, you're barking up the wrong tree. Selene scoffed.
Barking? As if I would do such an undignified thing.
Just then, Pippin ran into the kitchen, proudly presenting me with a well-loved tennis ball. He dropped it at my feet with a wet plop, and Selene made a gagging noise.
Honestly, Cora, to compare me with something so unrefined as that slobbering beast?
She sniffed audibly. I lifted Pippin's face and stroked behind his ears, rewarded with a doggy grin. Don't listen to the nasty cat. You're perfect just the way you are. I pressed a kiss to the top of his furry head,
and he bounded out of the kitchen in search of another treasure to bring me.
Let's let the nasty cat comment slide,
Selene replied.
And no, this has nothing to do with the familiar bond. I need to circle back to the drawing board on that one, I'm afraid. But I do have news.
Can this wait until after I've had a cup of coffee?
Oh, Cora!
I jabbed a finger in her direction. You owe me. You made me look like an absolute idiot yesterday, running around wreaking havoc, accusing Clint of stalking you, and then, to cap it off, you went to Dragon's Gold looking like a contestant in the Miss America pageant.
I think you're firmly outside the age bracket for the Miss America pageant.
My lips pressed into a thin line.
Okay, fine,
Selene relented.
Have it your way. Coffee before talkie.
You're just lucky Lily was so understanding, I added, while I filled my mug. She honestly thought you were using some kind of magic to change your voice to sound like mine, which I suppose you were in a way. Selene muttered something unintelligible to herself and stalked along the edge of the quartz-topped island, while I poured vanilla-flavored creamer into my coffee and gave it a good stir, taking a beat to appreciate the way the colors changed and swirled before settling to the perfect shade of taupe. As soon as the first sip passed my lips, Selene decided she'd held her peace long enough.
You just don't want to hear me say I was right,
she exclaimed. I gulped deeply before setting the mug down with a heavy sigh. I can already feel myself regretting this, but right about what? My slippers scuffed on the wood floors as I crossed back across the kitchen to return the creamer and grab the egg carton. A to-do list was percolating in the back of my mind. Clint was likely off at the gym and would be expecting to load up the next shipment for our Bellevue location when he returned home. I had most of it packed away in crates in my studio space upstairs, but still needed to double-check my numbers and tape the boxes closed before we could load them into the car. When we first opened the second location, Clint had been the one responsible for shuttling inventory back and forth, but we quickly made alternate arrangements in an attempt to keep him closer to home. He found a shipping partner who specialized in transporting magical goods between the various hidden communities across the country, but he still made a monthly trip to the Bellevue shop to check in with the employees and make sure everything was in order. I sometimes accompanied him, especially when there were new product variations set to debut, as answering product-specific questions was more my forte than his. He'd be flying solo for this particular trip. I just needed to make sure he had all the orders before he could be on his way.
Right about Tabitha being the Atlantis thief,
Selene replied, swishing her tail over the top of my coffee cup. Hey, knock it off! What have I told you about contaminating my coffee with your fur? I swatted at her tail, and she danced out of reach, snickering to herself. Little terror. What makes you think the parchment with the cinnamon whatever magic is Tabitha's?
Cineromancy, Selene replied. But it's not about the parchment anyway. For all we know, that was some garbage that fell out of Lavender's pockets. You know how she is. Out of sight, out of mind. Besides, I have better evidence.
I got to work on the scrambled eggs. I thought we were dropping the whole thing. Aunt Lavender has her coin or key, whatever it is, and she said she can rebuild her other research.
Well, what's the fun in that? Besides, wouldn't it be satisfying to see Tabitha's plan thwarted? This time she can't get away with it.
While the pan heated, I reached for my mug. Frowning, I plucked a stray piece of fur from the top of my coffee and flicked it toward the sink.
And for the record, Lavender might be playing it cool as a cucumber, but I happen to have it on good authority that she had something of a mental breakdown in the middle of the grocery store this morning and had to be escorted out by security.
I startled, nearly splashing the front of my pajama set with coffee. What?
She's at Lilac's house now.
I turned off the stove burner.
How did you find out about this? Why didn't anybody call me? I scanned the kitchen island where I often left my phone, but didn't see it. It was probably upstairs, still on the nightstand. Or maybe I'd left it on the coffee table before bed? A thought popped into my mind, and I rounded on the cat. Did you steal my phone again? Selene tilted her chin up, looking away from me. Selene!
I have said on a multitude of occasions, Cora, there is an incredibly simple solution for this. Buy me my own phone.
My eyes squeezed shut for a moment, just long enough to count to 3 silently. Then I quickly added a 4 and 5, just to keep myself from throttling the sneaky feline. You don't need a phone. Who are you going to call?
I have friends.
I shook my head. We don't have time for this. We need to get over to Mom's and see what's going on.
All right, fine by me. But you might want to change out of that pineapple-splattered monstrosity you call pajamas.
I glanced down at the flannel set, dyed a soft pink and printed with little pineapples, some of which were wearing sunglasses, which, for whatever reason, really upset Selene. The t-shirt that accompanied the set had the Pinterest-ready quote, "Be like a pineapple, stand tall, wear a crown, and be sweet on the inside." Selene had laughed herself silly at the stand tall line, considering my 5'2" stature. They weren't really my taste, an unfortunate Christmas gift from my sister-in-law, Cheyenne, but they were soft and comfortable. I was planning on changing. You know, you don't need to micromanage every moment of my life, I snarled, already heading to the stairs, my cup of perfect coffee abandoned. Selene trotted after me, and Pippin quickly followed, barking happily at the flurry of excitement and movement. As he bounded after us, Selene turned and hissed at the poor creature, sending him scurrying back toward his basket overflowing with dog toys near the fireplace. We've also talked about that. Be nice to Pippin. I threw my hands in the air and huffed, shaking my head with each furious step. Honestly, Selene, I have half a mind to look into familiar boarding schools. Surely there must be such a program. You know, one of those troubled teen programs where they kidnap the kids out of their beds in the middle of the night. Barbaric when done to children, but for you, it might be just the thing.
I'd like to see them try.
Selene scampered ahead of me.
Besides, whether you admit it or not, you need me.
Ha!
No? Well, then I guess you don't need to know what I found in Tabitha's cabin.
I stopped abruptly. Selene reached the end of the hall and turned back, flashing her teeth in that wicked grin once more.
Oh, you're listening now, huh? Good.
What cabin? Are you stalking Tabitha now?
Only a little,
the cat replied, wholly unrepentant.
She's renting a place by the lake. I'm guessing she didn't want to throw any money in August's direction by staying at the chalet, like last time she was in town.
Get to the point, I snapped, skirting past the cat and heading into the main bedroom.
The point is, I found the place and did a little reconnaissance for us.
For us? I repeated, arching a brow as I craned around to look at her. Then, shifting my attention, I spotted my phone on the nightstand and snatched it back like it was a jumbo-sized bagel and I'd just spent a week on a low-carb diet. Jamming it into the pocket of my pajama bottoms, I rounded on my familiar. You speak for yourself, Selene. Reconnaissance is code for breaking and entering. Don't think I don't know that. And if you go down, you're going down by yourself. Templeton would love nothing more, especially after you've been messing with his campaign signs.
He'll never be able to prove it was me.
Selene gave an indignant sniff and flicked her tail.
And technically speaking, that's not true. We're still bonded, which means you'll be wearing the orange jumpsuit right along with me. That's half the reason why you want to snap the bond between us, remember?
I groaned, my eyes gravitating toward the ceiling, while I searched for a shred of patience. I never said I wanted to snap the bond between us. I simply said that maybe we could alter it so you'd have more freedom. You're the one over here with the pair of scissors. I checked my phone for messages, quickly catching up on the text message conversation between Mom and Selene. I shook my head. She should have known it was you. Look at all these typos. Thankfully, Selene hadn't yet learned how to use the dictation function on the phone's keyboard. It was bad enough she'd figured out how to work Genie. If she figured out how to use the dictation keyboard, we were all doomed. The brief review of the back and forth showed she was not exaggerating about my aunt's mental state. Does she know what set her off in the first place? I asked, still scanning the texts. Selene swished her tail in an arc.
Oh, who knows? Maybe the checker bruised her bananas? Usually when she goes cracker, she fixates on something small that has nothing to do with what she's really upset about. You mark my words. This is about Tabitha.
I texted Mom to let her know we were on our way. I'd wait until I got there to point out she'd let Selene bamboozle her. Perhaps we needed to establish some kind of password system.
You're still not letting me get to the good part,
Selene opined as she followed me into the walk-in closet. I dug around in the dresser for something not covered in cartoon pineapples and tossed her a hurry up gesture with my free hand.
Tabitha's laptop had half a dozen tabs open, all of which related to various Atlantis lore. And the notepad beside the computer was covered with notes and scribbles.
How does that prove anything? I asked, shimmying into a pair of skinny jeans.
How does it not?
Did you find Aunt Lavender's notes or not? Selene plopped down on her rear end, her eyes narrowing in my direction.
You're missing the point here, Cora.
No, it sounds like you're jumping to conclusions. Again.
So let me get this straight. I had a crystal clear premonition. Said premonition came to pass. I find damning evidence on Tabitha's laptop, and you still don't believe me?
Selene continued, extending a razor-sharp nail as she rattled off her series of points. I'm not saying you're wrong. I tossed the pajamas onto the bed, pulled a sweater over my plain black tank top, then jammed my feet into a pair of clean black flats. Normally, I would take the time to dig through my drawer and find a pair of no-show socks, but I wasn't in the mood now. I'm saying we need more proof.
That's what you said before, and now we have it.
I raked my hands through my hair and swept past her, exiting the closet. You always do this, you know. You race in, headstrong, 100 miles an hour like a fur-covered bullet train, and then I'm the one who has to pick up the pieces after you've gone off the rails and bulldozed through a wall. Selene blinked at me.
That was far too tortured a metaphor for this early in the morning, Cora.
Then, without waiting, she launched herself from the bed and strode to the door, her feet prancing, her tail aloft.
Let's let Lavender be the judge of this.
Sighing, I found I had left my phone in the back pocket of my jeans and followed. I don't see what choice I have. Chapter 15. Once in the car, I dialed Mom's number and waited impatiently for her to pick up, a myriad of possible scenarios running through my mind with each trill of the phone line. When she picked up, she pitched her voice low in a hoarse, almost whisper. I can't talk right now. Why not? What happened? Selene leaned over and swiped for the phone, her small furry face screwed up with irritation.
"Speakerphone,"
she hissed. I begrudgingly obliged, tapping the button on the phone, safely nestled in the mount fixed to the dashboard. On the other end of the line came muffled sounds, followed by a soft noise that sounded like the closing of a door. "I told you in the text messages," Mom said, her voice a bit louder. Biting my lip to keep from growling, I came to a stop at the intersection. "Actually, that was Selene, not me," I grumbled. "She swiped my phone sometime in the middle of the night." "Oh, that cat," Mom muttered. I shot my passenger a fresh scowl, only to be greeted with one of Selene's menacing grins. "Lavender's at my place, and I just got her to calm down, so you don't need to come." Selene leaned closer to the phone, her eyes narrowed.
"What do you mean you just got her to calm down? The only thing that could take that woman down is an elephant tranquilizer dart."
Mom made a humming sound. "More or less, I suppose. I slipped a bit of sleeping potion into her tea. It's not a big deal. She's had it before. It's perfectly safe." Selene reared back, blinking at the glowing phone screen.
"Score one for Lilac. I didn't know you had it in you. I'm oddly proud."
"Mom, you drugged her?" "Oh, Cora, you make it sound terrible. It's just a sleeping potion. She'll wake up feeling refreshed and hopefully less hysterical. I don't know what else I could have done." "Where is Checkers?" I asked. "Does he know what happened?" "He's here, looking after her. He gave the grocery store clerk my number and told them to call." Lavender was wandering around, muttering to herself, and apparently she was drawing quite a bit of attention to herself. Someone asked if they could help her out to her car, and that set her off. She started shouting that she didn't need help and how she could remember perfectly well on her own. "Remember what?" I asked.
"The bananas, Cora,"
Selene replied with a scoff.
"She's freaking out about her missing research."
Mom exhaled slowly. "I suppose I should have seen this coming. She was far too laissez-faire about this whole theft situation. But yes, Selene is right.
I always am."
It's coming in bits and pieces, but it seems she can't remember which reference she was using for the coordinates. I guess beyond finding that necklace she's calling a key, the exact latitude and longitude is the thing that's taken her the longest to puzzle out. There's some kind of code involving the engraving on various ancient statues. She had to pull more than a few favors to get all of the information. For whatever reason, she was convinced she would remember on her own, but now it seems reality has set in and she's afraid she won't remember how to untangle it all a second time without her notes and books.
"Classic Lavender,"
Selene said, shaking her head.
"I always told her she should keep things in triplicate. But did she listen to me? No, of course not. No one ever listens to me."
I rolled my eyes. Yes, we know. Us mere mortals will never compare. We can only stare in awe upon the dizzying heights of your accomplishments and wisdom." Selene shot me a scathing look as I rolled to a stop at a four-way intersection. "We have a couple of leads we can follow," I told Mom. "Let me do some digging and I'll get back to you this afternoon." "Thank you, Cora." I tapped the phone to end the call, and Selene slumped back in the seat, grooming her whiskers.
"Guess I'm just chopped fish liver then?"
"Enough, Selene. This is serious. Aunt Lavender has worked really hard on this. And not to be morbid or anything, but we never really know how much time we have left."
"Speak for yourself,"
she interjected with a flick of her tail. "You know what I mean. We don't know how many more adventures Lavender has time for before—" I paused, the words coming out harsher than I meant them. "I just mean, she's getting up there, and at some point it won't be safe for her to go out gallivanting." Selene's eyes sparkled with evil delight.
Oh, I get it. You're saying between Lavender's patchy memory and her trick knee, she's not long for this world.
That is not what I said. And if you tell her that's what I said, I'll start working on a thesis about just how many ways there are to skin a cat. Selene swiped her paw over her face, cleaning her whiskers with a leisurely rhythm. My teeth clenched together. Anyway, let's set this familiar bond stuff aside and figure out what happened to Aunt Lavender's notes. It can't be that hard, right?
I don't know. Is 1 + 1 hard for you, Cora? Because I've already told you the answer to this particular problem. She has silver purple hair, scary red lipstick, and an ego inflated large enough one could tether a wicker basket to it and sail across wine country.
Very colorful, I said, rolling to yet another stop, my fingers tapping the steering wheel as I considered my options. We had already asked Tabitha about the Atlantis research once before, and she'd flatly denied it. I didn't have any new information or leverage, so there was nothing to warrant going for a second interview. But there was Selene's so-called reconnaissance to consider. If Tabitha wasn't interested in Atlantis and had indeed put her adventuring days behind her, why did she have her computer queued up with research about the mythical lost city? I glanced toward Selene and found her beaming at me, mischief brimming in her sapphire eyes. All right, fine. Where is this cabin?
I thought you'd never ask.
In a tourist-centered town like Winterspell, there were several accommodation options to cater to the variety of visitors. Everything from the campgrounds to budget-friendly motels, small family-owned bed and breakfasts, all the way up to the luxurious Winterspell chalet. It was also becoming more common for folks to rent out single-family homes as temporary vacation rentals. It seemed Tabitha had gone this route and snagged a prime property right on the lake's edge. The place was far enough out to provide unspoiled access to all nature had to offer, while still being close enough to the heart of town to partake in modern convenience. The view from the cabin was breathtaking, but the accommodations were a little more rustic than what I envisioned Tabitha was used to, at least when she wasn't tracking through jungles or camping in tents outside of some archaeological dig site. Gravel crunched under the tires of my SUV as I rolled to a stop at the top of the driveway and slid the car into park. Before cutting the engine, I glanced at the passenger seat. Dare I ask how you figured out where she was staying in the first place? Selene flicked her tail.
What can I say, Cora? It helps to have half the town terrified of you. Makes getting information out of people far easier.
I bobbed my head. Right. So, I shouldn't have asked. My familiar offered a dramatic roll of her head.
I went to the bookstore and took a peek around their office. They had all of Tabitha's trip information on a clipboard. Apparently, they comped the cabin and rental car as part of her appearance fee for the book signing, which I suppose, given the amount of books they sold, was a smart investment for them. Anyway, after that, it was a hop, skip, and a jump, and here we are. Voila!
I stared at my familiar for an extra moment, the engine still rumbling quietly. What would happen if you were to channel all this mad genius into something productive?
How is this not productive? We're solving a crime, Cora.
With that, she blasted the passenger side door with a flurry of sparks and rocketed out of the car, bounding across the front porch to make her formal entrance. Muttering under my breath, I cut the engine and hurried after her before she could do something stupid. Despite the cabin's rustic exterior and remote location, I spotted an electronic doorbell and pointed it out to Selene. Looks like your little secret mission might have already been blown. These things have cameras built in. Selene's eyes narrowed to thin ice chips.
A camera? In there?
I nodded. She whipped her tail, agitation bunching up the fur between her eyes for a moment, before she shook it off and sat down on the well-worn planks.
Well, are you going to ring it? Or must I do everything?
With a sigh, I did as she asked/demanded, and within a handful of moments the door opened, and River, Tabitha's assistant, stared at us from the other side. She gave a sweeping glance from me to Selene, to the vehicle behind us, and back again before pushing her glasses up her nose and crossing her arms. I thought you were the pizza delivery person. Can I help you?
Tabitha eats pizza? Huh. I thought she'd be one of those types of women who claim to be allergic to carbohydrates.
Selene quipped. River blinked at the cat, registering her unique ability with a flicker of surprise.
Yes, I can talk, Selene said. Tabitha can tell you all about it. Where is she?
River shifted to her left, blocking Selene's line of sight as the cat twisted her head to one side in an effort to peer past the woman's ankles. She looked somewhat out of place in the rustic setting, wearing artfully torn boyfriend-style jeans that were way too long, and oversized button-up shirt, and reminded me of her ill-fitting outfit at the book signing. Part of me had assumed it was some fashion memo I'd missed, but upon seeing this outfit, I wondered if perhaps her tailor just had it out for her. My name is Cora Harth, I interjected. We're friends of Tabitha. The word caught in my throat slightly, and a tick of suspicion registered in River's eyebrows. My aunt is Lavender Harth. She and Tabitha know one another. River's eyes widened, and she dropped her arms, her expression more open, less suspicious. Oh, wow. Your aunt is a real legend. Tabitha talks about her all the time. I swallowed hard and nodded, hoping Tabitha chose her words carefully and kept anything relating to the Golden Lotus out of even casual conversations with her assistant. I'd offer to let you come in and wait for her, but I honestly have no idea when she'll be back. Oh, she's not here? River shook her head. She went out for a hike early this morning, and judging by the mood she was in before she left, I'd say it will still be a good while before she comes back. The woman's candor surprised me, but then we'd told her we were friends.
Well, darn it all,
Selene replied, looking up at me with wide-eyed innocence.
I know she was so looking forward to that cineromancy demonstration you prepared.
I blinked, not quite picking up what my cat was putting down. Cineromancy? River repeated.
Oh, it means ash magic,
Selene supplied. River nodded her head, adjusting her glasses once more. Oh, I realize that. It's just an unusual topic.
Because Tabitha's gotten into it recently?
Selene asked, and I grasped what she was doing. She'd cast a juicy little bit of bait out into the water, and it appeared River was going to bite. However, the bite River took wasn't the one Selene was likely expecting. Tabitha, she repeated, then shook her head. No, at least not that I know of. It's just something Bones Jones mentioned at the bar the other night. A hint of irritation flashed in her eyes. He bought tickets to both of the VIP events, and he kept showing off, giving little smudge spells to anyone who would sit and listen to him for more than 15 minutes. Bones? Leroy Bones Jones? River clarified. He has a podcast and goes by Bones.
He's the one from Sal's library,
Selene said. River continued. It was kind of agitating Tabitha, to be honest. The two of them know each other from the podcast circuits. He's always trying to get Tabitha to come on his show. And attending the VIP hours seemed to be his way of trying to get her attention, though it wasn't particularly welcome. How so? I asked. He was just showing off, signing autographs and taking pictures with people. It was supposed to be Tabitha's event, but he was making it all about himself. We didn't want to make a scene by kicking him out, so when he showed up on the second night, I did my best to keep him busy. He was flirting with me rather shamelessly, so I let him think I was interested. She hitched one slim shoulder. That way, the rest of the party could go on unimpeded. Why is he so desperate to get Tabitha on his show? I just mean, it sounds like he has his own fan base, if he had people wanting autographs and photos. River blinked at me. Right. I guess it doesn't make sense to people not in the game. A lot of the time, these podcasters like Bones will try to get a big fish onto their podcast in an attempt to attract a certain segment of the big fish's audience. In this case, Tabitha's audience. If Tabitha goes on Bones' podcast, a large portion of her dedicated fans will listen to the show to hear her talk. This boosts Bones' numbers, which can lead to bigger sponsorship deals and other promotional opportunities. It's a part of the game, but probably the part Tabitha hates the most. So Bones' channel is struggling? River swept her chestnut brown hair away from her face, letting it fall down her back in a stick-straight sheet. I mean, I don't have access to all of his analytics, but the numbers on his main channel are way down. I guess he's treading water at best, but more likely he's sinking. He got some success in the beginning because what he was doing was different, and in some ways a bit taboo, the whole graveyard angle, and it made a bit of a splash. But he's been struggling to find new content. He needs something big, otherwise he could probably lose the whole thing. And he was doing cineromancy? River nodded. Endlessly. It's like he thought he invented it or something. Nothing too impressive, just little smoke spells. He was manipulating the smoke to write little incantations and runes into pieces of parchment. Quill bindings, I think they're called. Little bits of magic contained in the parchment. You could probably check out his social media if you want to see it for yourself. It's not really my thing, or Tabitha's. And the way he was acting at the VIP event certainly wasn't going to convince her to go on his show. The sound of gravel crunched behind me, and I glanced over my shoulder in time to see an unmarked sedan roll up. A young woman with a long blonde ponytail hopped out of the driver's seat, bearing an insulated bag large enough to hold 2 stacked pizza boxes. She plastered on a wide smile as she walked up the driveway and greeted us. River signed for the delivery, pressed a handful of bills into the young woman's hand, and sent her on her way with a polite thank you. Selene's whiskers quivered as she pointed her nose into the air and took a sniff of the steam escaping around the edges of the greasy cardboard boxes. Her nose twitched.
Blech! Smells like vegetables.
River gave the cat a strange look, then clutched the pizza boxes closer to her. Well, it's a good thing it's not for you, I muttered to the cat, then, for River's benefit, rolled my eyes. She only likes pizza if there's lots and lots of anchovies involved. Revulsion crossed River's face, and I laughed. My thoughts exactly. Listen, we'll get out of your hair. Thanks for your help. Sure thing, River said, as she stepped inside, closing the door promptly. As we descended the couple of steps to the driveway, I glanced down at Selene. So, are you ready to admit it now or not?
Admit what?
That your premonition might be wrong? Selene sauntered back to the car, her tail aloft.
I'm not admitting anything of the sort. But if you want to go talk to this Bones fellow, I suppose we should do so, in the interest of being thorough.
My lips twitched, knowing that was probably as close to an acknowledgement as I could hope for. Chapter 16. Selene waited quasi-patiently as I helped get Clint packed up and on the road for his trip to Bellevue. I decided there wasn't time to bring up my aunt's borderline mental breakdown, as he was in what I like to call his pre-trip check mode. After he double, then triple-checked to make sure he'd remembered everything, he got Pippin on his leash, opting to take him along as his co-pilot. Then he gave me a kiss, promised to drive safely, and headed out with a frosty goodbye to Selene.
Don't tell me he's still miffed about that whole body swap thing,
Selene muttered, her eyes bright in the softly lit kitchen. Over the course of the morning, a rainstorm had rolled in, bringing dark clouds and soupy gray skies. Ignoring her, I crossed to the stove to finish making myself a hot sandwich, having given the first one off the grill to Clint before he left. I lathered the sourdough with butter, stuffed it with cheese, and pressed it to the sizzling metal pan. You need to give him a proper apology when he gets back, I told the cat, glancing over my shoulder to gauge her reaction.
Apologize for what exactly? Sure, my spell didn't work as intended, but hey, it all worked out in the end, didn't it? You're not permanently disfigured or maimed.
My eyes narrowed.
Fine. I'll make nice with him once he's back. When will that be again?
Tomorrow. He's staying the night in Bellevue. The round-trip drive between Winterspell and Bellevue was manageable in one day, but Clint preferred to take a little extra time to ensure nothing else was needed before leaving town again. And while I would miss having him around, I had plenty to keep myself occupied.
At least he had the decency to take the flea bag along with him,
Selene muttered as she stalked along the edge of the kitchen island, coming to stop beside my tablet. The screen was dark, despite her tapping at the glass.
I swear, when is someone going to invent one of these for cats?
She muttered under her breath, still jamming her paw against the glass. Can you just wait a minute? I don't want to burn my sandwich. I wedged a spatula under the corner of my sandwich and peered at the color of the bread.
Oh, yes, we wouldn't want that. I noticed you didn't offer me anything to eat for lunch.
Sighing, I set aside the spatula and turned down the heat on the burner before going to unlock the tablet. Don't start with me. You know what your options are.
Oh, yes, gee, what to choose. There's the revolting dry kibble or the only slightly less revolting wet food from the fridge. I'm spoiled for choice.
You like chicken. I slid onto a stool and pressed my thumb on the tablet's sensor to unlock the screen. Selene scoffed.
Believe me, Cora, whatever they put in that kibble, it's not chicken.
Ignoring her, I brought up a web browser and passed the tablet to Selene before going to flip my sandwich and turn on the microwave to reheat my bowl of tomato soup. All right, then let's get down to it. Where are we starting with our Leroy research?
Let's start with his podcast channel. Honestly, Cora, I think we're the only ones in Winterspell without a podcast. You really should reconsider my idea to start one.
I'll log that away, I muttered, flicking off the burner. When my lunch was ready, I took it to the island and joined Selene as she struggled to use the touch screen. I took control, and she used the opportunity to lick the outside of my toasted sandwich. I pulled up Leroy Bones Jones's website and read off the various navigation options along the top. All right, looks like there is a log of his past episodes, a blog, merch shop, links to his social media platforms, and a contact page. Pretty standard stuff. After a cursory scan of his archived podcast episodes, it quickly became apparent that River's hunch was correct. Bones' channel was dying in real time. A year ago, his podcast views were over 50,000, whereas his more recent episodes barely cracked 5,000 listens. It seemed the bulk of his content from his heyday revolved around going to old graveyards, using some kind of rune magic on the headstones, and telling secrets of the dead. This doesn't really seem like grave digging to me, I said to Selene, after we listened to the better part of an episode at 2 times speed. Isn't that what Salvatore told you? That he was doing some kind of grave digging?
Let's just say Sal wasn't exactly tech-savvy. He probably never listened to the thing for himself and just heard that Leroy was often poking around through graveyards.
I mean, it's not great, I guess, especially if you didn't get permission from the families, but it's definitely less icky than I imagined. Selene looked less than impressed.
Why does anybody even listen to this in the first place? I mean, he could be making it all up. It's not like the dead guy is going to pop his head up and correct the record.
No, although that would draw in the listeners for sure, I quipped. Selene gave me a deadpan stare. I shrugged, and we kept looking. None of the recent episodes appealed to me, and in a cursory review of his blog, it seemed to be a formalized version of a grievance list, where Leroy discussed the various cease and desist letters he received from the family members of those whose graves he had supposedly disturbed, along with a running list of graveyards where he'd been banned. It seemed to explain the shift in his content, and therefore the dwindling number of views. Eventually, we made our way to his more recent content via his social media presence. He was most active on Instagram, and after a few moments of scrolling, it appeared Leroy was the type who liked to document every waking moment of his life, and all of it was spent in full costume.
Yeesh. Someone buy this man a diary,
Selene muttered. These ones all look like they were shot inside Merlin's well, I said, scrolling back to the top of the feed. I tapped on the first video, which offered a more edited version of the event, opposed to the bouncier, more haphazard ones Leroy took in selfie mode. The footage appeared to be taken by a third party, or some sort of small drone-like apparatus, and showed the entire bar in a slow panoramic shot. Even with the dim lighting, it was easy to pick out many of the patrons. Tabitha sat perched on a bar stool, her back to Jerry and Callum, sipping drinks and smiling amiably as she chatted with the starry-eyed fans gathered around her. Whereas Leroy sat holding court on the opposite side of the room, near the battered old jukebox, with a number of eager hangers-on gathered around him. It really does seem like he was trying to steal Tabitha's thunder, I said, skipping ahead a bit. She should have just thrown him out. I can't imagine her fans would have been that upset, even those who liked them both. It's just common decency.
Don't get your tail feathers all tangled,
Selene muttered, then leaned closer.
Wait, go back.
I did as she asked, pausing on a frame near the end of the video. The crowd had thinned, and tucked away in the corner sat Charlene and Leroy, seemingly lost in intense conversation. My eyebrow arched. Now that's a strange pairing. Selene twitched the tip of her tail.
Which night was this? River said Leroy was there for both events.
Looks like it was the first night. Tabitha is wearing the same outfit she wore at the book signing. I frowned. I don't see River from this view. The video ended, and the next one started to play. From Leroy's outfit, it was later that same night, though several drinks in, judging by the way he wobbled back and forth atop his bar stool. And he was once more speaking into his phone via selfie mode. "That's a wrap for the Merlin's Well crew," he slurred, his cheeks ruddy and a bit sweaty. He raised a nearly empty martini glass to the camera, toasting his invisible audience. "But I got a big announcement coming soon. What do you say we go dig up some magic in the Mediterranean?" He capped the video with a wink and a laugh, before the screen went black but for bright white text that read, "Coming soon," and his skull and crossbones logo. Selene and I turned to each other as the music faded. Selene was the first to recover from the shock. She leaped into action, dashing off the kitchen island.
I'd say it's time we pay Mr. Bones a visit. Don't you think, Cora?
I was already opening the contact page of his website. Way ahead of you. I wasn't usually one to name drop, but when it came to getting Leroy's attention, I figured it couldn't hurt to mention I was Lavender Hearth's niece. And it seemed to pay off. Leroy himself responded to the website request within the hour,
just as I was finishing washing up the dishes from my since-devoured bowl of tomato soup and perfectly golden brown grilled cheese sandwich. Selene was lolling about on the couch, complaining about her stomach ache. I'd caved and cooked her up a piece of cod, which she'd too quickly eaten far too much of. Served her right. However, upon receiving Leroy's reply, she rebounded, seemingly forgetting about her overindulgence, and we headed back into town to meet the podcaster at Dragon's Gold Coffee. By the time I ordered myself a vanilla hazelnut latte with extra foam and a saucer of warm milk for Selene, Leroy arrived at the coffee house, pausing at the entrance to shake raindrops from an oversized black umbrella before depositing it into the umbrella bin at the door. Though it required a double take to recognize him out of costume. Gone were the bangles, ornate rings, and eyeliner. Now dressed in a pair of dark-wash jeans, boots, and an azure-hued Patagonia jacket, he looked like just about every other man in the Pacific Northwest on a rainy afternoon. It was a far cry from his almost pirate-chic get-up at the book signing, and in the plethora of photos scattered across his social media pages and website. I shuffled out of the way, allowing the next patron to step up to the register, and stood at the end of the counter waiting for Leroy to approach. "Mr. Jones?" I called. Leroy looked up from his phone and spotted me. He plastered on a smile and hurried over, sliding the phone into the pocket of his rain jacket. "Oh, you must be Cora," he said, extending a hand. His nails were short and well manicured, shining softly under the yellow lights over the wooden coffee bar. "That's me," I replied, extending my hand to meet his. "It's nice to meet you. Thanks for making time for us." "Us?" Leroy repeated, as he shook my hand twice before releasing it.
"Down here," Selene replied. "Although you and I have met before, so you'll excuse me if I don't offer you my paw."
Leroy jumped backward, but then nodded and raised a finger. "I do know you. You used to hang around Salvatore Greco's library. Pest control, right?" I braced myself as Selene's eyes narrowed.
"I have more magic in my dew claw than you have in your entire family tree, so if I were you, I'd watch my tone,"
she replied with a swish of her tail. She didn't wait around for his reply, instead turning and marching off to secure us a table. Leroy looked to me, his mouth slightly open. "She was my Aunt Lavender's familiar, and now she belongs to me," I supplied. "It's a very long story, and one I'd prefer not to get into today." "Right." Leroy gave a slight bob of his head, then snapped out of his momentary surprise and fished into the back pocket of his jeans and pulled out a wallet. "What can I get you?" he asked, shuffling back into the line. "It's on me." I held up a hand and shook my head. "No need. I already ordered, but thanks. I'll go get us a table." He nodded, and I went to join Selene. She sat at a foretop by the large front window, but far enough from the door we wouldn't feel a chilly draft every time a new patron came inside.
"He's got some nerve,"
she muttered, still glaring at Leroy's back from across the room.
"Can you imagine my life being reduced to rodent repellent in a stuffy library?"
"Ha!" I shrugged. "Seems like there are worse things."
"Don't start with me on the whole simple pleasures of life thing again," Selene snapped. "I'm not in the mood."
There wasn't time for it, even if I wanted to press the issue. Leroy came over and joined us, a mug of steaming black drip coffee in one hand, a small saucer holding a dragon's hoard cookie and a few packets of sweetener in the other. "You have good taste," I said, gesturing at the cookie. "Those suckers are my kryptonite." Leroy smiled and took one of the chairs opposite Selene and me. "I don't come into town all that often," he said, as he situated himself and began tearing open the sugar packets. "I live outside city limits on a small parcel of land in the woods. I'm lucky to get decent internet out there, but I grab one of these things every time I come in to get supplies."
"What are you, some kind of doomsday prepper?"
Selene asked, the fur along her tail still bristling as she glowered across the table. Leroy laughed. "No, I just like the peace and quiet, and these days most of my work can be done remotely, at least as far as my interviews and production for the show. It's also easier to keep from being recognized," he added, leaning in a bit and dropping his voice as he gestured down at himself. "It's why I try to blend in." A barista brought over my latte and the saucer of milk for Selene. I thanked her and took a beat to glance around the coffee house, but didn't see so much as a single pair of eyeballs cast in Leroy's direction. It was a far cry from the other day when we'd been seated here with Tabitha. "So, I'll admit, I was surprised to hear from you," Leroy continued, stirring the sugar into his coffee. "I've tried to get in touch with your aunt over the years. I used to see her at Greco's library from time to time, but of course, that's a thing of the past. Poor guy." He set his spoon down and met my gaze once more, his dark brown eyes intelligent but guarded. I plucked my latte from the table and leaned back in my seat, keeping a smile on my own face. "You know, it wasn't until we saw you at Tabitha's signing that I realized you were a Winterspell local," I began. "If you've mentioned it on the show, I must have missed it." Leroy's brows lifted. "You listen to my show?" "Oh, yes." I could feel Selene staring at my profile, but I ignored her. I had a plan, and I was going to run with it. "I'm a newer fan," I hurried to add, providing myself as much cover as I could manage. "But I liked the adventure stuff. You know, with an aunt like Lavender, it's in my blood, I suppose." Leroy nodded excitedly and lifted his coffee to his lips. He took a sip before speaking. "Oh, I imagine it must be. Do you accompany Lavender on her ventures?" "Every now and again," I replied. "But I run a business here in town which keeps me pretty busy." "Oh? Which one?" "Wicked Wicks. I make enchanted candles." Leroy smiled politely, but it was readily apparent the idea held no interest for him. "How nice." "Well, you know, it pays the bills," I said with a pithy laugh. "What about you? What are you working on next? I saw that little teaser you shared from Merlin's Well. It sounds like you're headed overseas?" Leroy hesitated a moment, his fingers breaking off a piece of the loaded cookie. Yes, that's the idea. I really can't say too much. There's still a lot of planning to do." He glanced up at me, a bit of cookie pinched between his thumb and forefinger. "What about Lavender?" he asked, popping the bite into his mouth.
You tell us.
Selene erupted, like a furry little volcano, lunging onto the table, eyes blazing in Leroy's direction.
What did Charlene tell you? Did she pump your eyes full of stars, telling you the lost city could be yours?
My eyes squeezed shut, my hands balling tightly in my lap. Leroy sputtered on cookie crumbs, launching into a coughing fit. "What?" he croaked, before gulping down coffee. I caught a sidelong glare at my familiar, but she ignored me entirely, her sights on the man across the table.
We know you broke into Lavender's house and stole her research. Just fess up and we'll consider not calling the sheriff.
Leroy looked to me the way a man adrift at sea might look to a ship in hopes of being thrown a life preserver.
It was Charlene. We know she told you about Lavender's plans.
Selene pressed. "Selene, stop," I snapped out of the corner of my mouth. "You're making a scene." I nudged her back into her chair, then looked to Leroy. "Someone stole my aunt's research notes, and we suspect Charlene might have had something to do with it, as the two of them are old rivals. And then we saw you talking with Charlene at Merlin's Well, right before you teased a trip to the Mediterranean." I looped two fingers through the air in an et cetera type of motion. "I see. Well, I can't reveal my sources," Leroy said, his demeanor becoming more guarded by the second. We'd lost him. No, correction,
Selene had lost him. He gave his coffee a stir so vigorous, a bit sloshed over the rim before he tapped the spoon loudly against the inside of his mug and set it back down on the saucer, alongside the empty sugar packets. "You know, I think this meeting was ill-advised." Without further ado, he pushed back from the table, hard enough to bump into the chair behind him. He gave a blustery apology, dropped a few bills on the table, and abandoned the rest of his coffee and cookie, offering only a curt nod before turning and fleeing. Rage simmered in my veins, and I didn't trust myself to speak for a long moment. I took a sip of the sweetened latte, but it tasted bitter on my tongue. Exhaling sharply through my nose, I left my own tip and stood, not speaking a word, as I headed for the door. Selene skittered out behind me, quickly gaining on me and taking the lead as I stalked down the sidewalk. "I was getting there," I shouted at her, coming to a stop at the mouth of an alley between shops. I crossed my arms over my chest and glared down at my familiar. "You always do this, you know? You're so impatient." Selene narrowed her eyes.
Listen, I'm immortal, but that doesn't mean I have time to waste. And at the pace you were going, it would have taken 6 of these little coffee chats to hit pay dirt.
The skin at the back of my neck prickled with lingering irritation, but I huffed out a breath and dropped my arms. There was no way to prove her wrong and myself right, and I was frankly getting too tired to care. "All right, fine. So what now, Brainiac?"
"We need to get to Charlene before Leroy does," Selene replied. "He'll want to make sure they have their stories synced up, and we can't let that happen."
"Well, Charlene said she was leaving town today. We don't even know if she's still in Winterspell, let alone where to find her if she is. And I don't think you'll find her accommodations tacked to a clipboard in Ravensquill's back office." Undeterred, Selene turned and streaked down the sidewalk. "Wait! Where are you going now?" I exclaimed, jogging after her. She glanced back at me over her shoulder.
"It's time to snap your aunt out of it. We've got work to do."
Chapter 17. We arrived at my mom's house to find both Mom and Checkers standing sentinel on the porch, having come out at the sound of my SUV rumbling up the driveway. The pair of them wore near-identical wary expressions. Well, as identical as a person could be with a cat. "I told you I had it under control," Mom said, as Selene made her exit amidst a flurry of pink sparks and bolted up the front steps.
"Where is she?"
Selene asked. Mom sidestepped, blocking the cat's path to the front door. Her eyes moved from Selene to me, the wrinkle between her brows digging in a bit deeper. Selene stopped short of ramming her face against the front of Mom's shin, then shifted her prize-winning glower upward.
"I don't have any beef with you, Lilac, but that could change."
Mom crossed her arms and stood her solid ground. "I won't let you go in there and get her all riled up. You don't exactly have a reputation for good bedside manner." I bit into my lower lip, holding back a nervous giggle.
"She's my guardian,"
Selene exclaimed, with a swish of her tail, before quickly amending her statement.
"Or was. It gives me special privileges. Besides, if anyone can snap her out of this, it's going to be me."
To my surprise, Checkers inserted himself between Mom and Selene, going nose to nose with her. When Selene had first recruited Checkers, he'd been little more than a puffball of a kitten. But in the years since, he'd filled out and grown even taller than Selene.
"Oh, what's this?" Selene scoffed. "You're going to stop me? You wouldn't even be here if not for me."
"I don't want you to be mean to Lavender," Checkers said, trying to stand on his tippy toes to look even larger. "Sometimes you say really mean things." Mom nodded her agreement. I sauntered up the porch steps, ready to play intermediary, but didn't make it before Checkers puffed out his chest and exclaimed, It's your fault she's like this in the first place. The proclamation stopped me dead in my tracks, 1 foot hovering above the top step for a beat. Mom drew a sharp breath, and a nervous look flashed across Checkers' eyes.
My fault?
Selene spat. Drawing from some internal strength, the young cat lifted his chin. Yes, she didn't want you to make fun of her for not setting her wards right, and for not keeping extra copies of all her notes. That's why she had to pretend like everything was fine, even when it wasn't. She's been crying and upset, but she wouldn't let me tell anyone. My heart twisted as Mom and I exchanged a look. That's what made her so upset at the store, Checkers concluded. Well, that and they didn't have her brand of oat milk in stock, but it was mostly because of the notes. I braced myself, preparing for a range of replies, unsure which direction Selene would go with her rebuttal. It was easy to envision everything from a mocking of Aunt Lavender's choice of dairy alternative to full-throated outrage over the accusation that she might have had a part to play in the supermarket meltdown. So it was a surprise when Selene's tail drooped, and she sat with a heavy plop on Mom's front porch.
Is that what you think too, Lilac?
Mom looked just as surprised as I felt, and took a slight step back toward the front door, which was left cracked open. I don't know, but perhaps you do have a way of making it hard to be human sometimes, Selene. We all make mistakes, but it's hard to admit them sometimes, especially when you know someone's waiting to pounce on every imperfection. Selene took this in, then craned around and found me. I frowned at her, still upset over her antics at the coffee shop. Come on, Selene. This isn't news to you, I said, keeping my tone gentle but firm. You know you push things too far sometimes. Selene glanced around again, then got to her feet and started toward the door. Selene, Mom warned. I held up a hand. Let her through. She needs to talk to Aunt Lavender. We need her help to get to the bottom of this. If we act fast enough, we might be able to get her research back. Mom hesitated for just a moment, then stepped aside with a reluctant sigh. She gestured at the door with one arm, and Selene slipped past the small gap, disappearing into the house. How's she doing? I asked, coming to stand beside Mom on the porch. Checkers hurried after Selene, his footsteps purposeful but quiet. She'll be all right, Mom replied, watching the pair of tails disappear inside. But I don't think she's been taking good care of herself lately. You know how she can get when she's hyper-focused on one of her quests. Checkers has gone a long way to making sure she remembers to take breaks to eat and sleep. But I think the fatigue was already getting to her. The break-in just accelerated the inevitable. Despite all her foibles and flaws, it was sometimes hard to remember Aunt Lavender was only human. Her larger-than-life personality and unyielding sense of purpose often eclipsed her imperfections. We think Charlene might have had something to do with that, I told Mom, keeping my voice low. We were hoping she might go with us to confront Charlene, but maybe that's too much for her right now. Mom considered it for a moment and glanced over her shoulder. So far, no shouting or the sound of anything breaking had reached us, which had to be a good sign. I suppose that's for Lavender to decide, Mom said. As much as I might want to keep her here and force her to rest, I know she'd only resent me for it. I'll be careful, I promised. And if we can get her research back, I'm sure that will lift her spirits, even if it means revealing the betrayal of someone she thought could be a friend again. This sparked another thought. What even happened between them anyway? Back in academy, I mean. Mom pushed open the door and gestured for me to follow her inside. You'd best let your aunt tell you that one. Inside, we found Aunt Lavender in the kitchen, sitting over a plate of toast laden with butter and strawberry jam, a cup of hot tea between her hands. At her right side, careful to keep his fluffy tail from touching the toast, was Checkers, while Selene sat squared off against her paws on the edge of the table. "You really think it was Charlene?" Lavender asked, looking up at Mom and me as we made our way into the kitchen. Selene seemed to be keeping her cool. On the drive over, I'd imagined her taking a more drill sergeant-like approach, so it was a relief to see her keeping her composure. "We don't know for sure," I said, leaning against the archway leading between the living room and the kitchen. But Leroy got awfully shifty at the mention of it. It seems too big to be a coincidence. "We were hoping you might feel up to helping with that part. She probably won't talk to us, but she might talk to you." Mom bustled into the kitchen and silently offered a mug in my direction. I shook my head. "We just don't have much time," I said, answering Mom's unspoken question. "Wasn't she supposed to leave town today?" My aunt's shoulders slumped as she considered the steaming contents of her mug. "I should have known. I feel silly for thinking she had changed. Although, if I'm being honest, I guess part of my change of heart had to do with my own regrets."
"Regrets about what?"
Selene replied, a little too harshly.
"Charlene stabbed you in the back and took advantage of you. A leopard doesn't change its spots."
I winced at the sharpness in Selene's tone, but Lavender nodded. "What did Charlene do?" I asked. Aunt Lavender sighed and leaned back again, abandoning her tea. "Charlene and I were thick as thieves during our schooling days. We both shared a love of treasure hunting and reading about quests for artifacts, both magical and not. There was one particular adventure we idolized the most, Ezra Darkmoor." She paused, letting the name settle, though I couldn't quite place it. "The school set up an academic competition, and the winner would get to join Ezra on an archaeological dig in Egypt. Both Charlene and I wanted it more than anything we'd ever wanted before, but there could only be one winner. In the beginning, we tried to help each other, even going so far as to run a bit of a heist to retrieve some books from a section of the library intended only for professors and older students." The quirk of a rueful smile tugged at one side of her thin lips before she continued. "We got the books, and things were going according to plan, until Charlene made a mistake. She wasn't exaggerating when she said she makes a lot of them," Aunt Lavender said, looking to me. "One of her experiments backfired and damaged several of the books we'd swiped from the library. Just being caught with the books would be enough to disqualify us from the contest and could have had even more serious consequences. To my surprise, Charlene pinned the damages on me, and I was barred from the competition. In the end, Charlene didn't win it either, as she made a mistake in the final test, so it was all for nothing. But the damage to our friendship was done." "That's awful," I exclaimed, looking to Mom, who added a nod of agreement, before shifting my attention back to my aunt. "But then, why did you go to the book signing with her?" "Perhaps I'm just an old fool, but I suppose I want to believe that people can change. Things aren't always so black and white, Cora. In fact, they rarely are in my experience." Selene grumbled something I couldn't quite make out. "Years ago, Charlene sent me a letter to apologize for her behavior. It forced me to do some self-reflection and apologize for my own behavior in the aftermath of it all. I'm not proud to say that I spent the rest of our academy years making Charlene's life as difficult as possible, as payback for what she'd done to me. It wasn't unprovoked, but that didn't make it right. I regret how I treated her. We've exchanged letters over the years and made the plan to meet up when she told me she would be in town for the signing. I suppose I thought it could be the start of a new friendship." My aunt's shoulders slumped again, her face drawn. The exhaustion and lack of sleep were etched into the wrinkles along her eyes and mouth. "You don't have to come with us," I said at once. "Selene and I can try to talk to her on our own." Aunt Lavender shook her head and got to her feet. "No, this started between Charlene and me, and that's where it should end. I've made amends for my part in the bad blood between us, and I'd like to hear from myself why Charlene would once again be out to try and sabotage me." Mom's lips thinned. Lavender turned to her sister and offered a sad smile. "I'll be all right, Lilac. You don't need to worry about me." "Don't I?" Mom said. "This quest is eating you alive, Lavender. I feel like I'm losing you again." Lavender blinked, surprised by the tears that sprang up in her younger sister's eyes. "Losing me?" She shook her head and glanced down at herself. "But I'm right here." "Physically, yes," Mom replied, closing the space between them. "But I worry what will happen if this adventure doesn't turn out the way you planned. You've put so much of your heart and soul into it. What happens if it never comes to fruition? Or if you can't find what you're looking for?" At that, Aunt Lavender's smile brightened, the sadness fading from her face as light flickered back to life in her eyes. "That's the thing about adventures, Lilac. Even when they don't go according to plan, they're still worth the journey. If I go in search of Atlantis and never lay eyes on the gates of the Lost City, I still won't be coming home empty-handed. I'll have my memories and stories to tell, and perhaps some new clues to follow." Mom studied her sister, and I knew she didn't fully understand. The truth was, I didn't fully understand it myself. But for better or for worse, this is who my aunt was, and we both loved her more than words could say. Finally, Mom nodded and blinked back her tears. "All right, then I suppose we should go and talk to Charlene." Aunt Lavender turned back to Selene and arched a wispy brow. "I'm guessing you have a plan?" Selene flashed her teeth.
Don't I always?
Chapter 18. "Charlene is staying at Julia's place," Aunt Lavender said, as we piled into my SUV. "Julia who?" I asked, one finger stilled over the touch screen built into the dashboard, displaying a GPS map. "No, the bed and breakfast is called Julia's place," Aunt Lavender replied, the click of her seatbelt punctuating her statement. "The fairy that runs that coffee shop started it." Selene and I exchanged a truly horrified glance. "Oh, dear goddess," I whispered, shuddering to think what type of breakfast the taste bud-challenged fairy would dish up for her hapless guests. "Woof," Selene added.
"And you know I don't say that word lightly."
Mom cringed. She was the type to want to find a positive in almost anyone, but when it came to Julia's culinary adventures, there just wasn't anything nice to say. One couldn't give an A for effort to someone who thought sauerkraut might be a nice garnish atop a raspberry mocha, or that peanut butter and deli meats could make for a gourmet sandwich if paired with the right type of bread.
Remind me to look up the reviews when we get home again, Cora.
"Do you have the address?" I asked my aunt, ignoring Selene's request. "Oh, we don't need this," Aunt Lavender declared, shaking a hand at the touch screen. "Just head for the lake and make a left on Moore Street." I put the vehicle in reverse and pulled out onto Mom Street. "Slow down, it's just up here," Aunt Lavender said a few minutes later as we rolled down Moore Street. A flash of blue caught my attention, and I jammed my foot against the brake. Selene made an oof sound as she scrambled to keep her seat.
Nice driving,
she jeered. "Look," I hissed, gesturing through the windshield. Moore Street was lined on both sides with mature landscaping and even older homes, most of them quaint and built in the arts and crafts style, with simple woodworking details and classic lines. Porches, wide and welcoming, featured swings or rocking chairs, meant for long summer nights spent outdoors watching the world go by. Julia's home was marked with a carved wooden sign at the start of the cobbled driveway. But the home, beautiful as it was under a canopy of maple trees, wasn't what caught my eye. There, a few yards up the shaded drive, stood Leroy and Charlene. The bright blue of Leroy's rain jacket a dead giveaway.
Dang, I knew I should have brought some popcorn,
Selene said, as I pulled alongside the curb opposite the house. No, never again. It took forever to get all the fake butter out of my purse after your last little stunt.
Will you two come on?
Aunt Lavender huffed, throwing open her door. I threw the SUV into park, cut the engine, and bolted after them. Mom and Selene were already in pursuit, a few paces behind Aunt Lavender as she blazed a trail across the sleepy subdivision street. "You're running out of time," Leroy was saying to Charlene, their backs still turned. "You know what she's capable of. If we don't get one step ahead, we'll be too late."
You wouldn't happen to be talking about me, would you?
Aunt Lavender called. Leroy snapped around fast enough it had to cause a neck twinge. Charlene jolted and spun to find her former, and perhaps current, rival marching toward her, and visibly swallowed. Leroy threw his hands in the air. "What is this? Has this all been some kind of game, Charlene? Did Tabitha put you up to this? I know she wasn't happy about me crashing her little party the other night, but there was a simple solution. All she had to do was come on my show. I would have rolled out the red carpet for her." Charlene tore her eyes off Aunt Lavender long enough to stare open-mouthed at Leroy. "What are you talking about? You think I'd be working with you if I had that kind of access to Tabitha Hardwick?" She laughed, though there wasn't a trace of humor on her tensed face. Aunt Lavender crossed her arms and planted her feet wide at the base of the driveway. Selene and Checkers stood on either side of her, their heads down and ears forward, like a pair of hunting dogs ready to be loosed. Not that Selene would appreciate the comparison.
Charlene, you and I have a lot of history together, so I'll cut to the chase. Did you break in and steal my Atlantis research?
No. Mom and I exchanged a look, but I couldn't read her expression. She knew Charlene, at least tangentially. But if she had a thought on the truthfulness of the witch's denial, I couldn't tell.
Then what are you doing in cahoots with him?
Aunt Lavender asked, gesturing at Leroy, her expression sour.
He's like a vulture, picking at the remains of other people's work. I said the same thing to Sal.
Leroy's brows lifted. You what? Aunt Lavender lifted her chin.
You heard me. I told him he should ban you from his library.
How dare you?
Oh, come off it,
Selene interjected.
You know you were there to skim research and ideas off other people. You never sat at your own table reading on your own. You were always lurking and trying to strike up conversations with scholars who were doing the real work. And now it sounds like you're doing the same thing with your podcast. You can't make it on your own merit, so you're trying to garner favor by using other people's reputations or work. You need Tabitha on your show to give you a boost. And when that doesn't work, you try to steal her limelight. Now, I don't care for the witch, but that's low, Leroy. Bottom feeder behavior.
That's the business, Leroy fired back. You don't even know what you're talking about. Charlene's chin quivered as she watched the volley.
No?
Aunt Lavender said, taking the reins once more.
So then you're not here working with Charlene to get my research.
You can't expect us to believe you suddenly have a hankering to go on a Grecian adventure just out of the blue, I added. It's on your social media, for everyone to see. It's not like you're trying to hide it.
Just your sources,
Selene interjected, her tone dry and bitter. "It's true," Charlene exclaimed, stepping away from Leroy. "He wanted me to steal from you, but I told him I wouldn't go that far." Aunt Lavender's head swung toward her old rival, her eyes flat. "How noble! To stop short of robbing me, Charlene. So what was the plan then?" Before she could reply, Leroy raised a finger at Charlene. "This was your idea. You came to me, not the other way around. You told me you could get information about the quest, and we could get there first. Don't make it out like I hired you or something." "Fine. It was my idea," Charlene spat, tossing her hands in the air. "You mentioned it in one of your letters, and it got me thinking about maybe having an adventure of my own someday. You know how much I love reading about quests, Lavender. I always have. It's how we became friends in the first place all those years ago." Selene bared her teeth.
"Yeah, before you stabbed her in the back."
Charlene's lips clamped together, and she gave a wobbly nod. I know." She wiped quickly at her eyes. "I wanted what you have, Lavender. You have prestige and respect, and everyone in the treasure hunting community knows your name and speaks it with reverence. And I guess, well, it made me think maybe there was still time for me to have an adventure, even at my age. So when I got to talking to Bones at the bar," she gestured vaguely at Leroy, who stood with his arms crossed, a scowl etched into his granite features. "I got to babbling about Atlantis and what you'd told me, and we came up with a plan to try and get there first. But I didn't steal anything. You have to believe me. I only asked questions about your research." "Why should I believe you?" Aunt Lavender fired back. "You sabotaged me once before. Why should I trust you wouldn't go that far again?"
"And if it wasn't you, then how do we know it wasn't him?"
Selene asked, looking back at Leroy.
"After all, we found one of his cineromancy calling cards at the scene of the crime."
Leroy blinked. "What are you talking about?" I dug into my purse and found the scrap of parchment. I felt all eyes staring at me as I marched up to Leroy and extended it toward him. "We found this. The thief must have dropped it when they broke in and stole the research. River told us you were making these for people at the VIP event." Leroy took the parchment and unfolded it. A fleeting smile crossed his lips before he looked up and met my eyes. "River told you that?" I nodded, even as a flicker of uncertainty rolled through my stomach. "Well, that's funny, because this is the incantation I made for her. It's a good luck rune. She was telling me about how the airport lost her luggage and that a box of books had arrived damaged before the signing. So I made her a good luck spell." He passed it back, and I took it, my brow knitting together as I studied the smudged markings. "As for my alibi, I don't know when this supposedly occurred, but I don't even know where you live, Lavender." Selene scoffed.
"Nice try. Finding out where someone lives is light work. Any dummy with the Winterspell white pages could put that together."
"It happened during the second VIP event," I said. Leroy smiled, though it wasn't a nice smile. "Then it couldn't have been me. I didn't leave the bar. I even used a charm to keep from having to use the bathroom." Selene scowled.
"Ew. TMI."
"It wasn't Leroy. We were both at the VIP event both nights," Charlene said. Leroy nodded. "I'm sure you can ask to see the security footage to confirm it. But if you have further questions, you can call my lawyer. I don't have anything else to say to any of you." He flipped up the hood on his rain jacket and stepped out from the partial cover of the trees, hands in his pockets and head down, as he went to a sleek sedan and climbed in behind the wheel. "Lavender, please. Can you forgive me?" Charlene said, sweeping past me to get to my aunt. I tore my eyes from the taillights as a twinge of magic yanked from me. Selene cast a flurry of wind, forming an invisible barrier between Charlene and my aunt.
Not one more step,
she warned, her voice a low growl. Well, at least this time there wasn't a crystal vase to smash. Selene, enough, I said softly, dispelling the barrier with a wave of my hand. It's not for you to decide. It's up to Aunt Lavender. Selene stared up at her former guardian, her sapphire eyes glowing.
Well, go on, Lavender. Tell her to kick rocks, preferably ones made out of molten lava.
Aunt Lavender shook her head, her eyes fixed on Charlene. You know, Charlene, all you had to do was ask. I might have considered bringing you along with me to share in the adventure, the same way you could have asked me for help back in school. I'd like to think I've grown and moved on from those days, and now it's time for you to do the same, but you'll have to do it on your own. Charlene choked out a strangled sob as she nodded and fumbled through her pocket for her keys. I wish you the best, Lavender. I know you probably don't believe me, but it's true. I hope you find Atlantis, and that it's everything you wanted and more. You deserve it. The witch didn't wait for a response, and I wasn't sure my aunt had one to give. Instead, she got into her own vehicle. We stepped to the side, allowing her to back out of the driveway, and she rumbled down the road in Leroy's wake. A bubble of silence surrounded us, but for the patter of rain on the nearby porch and the burgeoning maple leaves overhead. Finally, Checkers spoke up, his voice a bit squeaky. Are you all right, Lavender? Mom wrapped an arm around her older sister's shoulders. I'm all right. Thank you, Checkers. Lilac. Then, turning to me, she smiled before looking down at Selene. And to you both. I can always count on you to have my back, Selene. Selene, never one for the mushy stuff, simply gave a dutiful nod.
Someone has to, seeing as you insist on running head first into all this nonsense.
I smiled and held up the parchment. And it seems Selene's premonition wasn't that far off. Tabitha didn't steal your research, but now we know who did. My aunt's eyes went steely. Then let's go and get it back. Selene let out a whooping war cry and bounded back across the street to the car. Chapter 19.
I still don't understand how my premonition could have been wrong. It was so clear.
Did you eat a cheese stick before you went to bed? Aunt Lavender asked. That's what happened before the one you had on the trip to the Everglades. Selene cut a sharp look at her former guardian.
It wasn't a dream, Lavender. It was a premonition.
Aunt Lavender looked out the passenger window. That's what you said about the cheese one, too. We were almost to Tabitha's rental cabin. The scrap of parchment felt like it was burning a hole in the pocket of my jeans. Maybe River stole the research with the intention of giving it to Tabitha, Mom suggested. Could the premonition have picked that up somehow and transposed Tabitha's face in the vision? I flicked a peek at the rearview mirror. I don't think Tabitha asked River to do it. Her outrage at Dragon's Gold seemed authentic to me. But it does sort of seem like River has something to prove. Maybe this is how she thought she might go about it. Or maybe Selene's mind is finally starting to go, Aunt Lavender replied, tossing a grin into the back seat. Selene's whiskers twitched.
It's nice to see you're feeling better.
Aunt Lavender gave a happy little hum and righted herself in her own seat. We arrived at the cabin as the front door opened and River stepped out, a suitcase handle in each hand. It appeared everyone was checking out of Winterspell on the same day. I pulled in behind the luxury sedan parked at the head of the driveway, its trunk open to reveal the pair of matching suitcases already nestled inside. If River's luggage had been lost, it appeared Tabitha had more than enough to make up for it. Perhaps that explained all of River's ill-fitting outfits. For the second time that day, Aunt Lavender barely waited for the car to come to a complete stop before clambering out. I hurried to undo my seatbelt and set the parking brake. I doubted Tabitha packed enough magical firepower to move a vehicle in case she wanted a quick getaway, but just in case, I planned to make it all the more difficult for her.
"Heading out of town, are we?"
Aunt Lavender said, approaching River. The slightly bedraggled assistant heaved the first of the 2 suitcases into the trunk before turning around. "I'm sorry?" Her gaze zipped from Aunt Lavender to me, and then Selene, before also taking note of Mom and Checkers. "I don't know what this is, but this is private property." I smiled sweetly. "Oh? But I thought you were a fan? This is Lavender Hearth," I said, gesturing toward my aunt. River's eyes went wide, and she almost lost her grip on the second suitcase. "Oh, I'm sorry. You don't look quite like the, She let her words trail off and licked her lips, failing to find the right thing to say. Aunt Lavender looked down at herself, as if only just realizing she wore faded leggings under an oversized sweater that was belted around the middle. My aunt and I were very much alike when it came to our approach to fashion. It took a lot to get us excited about the possibility of dressing up and getting glammed up. Even in her professional headshots, she looked understated, though quite a step above the way she looked when dressing to go on an early morning grocery run. Additionally, she'd also had a bit of a breakdown and a magically induced power nap since leaving her house. It only made sense she'd look a little ruffled.
"I don't have time for any more of this cat and mouse nonsense,"
Aunt Lavender said, jamming her hands onto her hips.
"We know you took my Atlantis research."
The front door of the cabin swung open, and Tabitha appeared, muttering to herself as she read something from the screen of the tablet she held in both hands. She was dressed down, perhaps prepared for a long flight, in a turquoise sweatsuit and sneakers, her long mauve-silver hair pinned up in an artfully messy topknot. "River, it isn't letting me check in. Are you sure you have the right flight number?" she asked, only then looking up and realizing they weren't alone. She stopped short at the edge of the porch, pressing the tablet to her chest. "Lavender? Cora?"
"I'm here, too,"
Selene interjected. Tabitha jogged down the handful of steps and joined us at the rear of the vehicle. "What's going on?"
"You tell us,"
Aunt Lavender replied sharply. "Oh, not this again." Tabitha rolled her eyes. "For the last time, Lavender, I didn't steal anything from you." Aunt Lavender jutted her chin in River's direction. "You didn't, but she did." I stepped forward and held up the slip of parchment containing Leroy's quill-bound incantation. A flash of recognition passed through River's eyes, but she tamped it down just as quickly and turned to load up the last of the suitcases. "We don't have time for this, Tabitha. We have a flight to catch." "What is this?" Tabitha asked, reaching for the parchment. River was faster. She snatched the parchment and tore it in half, letting the 2 pieces flutter to the ground. "It's nothing. Just some silly spell Leroy Jones was showing me at the bar. You know, when you forced me to keep him entertained all night?" Tabitha rolled her eyes. "You had a couple of drinks with him, River, and you are the one who said it would look bad to have him thrown out." I bent and plucked the 2 halves of parchment from the gravel, pushing the 2 edges together as I straightened. "Leroy told us he made this incantation specifically for you, River. And we found it in the kitchen, right where all of Aunt Lavender's stolen research should have been. So if you didn't break in and steal the research, how do you explain this rune showing up there?" River scoffed, pushing her glasses up the bridge of her nose. "I don't know. Maybe Leroy made another one. It's hardly one of a kind. Besides, if anyone had a reason to steal your research, it would be him. You remember what I told you about his show? I do. And it's very convenient. But the thing is, Leroy says he didn't leave the bar all night. Well, I didn't leave the bar either. River fired back just as quickly. Tabitha cast a long glance at her assistant, a flicker of doubt showing in her violet eyes. That's not entirely true, though. River swallowed hard as she jabbed out with a hand. These people are just harassing us. I have half a mind to call the police and ask for an escort out of town. Tabitha licked her lips. I suppose we could. After all, River, it doesn't make sense you'd steal something like that. I mean, what would you do with it? Go off on a quest? Tabitha released a breathy laugh, but her eyes never lightened or lost their intensity as they watched for River's reaction. You don't think I could? River asked, whirling around to fully face her boss. I'm just as capable. If given the right direction, I could do it. Is that what this was? Tabitha asked, not taking her eyes off River. The direction you needed? Stolen notes? So what if it was? River exclaimed, rolling to her tiptoes to try and close the difference between them. What would you care? You're giving up, remember? Quitting? And maybe that's for the best, Tabitha, because I'm sick of standing in your shadow, barely getting so much as a nod of thanks, when we both know you wouldn't be anywhere without me. Tabitha's expression went flat. Is that so? Of course it is. Who does all the research? Who manages the focus groups? Who designs the merch and proofreads the books and lines up all of the talk shows and magazine interviews? The red carpet appearances? Who arranges for the personal trainers and the private chefs and cleans the goddess-forsaken studio? I do. And for what? Also, you can go parading around like some kind of superhero queen. Disgust contorted River's delicate face as a deep red flushed over her pale cheeks. And when even that becomes too much? Who is the one to swoop in and bail you out so you can escape it all? At this point, she stuck her hand up, fingers facing Tabitha, displaying an intricate silver ring. Tabitha reared back, a flicker of surprise or perhaps fear in her eyes. What are you doing with that? She reached for River, but the smaller woman was quick to scramble back and out of her reach. With a sharp grin, River laughed, the sound cold as ice. What if I just decided to be you, Tabitha? You don't want the gig anymore, so what would it really hurt? She spoke an incantation over Tabitha's strangled protest, and within the blink of an eye, there were two Tabithas standing there. Suddenly, River's baggy clothing fit perfectly over her changed form.
Goddess save us! There's two of them!
Selene shrieked. I'm doing you a favor, Tabitha, River said. You can go turn into a recluse and cry into your pillows about your poor, broken Arthur. It's time I got to have some fun. Tabitha, what's going on? I asked. It's the ring, Tabitha said. She's not supposed to have it. River got behind the wheel and slammed the door, locking herself inside the car. She revved the engine, and I cringed as the reverse lights flashed, figuring my front bumper wasn't long for this world. Fortunately, Selene and Aunt Lavender were faster than a speeding madwoman. In unison, they spoke the same spell, and a wall of pink sparks enveloped the sedan, pinching it in place with the force of a mighty wind. Is there a way to break the spell? I yelled at Tabitha over the roar. She turned and bolted for the cabin. Just peachy. Selene changed the direction of her spell, and the car door flew open. River's expression changed, resembling a person who just realized they'd wandered too far from the shore and got their foot caught in the clutches of a riptide. I lassoed a bit of wind and sent it surging inside the car, yanking River out, just in time for Tabitha to reappear, a small jar in her shaking hands. "Hold her still," she shouted as she raced around the front bumper. "Stop that wall," she barked at Selene and Aunt Lavender. "We don't want this going everywhere." The wind ceased, and I tightened the whipping wind, containing it to just River's ankles. Tabitha took a pinch of the jar's contents and threw the dust over River, who promptly started coughing and flailing as her body shrank and morphed for a second time. "That's seriously enough body-swapping spells for 1 week," I muttered, keeping my hold on River, though the force of the second shift seemed to render her motionless. Her chest rose and fell, but her eyes remained squeezed shut. "It's not a swap," Tabitha said, panting slightly as she screwed the lid back onto the jar. "It's an illusion spell, baked into the ring. With the right enchantment, it allows the wearer to take on my form. Temporarily, of course."
"Why on earth would you allow someone to make that?" Selene exclaimed.
Mom kneeled down beside River, checking her vitals. "Should we call for help?"
"The only one you should call is the trash collectors,"
Selene replied. Tabitha shook her head. "I'll deal with her. She's my problem." "You're welcome to her as soon as I get my research back," Aunt Lavender interjected. Tabitha flicked a spell at the back of the sedan, and the trunk popped open. "Have at it." Aunt Lavender, Checkers, and Selene made quick work of the luggage, and by the time River was ready to sit up on her own accord, they'd found the jackpot. Tabitha stared down at River, shaking her head. "I know you've been unhappy for some time now. I'm not stupid, River. I caught many of the eye rolls and huffed pleasantries. I just figured eventually you'd quit and move on." "Empty-handed?" River sputtered as she pushed herself to a sitting position. She shook her head and blinked a few times. Tabitha scoffed, leaning over River long enough to tug the ring from her finger. "Don't be so dramatic. I paid you well." River snorted and stared down at her bare hands before gingerly plucking a chunk of gravel from her palm. "You would think that, wouldn't you?" Aunt Lavender and Checkers combed through the research, stacking up books and notebooks side by side. I cringed at the idea of the gravel digging into the pricey tomes, some of which were quite old and battered as it was. Her fury to find every last shred of research seemed to have temporarily overridden her desire to preserve history at all costs. "It's all here," she crowed, her eyes wide and glossy as she looked to Checkers. "Excellent!" Mom cheered, before offering a hand to her older sister. "Now let's get you out of here." "Well, if you thought you had it rough working for me, I doubt you'll be having much fun after I blackball you," Tabitha told River, barely noticing the other activity. "You won't be able to get a job by the time I'm done. But it's what you deserve. I mean, really, River. What was the end game here? Were you going to fully steal my identity? Or was there a line drawn somewhere before that?" River sneered up at Tabitha. "I didn't want to be you, Tabitha. I wanted to be free to be me, out from under your thumb. I want a life that doesn't involve cold-pressed green juice, hot yoga, or PR stunts." She collected herself and got to her feet, still brushing away the dirt, though a smear made its way onto her nose as she readjusted her glasses. "I only planned on being you long enough to sell the information to the highest bidder. And then I was probably just going to take the money and run." Mom started helping Aunt Lavender load up the books and notes. "I'm sorry about this, Lavender," Tabitha said, shifting away from River as she pocketed the enchanted ring. "I honestly had no idea." "What happens now?" I asked. "Do you want to press charges, Aunt Lavender?" "All I want is to go home and continue my work," she replied tartly. Lavender, Mom said in a warning tone, we just talked about this. The two of them started to bicker, but their voices faded as they went to the back of the SUV.
So wait, she's just going to get off scot-free?
Selene sputtered. I meant what I said, Selene, Tabitha replied. I'll make sure word of what she's done gets around to the right people. And trust me, in our world, that's punishment enough. The entire industry is built on reputation, and soon enough, hers will be ruined. Selene's tail swished. Humph. Aunt Lavender reappeared and extended a hand toward Tabitha. You have my apologies for mistaking you as the thief. I hope there's no hard feelings moving forward. Tabitha smiled and shook Aunt Lavender's hand. I'd call us even. Aunt Lavender chuckled and nodded her agreement. You know, Tabitha, I could use someone like you on my trip. Beside me, Selene looked apoplectic. She started to voice her objections, of which I was sure there were many, but I bumped her with the side of my foot, and she choked them down. Tabitha smiled. Thank you, Lavender. But I think I need to stay on the path I've started down. But I do wish you all the luck in the universe. Lavender gave a knowing smile, as some silent understanding passed between the two adventurers. We went to the car and opened the doors. But before we could load up, Tabitha called out to Aunt Lavender. Although, you know, it would make for one hell of a podcast episode. So do give me a call when you get home. I'd love to invite you onto my show to tell me all about it. Aunt Lavender beamed. I'll do that. Chapter 20. Aunt Lavender wasted no time in welcoming her tomes and parchments and notebooks back home. We gathered in her kitchen as she giddily set about laying things out just as they'd been, with checkers occasionally interjecting helpful reminders along the way. The sun was setting, and Clint had texted to let me know he'd made it to Bellevue and delivered the replenishment, along with a string of updates and photos of the displays the staff had put together since his last trip. Everything was right again in my little corner of the world, and other than a wave of exhaustion, I couldn't complain about how it all turned out. It seemed Selene was also in a reflective mood as she climbed to perch on the edge of the counter and called for our attention.
I have something to say to Lavender, she announced. And the rest of you need to stay and listen so you can stop nagging me about it, all right?
I glanced at Mom. She shrugged. Checkers moved to sit beside Aunt Lavender, level with her hip from his place on the kitchen table. Selene cleared her throat.
It's come to my attention that perhaps I've made a misstep.
I pressed my lips together, biting back the urge to interject.
Lavender, although I am no longer your familiar, I want you to know that I am always available to help you. And if that was ever in doubt due to my own actions, then I apologize.
Aunt Lavender ducked her chin. Thank you, Selene.
And to you,
Selene added, looking to Checkers.
I want to say thank you for looking after Lavender the way you do, and for not being afraid to speak up on her behalf. It seems my training has paid off well.
I smiled. It wasn't a flawless apology, but for Selene, it was somehow perfect all the same. Selene made another apology the following afternoon, when Clint and Pippin returned from Bellevue. Clint accepted without hesitation. And when Selene turned to saunter out of the bedroom, he looked at me with wide eyes. Did that really just happen? I smiled and kissed him. Think of it like a comet passing. It only happens once every few decades, so enjoy it while you can. Leaving Clint to his unpacking, I padded out to the living room and found Selene flopped across one of the throw pillows on the couch. I took a seat beside her, grinning softly. "You've been on quite the apology tour."
"I know. It's exhausting being so contrite,"
she whined, her front legs melting over the pillow's edge as she stretched, reaching for the fading sliver of sunlight streaming in through the window. I smiled. "Well, just know we all appreciate your sacrifice."
"I suppose while we are here, I should give the last one to you."
I canted my head. "I'm listening." Blue eyes, soft and sincere, found mine.
"Listen, Cora. I know I can be a lot."
I choked on a laugh, doing my best to hold it back. "That's one way to put it."
I know. I'm sorry if I come across as ungrateful from time to time. As you know, I've had more than my fair share of guardians. And I think in some ways, I push your buttons because I trust that you will always be there for me. I've never really had that before. Even with Lavender, I often felt like an afterthought."
She paused, her tail flicking slowly as she gathered up her next words.
"I guess I want to say thank you for always making me feel included. You're busy and have this whole life here, but every morning you come and look for me, and I know that if I don't come home at night, you'll be sitting up wondering about me. And that means something, Cora."
"Thank you, Selene." Tears pricked at my eyes as I reached out and let her push her furry face against the side of my hand. Our eyes locked. Then, before she could scold me for being too emotional, I pushed to my feet and glanced at my watch. "Now, how about we order pizza for dinner? Extra cheese for me and extra sardines for you?"
"Only if I can eat them on the couch because I'm not planning on moving anytime soon."
Yeah, that's a hard no. I'm not going to be picking discarded fish heads out of the cushions the next time I go to vacuum. I snagged my phone from my back pocket, my stomach already churning and eager for the greasy meal. "You'll eat at the table."
"Sheesh. Even after all the nice things I said about you?"
She shook her head.
"So stubborn."
I laughed and headed for the kitchen. What can I say? I learned from the best. 2 months later, on a gorgeous evening in early June, we gathered with over 100 of our fellow Winterspellians to hear the results of the sheriff's race, as both Templeton and Sadie Bowman's campaigns officially came to a close and the votes were cast. Clint and I had gone on our first double date in some time, sharing a nice meal at Elephant's Palace with the starry-eyed Liana and Callum, before walking to town hall for the main event. "You two looked pretty cozy at dinner," I said, needling Liana in the side with my elbow, as we fell a few steps behind Clint and Callum, who were scouting for seats and discussing something techie that went completely over my head. "Have you made things official?" A berry-hued blush spread over Liana's warm brown cheeks as she tucked her chin, letting her braids fall and conceal her face for just a moment. "We did a video chat with his family and friends back in Scotland last weekend, and he introduced me as his girlfriend. I know it's sudden, but we're even talking about flying to Edinburgh this summer once school is out so he can show me around." This announcement was met with a mutual screech of excitement. Selene swung around, a sour look on her furry face.
"Sweet mother of Merlin, Cora, stop that at once. You sound like a baby T-Rex."
I only laughed, far too happy to care if people were staring. "How would you know?" I asked, linking my arm through Liana's. "Oh, wait, let me guess. You shared a nest with a pack of them sometime during your first lifetime?" Selene's tail twitched.
"Very funny. And I believe it's called a terror of tyrannosaurs, not a pack."
"A terror, huh? Then you must have fit right in." Liana giggled. "Come on," she said. "Let's catch up with our men. I want a front row seat for this." We weren't the only ones eager for the results of the election, and the seats were vanishing quickly. Fortunately, Mom, Aunt Lavender, and Checkers were already there, holding down an entire row, with Aunt Lavender giving the evil eye to anyone who so much as attempted to ask if they could take a seat or two at the end. We piled in and took our seats. I wound up between Aunt Lavender and Clint, though the latter was too busy continuing his conversation with Callum. "Please tell me my purse isn't spring-loaded with Jiffy Pop tonight," I asked Selene, as she stood on her hind legs and put her paws on the back of the chair in front of her.
"I can't make any promises,"
she said, with a swish of her tail. At my deadpan expression, she rolled her eyes.
"I didn't put anything in your purse, Cora. Though, I may have put some fireworks in the trunk of the car."
I scrubbed a hand over my face.
"Hey, we have to be prepared."
Aunt Lavender smiled at her former familiar. "Let's hope Sadie can pull this one out. I went around to all of my neighbors twice this week to make sure people got out to vote."
"I'm sure that wasn't at all terrifying for the neighborhood children. Did they hit you with water balloons again?"
Selene quipped.
"I wasn't allowed to vote, though it's the first thing I plan to bring up at the next town hall."
"Are you still preparing to leave next month?" I asked my aunt. She nodded, then smiled at Checkers, who sat in a ball under her chair. "That's the plan. We're going on a ferry ride this weekend to prepare for life at sea. Right, Checkers?" The cat poked his head out from under the seat. "I'm not crazy about the idea of all that water, but I'll give it a try." "That's the spirit." Our conversation was cut short as Lainey McGregor took to the stage, gavel in hand, prepared to call the special meeting to order. Both candidates trotted out behind her, taking their places the way they had at the debate. Thankfully, Lainey didn't take her cues from over-processed reality TV, and as soon as she held up the envelope that contained the election results, she tore into it and removed the paper from inside with a firm yank. Then, clearing her throat into the mic, she looked up from the paper and read, "The next sheriff of Winterspell will be Sadie Bowman. Congratulations, Miss Bowman." The crowd erupted into a mixture of cheers and jeers, and I sat for a stunned moment, hardly able to take it in. On stage, Sheriff Templeton's face went beet red. His cheeks puffed out as he stared at Lainey's back. She stepped away from the podium, offering polite applause before gesturing to the two candidates. He hiked up his belt and gathered a shred of composure, then barreled across the stage to extend a hand towards Sadie. She took it with a smile and said something to the dethroned sheriff, though with the uproar I imagined it was all but impossible to hear. His duty met, Templeton turned and stalked off stage, his mustache twitching as he muttered to himself and lumbered down the steps and out a side door. Mom dragged me up to my feet and crushed me in a tight embrace. "We don't have to worry about being exiled anymore. We're safe." I smiled and hugged her back, giggling as Selene and Checkers jumped around at our feet. A new day had dawned in Winterspell, and I, for one, couldn't wait to see what came next.